With a resounding applause and a deep sense of gratitude, let's welcome the distinguished speakers of the inaugural session, our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri R.K. Singh Ji, the Honorable Minister of Bhallaji, respected Secretary, MNRE. We are honoured to have the presence of His Excellency Dr. Philipp Ackermann, the Honourable Ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany to India, His Excellency Didier van der Hessel, the Ambassador of the Kingdom of Belgium to India, Shri Dilip Oomen, the Executive Vice President, ArcelorMittal, and the CEO, AMNS India, and the torchbearers of FICCI, Shri Shubhrakant Panda, President FICCI, Shri Vipul Tuli, the Chairman Power Committee of FICCI, Shri Shivanand Nimbargi, Chair FICCI Renewable Energy CEOs Council, and Shri Pinaki Bhattacharya, Senior Member FICCI, RECOs Council. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, with profound gratitude and deep significance, I welcome you all on behalf of FICCI to the inaugural session of its second edition of India Energy Transition Summit. Prime Minister, along with our decarbonization target of 2070 net zero, and then the launch of the National Green Hydrogen Mission, the setting up of the Green Hydrogen Innovation. I would like to request the President FICCI, Shri Shubhrakant Panda, to please present the Green Certificate to the Honourable Minister, sir. And this comes with a very strong commitment from the entire industry towards sustainable development. We are going to be planting trees on behalf of our dignitaries. Also to welcome and present the Green Certificate to Secretary MNRE, Shri Bhupinder Singh Bhallaji. To kindly present the Green Certificate to His Excellency Dr. Director and CEO of Ayana Renewable Power.
Good morning, all of you. Shri R.K. Singh Ji, Honorable Minister for Power and Renewable Energy, Shri Bhupinder Singh Bhallaji, Secretary, MNRE, V.A. van der Hessel, Ambassador of Kingdom of Belgium, His Highness Philipp Ackermann, Ambassador, Federal Republic of Germany, and we have our FICCI President, Shri Panda, and my colleagues on the dais here. It gives an immense pleasure to welcome you all in terms of what is really happening now around the world of energy transition, our summit for 2023. This is in continuation to what we did last year with the support of MNRE and Ministry of Power, Steel, Civil Aviation, Coal, and Niti Aayog. All the ministries are working towards helping the sector move towards net zero. We are very grateful to the Ministry of MNRE for giving us constant support in terms of addressing all the policy regulatory issues on a regular basis so that we are able to get those capacities. We made a significant progress in terms of last year, 2022 to now, adding substantial capacities despite all the hurdles and challenges that we have seen. Also, what we can see globally is that more than 70 countries are committed towards or have stated goals in terms of getting towards net zero. And India is leading with our Honorable Prime Minister having committed on behalf of the nation to achieve net zero by 2070. So this clearly sets a direction, and our Honorable Minister for MNRE has set a target for us as industry to get to 500 gigawatts by 2030. And I'm pretty confident that, with all the support and actions that are being taken, what is really important to note now is that out of the total capacity installed, about 417 gigawatts, we have about 179 gigawatts, which is renewable, which is roughly about 40%. In terms of going forward, though we have this intermediate target of 2030, but we would be needing hundreds of gigawatts in terms of realizing our dream of net zero by 2070. And in terms of the investment itself, I think we are looking at a huge investment, something like 14 to 7, all the international investment agencies and funds and other international companies. So India is kind of a preferred destination in terms of providing capital and investing here to continue to drive this growth. Net zero is not possible unless and until we are able to club renewable energy with some form of a firm power on storage. So to that effect, I think we have had now pump storage projects coming up. We have seen Madhya Pradesh coming out with the tenders on pump storage. And in addition to that, there is a lot of innovation happening around the battery technologies and other forms of energy storage technologies. Hopefully, with these technologies, we should be able to accelerate the round-the-clock solutions in terms of being able to provide the clean energy solutions. In addition to that, in terms of the green hydrogen, in focus, and Honorable Minister has been driving it very vigorously in terms of bringing clarity around right from defining what a green hydrogen means and how do we really, get the potential of green hydrogen to full scale. And what is really important to note is that India is actually focusing on making the country as one of the big producers of green hydrogen, not just for India, but to start with probably to export. And in the last meeting that we had with the Honorable Minister, government is willing to look at G2G agreements, which would enable we as private sector to be able to go ahead and invest and exploit our ports and be able to produce and export. And hopefully with that kind of a scale coming in, it should get to a level of competitive rates, which will then support the industry locally in a massive way as an alternative fuel for most of our fertilizers, steel, and other industries. So having said this, going forward, we would also like to see state governments coming in and playing an active role, proactive states where a lot of these projects on wind and solar come up. But at the same time, I think there are policies and incentives which have been provided to encourage rooftop and other industries to get ahead and get these things to be able to meet certain demands on a distributed basis. Also encouraging to see is the latest support that the Ministry of Power has given in terms of the group captive that should help a lot of industries to be able to utilize round-the-clock solutions. So we would see more and more hybrid or round-the-clock solutions going forward. And we as industry, along with the government, are quite confident that, together we should be able to get there. Finally, we are looking at having a very enriching session here. The idea of this forum that as FICCI we have brought is to be able to brainstorm collectively both on technology, innovation, financing, and everything that is actually needed to drive this growth. Hopefully, we'll see a lot of those things coming out of these sessions, which we should then be able to, on behalf of FICCI, take it up with the relevant authorities and help the country achieve these targets. Finally, I would like to thank the ministry again and the secretaries for having constant interaction with the industry bodies and listening to our issues and taking proactive steps, not just issues which pertain to center, but also issues that pertain to the states. And they are actually the pillar of support for us. And thanks a lot again. And we look forward to your support, sir, to be able to drive this growth. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for setting the tone and the context of our discussions with a very comprehensive account of what is the present status, the demand, how the future looks, the proactive steps we need to take, and the policies which are there towards supporting this. And now we invite user industry perspective and would like to request Shri Dilip Oommen, the Executive Vice President of ArcelorMittal and CEO of AMNS India, for his address.
Honorable Minister, His Excellency Ambassador of Germany, His Excellency Ambassador of Belgium, all the other dignitaries, esteemed dignitaries on the dais, and esteemed dignitaries off the dais. I'm mindful of the fact that I've been given 5 minutes to speak on the user perspective, so I'll try and keep it within the time limit as crisp as possible. The steel industry globally contributes to about 0.7% of the GDP and contributes 8% of the CO2 emissions. And in the case of India, it is the contribution is about 2% of the GDP and 12% of the CO2 emissions. The per capita consumption of steel in India is about 1/3 of the world average. So it is imperative, therefore, being a developing country, this figure will increase substantially. We expect the capacity to double from about 160 million tons to about 300 to 320 million tons in the next 10 years. So the challenge is, how do we balance growth with decarbonization? Achieving net zero requires a comprehensive approach that addresses the challenges of both economy and the environment. We have to address the issues of economy and ecology at the same time. Both have to go hand in hand. There are some solutions available. For example, using hydrogen is definitely possible. Apart from the technical work that is required, which is fairly under control, the cost of hydrogen is prohibitive. It is right now about $5 to $6 per kilogram. This cost has to come down substantially if we have to make use of hydrogen on a commercial scale in the steel industry. 70% of this cost of hydrogen is the cost of energy. So if we have to produce green hydrogen, it is important that we drive down the price, the cost of energy, of renewable energy. India aims to reach 500 gigawatt by 2030, but there are policy decisions that need to be taken to ensure that we all are focused on reducing the cost of renewable energy, both as a source of energy and as a prime component in the hydrogen manufacture. So how do we manage in the transition period? There is an answer, that is by use of natural gas. There are processes that use natural gas instead of coal, coke, etc. We can use it in Midrex modules, DRI modules, and produce iron required for the steel making. We can also use scrap. It's good for the circular economy. But then that is not going to be solution by itself, because the availability of scrap worldwide is going to be limited and will be only a fraction of what the what the planet requires for making steel. But yes, renewable energy plus scrap will give you green steel. Another area that not too many people talk about is increasing efficiencies and reducing wastages. This is a low-hanging fruit which all of us can do and make sure that we are contributing in combating climate change. Another area is whatever carbon dioxide is getting produced, how can we sequester it? So a lot of work is going on globally and in India as well. Institutions like IIT are very much involved. A lot of energy companies are involved in looking at ways and means of CCUS. But it's some way away. Also, can we use biomass to replace the coal that is used today? I must also say that there are a lot of breakthrough technologies that are being worked on, and this is where a lot of startups can play a big role in coming up with some practical ideas. There are methods like direct electrolysis of iron ore and many more. Well, all this requires a lot of capex, a lot of capital expenditure, and in the beginning, higher operating costs. So how do we fund this? We have to have internally in the country also, we need to have carbon trading. We require a market for the green steel at a premium. The customers must be willing to pay this premium. Government policies that will work out both as carrot and stick. Carrot to incentivize the industry to move towards green steel, while stick a penalty for those who do not deliver. There is a lot of work that is happening currently on this carbon trading, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of discussions in this summit also today. While talking on the subject, I must emphasize that climate change is something where the entire planet has to be involved. It cannot be that it's just the developed world that will have climate change and the developing countries will not. So whatever solutions we look at, we have to ensure that globally there is an acceptance of decarbonization, and whatever necessary help technically and economically required must be available. CBAM, is my personal opinion, will not work in its present form, and it requires to be tweaked. I sincerely hope that this summit will have, there will be a lot of fruitful discussions in this summit that will help all the stakeholders going forward. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your very constructive views and suggestions and solutions in terms of policies, technologies, and market and finance, R&D, circular economy, as India grows and at the same time creates a balance between ecology and economy. Thank you very much, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we seek a more holistic view from the leadership of FICCI and a leading industrialist of the country, Shri Shubhrakant Panda, President FICCI, and the Managing Director of Indian Metals and Ferroalloys Limited.
Shri R.K. Singh, Honorable Union Minister for Power, New and Renewable Energy, Excellencies Dr. Philip Ackermann, Ambassador of Germany, and Didier van der Hasselt, Ambassador of Belgium, Shri Bhupinder Singh Bhalla, Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, senior business leaders on the dais and in the audience, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to be attending the second edition of the India Energy Transition Summit, which is organized by FICCI. And at the outset, I would like to acknowledge the support that we have received from the Ministries of New and Renewable Energy, from Coal and Steel and Niti Aayog, without which we would not have been able to put together this edition, and thank you for that. I'm also grateful to the Honorable Minister for taking time out from his busy schedule to be here with us today. He was there for the inaugural edition as well, if I'm not mistaken. So as you're all aware, energy transition is an important pillar in achieving net zero. And what this event does is that it provides a platform for stakeholders to discuss the policy framework, the reforms agenda, and the issues related to our ongoing decarbonization journey. Clearly, what has been repeatedly emphasized by the leadership is that what we're looking at in India is not just growth, but sustainable growth, of course, inclusive and resilient as well. But here, we are gathered here today to talk about the sustainability part of that. If I were to talk a little bit about energy transition, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has outlined the Panchamrit statement at COP26, which I believe demonstrates India's commitment to achieve climate change, to achieve net zero through climate change action by 2070, and it indicates a very, very strong sort of commitment right at the apex of the leadership to get India moving in that direction. As you know, we have achieved a landmark of 100 gigawatts of renewable energy 2 years ago. Currently, it stands at 179 gigawatts, and I believe another 80 gigawatts is in various stages of implementation. And again, this shows the serious commitment that India has to meeting its obligations. And I believe we are one of the few countries which have kept up with our commitments in this regard. So the aggressive target that has been set for India is nationally determined contributions, but this will require strong commitment at all levels. We have seen that, as I said, with the Prime Minister himself reiterating it on multiple occasions, and therefore I will not be surprised if these targets are met ahead of schedule. But we do have to put our head down and focus on various issues which need to be addressed for this journey to be rewarding. There is significant interest in India's renewable energy, both from domestic as well as international investors. Of course, large investments are required. They are happening. I'll talk a little bit about that slightly later on. But what I'd like to emphasize on is the conducive policies along with the investment in infrastructure which is enabling this journey. The waiver of the interstate transmission system charges, the ISTS charge for solar and wind power projects commissioned by June 30th, 2025 is a very big step in this regard. Setting up RE parks to provide land to renewable energy developers. There was a reference to the group captive concept which is making it happen, and therefore it is especially relevant in that context. And of course, the laying of new transmission lines and creation of new substation capacity for evacuation of renewable power, given that especially when you look at the hybrid part of it, that capacity is limited to certain states, and therefore evacuation, especially interstate, is I think very relevant. You heard the industry perspective from Mr. Oommen, and clearly, there are avenues other than greening the grid which play a relevant role in our decarbonization journey. Especially, the hard-to-abate sectors like transport and fertilizer need to be looked at carefully in order for us to achieve our targets. There are several initiatives which have been taken up in this regard, including the National Green Hydrogen Mission, the Production-Linked Incentive PLI scheme for energy storage and solar equipment, guidelines and standards for EVs and charging infrastructure. And FICCI has been actively involved in all these areas. You're seeing many of our leaders on the dais here in this room. We actually cover the entire spectrum relating to not just renewable energy, but various aspects of it and the decarbonization side of it. And I can assure you that there is a lot of thought which goes into it to synthesize our views and put together suggestions and recommendations which are in the best interests of achieving these targets. So we will continue to support the various initiatives of the various ministries which are involved. And let me now talk a little bit about the challenges, because there certainly are challenges. I think the financial health of DISCOMs continues to be a challenge, and of course, I must acknowledge here that the Government of India has taken several measures to bring about necessary reforms and continues to engage and to deeply engage and look at it from a broader perspective to ensure that we are able to the related parties, etc., have the necessary financial strength for this journey to not get interrupted in any manner. There is a need for policy certainty as well as cohesion between central and state policies. I must compliment again the Honorable Minister for his dynamism and the deep interest with which he has pursued this agenda. But I think we need to do a little bit more to get the states to sort of walk along at the same pace, if I can put it that way. Similarly, contract enforcement is another key issue which has been flagged by our members, and these are little things that we need to address. But I think if I were to talk about the financial aspect of it, if you look at it from the supply side, there is massive investment which is required. To create a capacity of 500 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030 will, by one count, require investment upwards of 20 trillion rupees, that's 20 lakh crores. And of course, includes investments in transmission networks, evacuation infrastructure, energy storage systems, etc. So this is something that we need to work on. I mean, again, I think there are substantial outlays in this year's budget for energy transition, for the green hydrogen mission, etc. So we're getting there, but I just wanted to flag the scale of the financing which is required. Similarly, from the demand side as well, there will be, I think, significant investments required to enhance energy efficiency. That's something, again, that Mr. Oomen talked about. It's low-hanging fruit, but that's something that we need to look at. Deployment of green hydrogen and the carbon capture, usage and storage, or CCUS infrastructure, as well as associated process changes. And if we talk about the transportation sector, that will also require investment in low-carbon powertrains, charging infrastructure, etc. So just highlighting what needs to be done, and I think over the next couple of days, there will be an opportunity to discuss and debate all these issues, and as I said, synthesize an action plan which is in the best interest of all. Talking about action plans, if I were to highlight some of them, I think there needs to be a continued focus on ease of doing business measures, especially relating to land availability, regulatory clearances, statutory requirements, and penal provisions. In this context, I think the government's focus on decriminalizing minor offences through initiatives like the Jan Vishwas Bill is a fantastic beginning, but I think more needs to be done to identify those situations where the penal provisions are disproportionate to the alleged infractions. That apart, I would like to take this opportunity to request that the Honourable Minister and the government consider extending the deadline for ISTS waiver by 3 years. A lot of projects are running a bit behind schedule for various reasons. And we don't want any doubts creeping in about the ability of these projects to avail these benefits. And therefore, if an extension of ISTS's waiver is considered, I believe that will bring about more investments. We should look at including rooftop solar under priority sector lending. This is going to be an important way of meeting energy requirements of especially small and medium enterprises. And in this context, I would like to talk a little bit about the handholding of SMEs. And this is something, one of the priorities during my presidency of FICCI has been to focus on MSMEs. And we are launching next week a FICCI report on SMEs in India, focusing on digitalization and sustainability. Speaking on the sustainability part, we were very pleasantly surprised to see very high awareness levels and a desire to be part of this journey. But clearly, MSMEs will require handholding, and in that, many things can be done. And as I said, including rooftop solar under priority sector lending could be one of the steps. Finally, I think there is a need to synthesize a common vision and strike a balance between competing needs to achieve the overall targets, and that is, I hope, what we are going to be able to do over the next couple of days. So, in conclusion, I would like to reiterate that clean energy deployment is a tremendous opportunity to foster innovation, to create new markets, to enhance competitiveness and strengthen partnerships. And I think the group of people gathered here today and who will be attending the conference over the next couple of days will get to do precisely this. I'm sure the discussions will be enriching and fruitful, and we will, FICCI will play its role in putting together all stakeholders so that we are able to work towards the common good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your very comprehensive account on the action plan, strategies and approach which FICCI is taking to deliver to the national goals and targets, and also spelling out certain considerations for the government on behalf of the industry. Thank you, sir. And now inviting the government's perspective, may I request Shri Bhupinder Singh Bhalla, respected Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, for his address.
Honorable Minister for Power and New and Renewable Energy, R.K. Singh ji, His Excellency Ambassador of Belgium, His Excellency Ambassador of Germany, Mr. Panda, President FICCI, my colleagues from Renewable Energy on the dais, off the dais, other members of the industry present here, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everyone. First of all, let me thank FICCI for convening this summit. We are gathering to discuss India's energy transition, something, of course, that our ministry is particular about, what we do. And we feel that this is a topic of paramount importance that holds a key to our system. India's energy demand continues to grow rapidly, driven by economic development and population growth. The need of the hour is to embrace a comprehensive energy transition strategy that not only meets our energy requirements, but also safeguards our environment for generations to come. Commitment of the global community to fight climate change today is stronger than ever, and each stakeholder, including governments and the private sector, we're all here today, must play a positive and pivotal. Under the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister, India has set forth its agenda and commitments for ambitious targets towards industrial decarbonization and transition to renewable sources. We heard from the previous speakers on both decarbonization and energy transition. As far as India's non-fossil fuel capacity is concerned, has already been here. We have about 179 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity installed in the country. If you take non-fossil capacity, which includes nuclear, it stands at around 186 gigawatt. And our target is to reach 500 gigawatt by 20, and also to 3% of our total capacity from non-fossil sources. It's very important to step on the gas as far as we are concerned from 2023 to 2030. We have to make it possible. Last year we did about 15 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity we added in the last financial year. This year we are hoping to expand it to about 20. That will jump from 15 gigawatts to 20. And we can't stop there. From 25 we have to grow further, and we have to increase it in a larger capacity. So hopefully the second year we will be able to increase it to about 40 gig. And there's no other option. I mean, if you feel that something that a number is being thrown, unless we do that, how will we reach 500? That is why it's so important. We've announced a bid trajectory, and to make it happen, point is, how do you if government is there to push things, how do we make it happen? So we have announced annual bid trajectory. We have capacities which are added through the bidding route, through our standard bidding guidelines. Then you have industry adding capacity through the merchant route, C&I segment. As far as the bidding route is concerned, I mean, I said the last year total capacity added was about 15 RE capacity. This year, from this year, we are doing the bidding for about 50 gigawatts every year, and that is what we are decided to do, and we have announced a trajectory for the next 5 years. And this will include at least 10 gigawatt of wind capacity every year, and that's a huge jump even for the wind sector. So that is what our our indication is of why we are so serious and how we are going to do that 500 gigawatt target. Our energy transition has been tailored to our particular unique needs. For instance, biomass has been talked about. We have surplus biomass availability, but it also has, so the National Bioenergy Program, it is adopting a multidimensional approach to meet the energy needs, cutting emissions, and utilization of the waste biomass. PM Kusum scheme, which is again for the agricultural sector, and it is transforming not only the energy requirements going through solarizing it, but also adding income to the farmers, giving them income. The decentralized renewable energy application, the DRE, they are also helping meet energy needs of remote and inaccessible. Through the PM Ujjwala scheme and improvised cook stoves, India has been facilitating universal access to for all. To deal with emissions from the transport sector, which is a huge challenge for a country like India with a large and aspirational population, we are taking rapid strides towards achieving our target of 30% EV market share by 2020. And a lot of, as you see, these EV sales are increasing very rapidly, and huge growth happening year on year. Thanks to a previous speaker on mentioning about their challenges which we are facing. Land challenges there, yes, but it is not insurmountable. We are setting up one of the world's largest renewable energy parks in the country, and we hope to keep doing that as one of the ways in which to address the land problem. But for example, I was talking to our colleagues in Rajasthan, and the total land required for reaching 500 gigawatts. Rajasthan has identified land roughly about more than 11,000 square kilometers in 3 districts, which can not only take care of these 500 gigawatts, but also moving towards the net independence, energy independence. So land is available. The question is, how do you make it happen and make it available to them? As far as hard to abate sectors are concerned, since we are going to address through energy, through solarizing or through RE, we'll be addressing only the electricity sector. Then there's a huge other sector which uses energy. So for the hard to abate among the hard to abate sectors, the National Green Hydrogen Mission will be quite useful, and would where we are aiming to put 5 million metric tons of green hydrogen by 2020. The PLI schemes have been talked about. It's very important for allowing the supply chain to be there to allow our capacities to come up. Just to mention the international cooperation, we have set up the International Solar Alliance along with other countries, and now it has 94 countries and 116 signatory countries, which has become an example of how globally we can work together on climate change. And one of the major objectives of ISA is deployment of 1,000 gigawatt of solar capacity across the world. That is what is important for India as well. Our success so far, and hopefully which will continue in the future also, it is built on extensive stakeholder consultations, which help us in identifying what we actually need on the ground, what are the issues, what are the solutions. The fact that India is at the 8th position in the Climate Change Performance Index 2023. India is the topmost ranked G20 country in this list. and it bears testimony to how we are looking at it and how we are progressing on it. But however, reaching to the net zero and meeting the net zero target for 2070, we will require, I think, support of everyone to make it happen. As far as Government of India is concerned, we are taking every possible step to promote new and renewable energy technologies. And along with us, state governments are also shown a lot of positive efforts and encouraging policies to make it happen. I'm confident that the forums like this at the summit, it will help build awareness and disseminate the necessary knowledge and information among everyone to implement the energy transition at scale. We of course always are looking forward to suggestions when such things happen, such forums happen, because these suggestions are what make us tweak our policy if required. We are, as far as India's energy transition is concerned, it is not just a technological shift, but a moral imperative. It's our commitment to the planet and the future generations. I thank you all for participating.
Thank you very much, sir, for apprising this August gathering about the various policies and programs of the Government of India towards energy transition and decarbonization pathway, and further initiatives which the government is taking towards accelerating this space of green energy transition. Respected Secretary, sir, also mentioned about and stressed on greater collaborations with the other countries, and herein we now seek more international perspective for energy transition. And at the first, I would like to request His Excellency Didier van der Hassel, the Honorable Ambassador of the Kingdom of Belgium to India. Ladies and gentlemen, through his diplomatic expertise in strategic endeavors, Excellency has been fostering cooperation on pressing global issues, especially surrounding climate change. And further, he has been also promoting trade and investment and nurturing the enduring partnership between Belgium and India. We seek his views.
Honorable Minister of Power and New and Renewable Energy, Sri Raj Kumar Singh, Your Excellency, dear colleague and friend, Ambassador of Germany, Dr. Philip Ackermann, Sri Singh Bala, Balpinter Singh Bala, Secretary RNE, dear Mr. Chairman of FICCI, Subrakant Panda, Chairmen of the councils and committees of FICCI, representatives of the Ministry of Coal and Steel, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is a particular pleasure to address you here at the FICCI Federation House to share the Belgian perspective on energy transition. The successfully concluded G20 is just behind us, and for a country like mine, we are the 25th economy in the world, it is important to be part of the follow-up in all covered fields. When it comes to the green transition, tripling the renewable energy capacity by 2030 is an important objective adopted by the leaders, including, of course, the European Council and European Commission presidents, and including India. Previous speakers have pointed out the different frameworks India has adopted to achieve the green transition goals, which will be discussed today and tomorrow. And we are very pleased to see the ambition growing bigger and bigger. And as the consequences of climate change cannot be tackled by countries individually, also the technological solutions can only be found by cross-border and cross-sectoral cooperation. And that is, of course, where European countries, and mine in particular Belgium, can come in. With the Green Deal, Europe has set itself the commitment to achieve climate neutrality in Europe by 2050. And on the 1st of January 2024, which is a bit closer to date, in a few months, Belgium will take over the presidency of the European Union. And it will be a very big priority for our presidency to make sure that as much legislation as possible will be passed before the European elections of the 9th of June next year. So the European Union has a policy window still until March, April 2024, after which we will have to wait for the new European Commission and the new European Parliament to take power. So on the Belgian side, preparations for our EU presidency are in full gear to push forward strongly the European Green Agenda, which I will be happy to explain more in detail later this year. But today, I would like to explain what the Belgian priority areas are for the green transition and where this offers opportunities for our cooperation with India. I wonder if you know how long the coastline Belgium is. 67 kilometers. We used to walk it in a weekend when we were at school, which is a bit difficult, of course, to do so in India. But 67 kilometers of coastline. And with this coastline, ladies and gentlemen, we have managed to become the 4th largest producer of offshore wind energy worldwide. 2.3 gigawatts to be precise, a capacity which we will triple in the next decade by replacing the current turbines and by adding some new offshore wind farms. It will then be possible to supply every Belgian household with electricity generated in the North Sea, with a further expansion to 8 gigawatts scheduled by 2040. The continental shelf we have at our disposal will be used to the maximum. The point we have reached is the result, of course, of decades-long investment in innovation in this sector, which means we currently have a performant ecosystem when it comes to offshore wind. Belgian companies are now recognized worldwide for their expertise in the area of offshore wind power. Companies such as DEME, Parkwind, Elisio, Jan de Nul, Ottery, or Geo XYZ, to name but a few, have been awarded contracts to build large offshore wind farms around the world, from Japan to the United States, from Scotland to France. The dredging companies, for example, DEME and Jan de Nul, belonging to the biggest in the world, have turned themselves into wind turbine and undersea cable installers from the Far East to the Far West. And it goes without saying that we are following very closely developments in Gujarat and Tamil Nadu, and of course are ready to come in with our know-how and expertise. Most of the Belgian companies operating in this sector, by the way, are already well established. Still in the offshore sector, I would like to share that to achieve a more balanced energy supply, Belgium has started preparations to build an energy connector island. It will be the first of its kind in the world, called after our Crown Princess Elizabeth. The island will not only be meant to connect offshore with onshore, but also connecting different countries by undersea cables. The Energy Connector Island will enable us and a number of countries such as Denmark and the UK on one side, and the rest of the European Union continental shelf on the other side, to balance energy supply and demand, mainly redirecting excess energy where it is needed or can be used. All countries directly involved, including, of course, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz and Commission President von der Leyen, were hosted by our Prime Minister in April earlier last year for a North Sea Leaders Summit, where concrete arrangements were agreed upon for better interconnectivity and for a better renewable energy supply chain. So offshore wind, still a nascent sector in India, is certainly an area where we from the European side, and Belgium in particular, are eager to work with India. Another sector is, of course, green hydrogen. With our Belgian green hydrogen strategy, adopted by the federal government, we want to become a major hydrogen hub in the EU and in the world. Our geographical size, of course, you heard the statistic about our coastline, location, and climate dictate that we will become a net importer of green hydrogen. The port of Antwerp-Bruges, second biggest port in Europe, used to be and still is a gigantic entry and storage hub for natural gas. And an important part of the existing infrastructure is currently being converted for the import of hydrogen molecules. Our natural gas pipeline network connecting the port of Zeebrugge with the European hinterland is being converted into a very first hydrogen highway. The port of Antwerp harbors also the first hydrogen fuel station. Tugboats on hydrogen are tested, as well as trucks and container straddle carriers. In my hometown Ghent, train and boat engine maker ABC is now producing dual fuel engines. Engines able to run on fossil fuel as well as hydrogen. And we are, of course, also working on the production of green hydrogen in Belgium, with several projects up and running. But as we have a notorious lack of sun and space, Belgium has concluded bilateral agreements with Namibia, Egypt, and Oman. Which brings us back to the G20, because Egypt and Oman, of course, are located in the heart of the India, Middle East, Europe corridor, which was launched here in Delhi just a few weeks ago at the G20 summit. India, with the recently launched National Hydrogen Energy Mission, and the European Green Deal present us, Europeans and Indians, with enormous opportunities for cooperation. Our national Belgian federal hydrogen strategy is evidently, in many ways, complementary to both of them. A renewal of our Belgian-Indian energy MOU is on the table, and in the field, progress is unstoppable. Belgian company John Cockerill, worldwide market leader in mega electrolyzers, has, for example, entered into JV here in India with Greenco to build Asia's largest electrolyzer factories for hydrogen production. 2 factories will be built in South India, each estimated to produce 1 gigawatt a year, with the possibility of adding another gigawatt to the factory. John Cockerill is also partnering with India's steel sector to reduce emissions through carbon capture technology. It also offers technology for the carbon neutral production of steel, a major game changer, knowing the steel sector is, I should be careful in the presence of the representative of ArcelorMittal, but is a polluting industry, I would say. But since ArcelorMittal just spoke before me, I would like to mention an investment of 1.1 billion euros in the decarbonization of the flagship steel plant in Ghent. It happens also to be my hometown. The plan consists of building a 2.5 million ton directed reduced iron plant and 2 electric furnaces to operate alongside its state-of-the-art blast furnace that is ready to take waste, wood and plastics as a substitute for fossil carbon. Another example, I would say, of where steel production can go. And when I look at the 9 components of the Indian green hydrogen mission, quite an important part of it is covered by what we in Belgium and Europe can offer. Belgian FEI is and will be coming in. Many of our green hydrogen players are looking at India, but many of them are already present here. Ladies and gentlemen, just a few moments ago I spoke about the lack of sun and space in Belgium. I have to admit that climate change is helping us a little bit because we tend to have better summers lately. But indeed, those factors still limit us in our ability to produce green hydrogen because of the huge amounts of energy needed and the huge amounts of space and sun it requires. But when it comes to domestic use of solar energy, Belgium quite strongly performs with the fourth highest solar power use per capita within the EU, which also means we have ecosystem around it. And it didn't go unnoticed also in India, because Belgium's 3E, for example, company in software for renewable energy, has become part of another important Indian renewable energy group. And its software is already being used in India to make solar farms more performant. So, ladies and gentlemen, Belgium is committed to use its expertise to help shape the global energy transition, and I firmly believe through further close cooperation between our countries, we can accelerate this process. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very productive continuation of this summit. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the very impressive footprints and greener footprints which Belgium is casting, and further taking inroads with green hydrogen, and also identifying certain areas of collaboration between India and Belgium as we work towards our shared prosperity and a more greener future. Thank you very much, sir. And now requesting His Excellency Dr. Philipp Ackermann, the Honorable Ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany in India. Ladies and gentlemen, as a student of art history and earlier being a political counselor in New Delhi, he brings in a very in-depth understanding of India's political landscape and the multifaceted relationship of both the countries. And just to mention on a very lighter side, that as he stands greatly interested in India and Indian art, he also grooved with his colleagues on the Natu Natu song at the Red Fort, and he's extremely fond of the Indian mangoes and also is learning Hindi. So, but coming back to on a serious note, we invite his views on the energy transition.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction. I'm not going to hold the speech in Hindi, don't worry. Honorable Minister, the President, Pandov Fiki, the Secretary, Didier, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for me to address you briefly. I think we are running short of time, so I'll try to brief on this very important summit. It's I think, on a very important matter, and pleasure to be here. Let me start with a fun fact. German-Indian energy cooperation goes way back, and I will tell you that the first deal a German company made in India was in 1867, when namely Siemens, a company well known to all of you, was laying the world's first undersea cable for electrical communication, London to Calcutta. This is really a long-standing cooperation, and Siemens, as other companies, for example Bosch, are here since 70, 80 years and work with India and in India on energy. Now, in the last couple of years, our governments have changed this energy cooperation profoundly because of the obvious necessity to change energy mixes and enhance everything that has to do with energy transition to jointly fight against climate change, creating more green jobs. That's basically the mission we have between our two governments. India is one of the priority countries within the German International Climate Initiative in a wide range of projects in India in the field of climate, renewable energies, and biodiversity, cooperate closely together on tackling these challenges. We have since 2006 a regular meeting group under the umbrella of the Indo-German Energy Forum, IGEF, to share best practice solutions. And I'm very happy that I think this afternoon one representative of IGEF from the German side will speak in this summit on a panel. In 2022, last year, when the intergovernmental consultations in Berlin took place under the leadership of Chancellor Scholz and Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, we concluded the so-called Green and Sustainable Development Partnership between India and Germany, and that's a very, very comprehensive partnership that in many ways helps energy transition. Now, to give you one example, if in Rajasthan a energy provider wants to change the mix of energy towards more of renewables, less fossil, this partnership allows this provider to get good funding and very cheap credits to. And in the same year, 2022, we had the Indian-German Green Hydrogen Task Force established with the aim to develop an Indo-German green hydrogen roadmap. So both our countries aim to triple the speed of renewable energy capacity. Let me say at this moment that when governments interact with governments, it is one part of the society only. One should not forget that in India particularly, many wonderful things happen outside the government, like in my country. I would say my experience with the private sector when it comes to India is formidable. I think there is a very, very strong push inside the Indian private sector when it comes to renewables. There is a very open-mindedness of the Indian private sector. I think one of the previous speakers mentioned this idea of can you have growth through decarbonization? I think the Indian private sector has answered this question and has said, yes, there is growth through decarbonization, and that's something where our countries can work together. I just want to say that many German medium-sized enterprises come to India in this context. For example, one example, Enercon, a small, medium-sized enterprise from the northwest of Germany, has 2 big plants in Tamil Nadu where they produce windmills and rotor motors for windmills in order to create energy. Let me just shift your attention briefly to Germany proper. We have now a situation where more than 50% of our entire electricity comes from renewable energy sources. On some days, we see even more than 100% of the electricity demand being covered by renewables. That's because of wind situation. That's a big plus. I have to say here that one state of India, which I quite like, has even exceeded this and has now 65% of its energy consumption coming from renewables is Karnataka. I mean, this is really world-class and as a leader, a world-class leader when it comes to generation of renewables for the electricity consumption. We have 8 gigawatts of offshore winds, which are currently connected to the German electricity grid, and tens of thousands of farmers are producing biogas for electricity generation. More than 40% of all solar panels installed in Germany are mounted on the roof of private houses and facilities belonging to farmers. Agrivoltaics, the combination of agriculture and large-scale solar installations, is foreseen to become an attractive new solar market segment. We are delighted that both our governments are dedicated to cooperate closer on the topic of agrivoltaics and support the joint development of new projects with involvement of farmers. So it's the people who benefit directly from the energy transition and have become part of it. The high acceptance for renewable energies amongst German citizens is largely based on their financial participation in renewable energy assets. Ownership in renewable energy assets by common people is probably one of the most important success factors for our German energy transition. This is required because we aim to become completely climate neutral by 2045 latest. This includes transports and all our other sectors. I have to say here that this has been enhanced and pushed for by the quite dramatic experience we made through the war of aggression by Russia in Ukraine, where we had to learn it the hard way that your dependence on one energy provider is very, very dangerous. Therefore, we have doubled our efforts to get more energy from renewables. I'd like to close on the hydrogen, because hydrogen was mentioned so often. I think hydrogen is a potential area of cooperation with India. We clearly need more green hydrogen. if we want to decarbonize our industry completely, and more hydrogen that we can produce nationally. We will have to import hydrogen or derived products on a large scale in the medium and long term. So the first international government-funded auctions for imports of green hydrogen derivatives have started this year, and I think the woman from ArcelorMittal mentioned that the price is just too high. We have to every effort to bring the price down. It's a global effort we can only achieve in cooperation with strong partners like India. I think that India is a potential exporter of green hydrogen at some stage, and Germany is very much looking forward to engage with India on the. But having said that, I think without the private sector, we will not achieve this aim of decarbonization quickly. So you are the pioneers in growing the renewable energy market in India and internationally. Germany is delighted to go this path towards climate neutrality together with the government of India, but also together with the private sector of India. And I wish you all a very, very fruitful and successful business meeting here on the renewable energy. I think it's a highly important issue. And again, I'm very grateful that I address you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency, for highlighting the Germans' approach to green energy and towards carbon neutrality, and further the areas of collaboration with India, the green hydrogen as the fuel of the future, as you see, and also complementing the private sector of India. Thank you very much. And now I would like to request the Honourable Minister, sir, to kindly release a report which has been prepared by Deloitte and FICCI. This is on India energy transition. Would like to request and invite Shri Shailesh K. Pathak, the Secretary General FICCI, and Mr. Anish Mandal of Deloitte, Partner Deloitte India, to please join us as we have the release of the FICCI Deloitte report on India energy transition. This FICCI Deloitte report, ladies and gentlemen, describes the three key pillars of India's energy transition: grid decarbonization, industrial decarbonization, and transport transition. The report further discusses the key building blocks of energy transition, the possible pathways, and the recommendations to achieve our climate ambitions. It also highlights the need of key enablers for energy transition, such as policy and regulations and low-cost financing, creation of a domestic manufacturing ecosystem. And now requesting the Honourable Minister for Power, New and Renewable Energy, Shri R.K. Singh Ji, for his inaugural address.
Mr. Kant Panda, the chairperson of FICCI, Shri B.S. Bhalla, the Secretary of New and Renewable Energy, His Excellency the Ambassador of Federal Republic of Germany, His Excellency the Ambassador of Belgium, Excellencies of the Dais, ladies and gentlemen. Let me tell you about how we see the entire landscape insofar as energy is concerned. When I was walking up here, I asked Surkant that what are the aspects you want me to add. And then I told him that, what I have in mind is, I'll tell you about the state of the play as I see it, where we stand as a country, what we are doing, what we see what we see is happening in the world in the field of energy, and in plain blunt terms. Now, the overall perspective is point-wise. That climate change is a threat. It's a clear and pleasant danger. We see evidence of it every day in the changing weather patterns. Like people all over the world, we see the effects of climate change. That's one, clear and pleasant. The fact is that we didn't cause it. Our population is 17% of the global population, 17.4, 17.5% of the global population. Our contribution to the global carbon dioxide load is 4%. The entire legacy carbon dioxide load, which has caused this climate change, this increase in temperature by 0.89 degrees or whatever, our contribution is 1/4 of our fair share, looking at the population, 1/4. We've contributed 4% of the entire legacy carbon dioxide caused this. The second fact is that even currently, our per capita emissions are 1/3 of the global average. We contribute about 2.19 or 2.2 tons per capita. The world average, which includes countries in Africa, South America, what have you, is 6.3 tons or whatever, 1/3 of the global. The developed countries are on an average emitting about 2 to 3 times the global average. So that's the state of the play. Now, if you want to tackle climate change in a fair and just manner, and you know, I've been just looking at the discourse that has been going around. That discourse is not addressing the key issue. The key issue is per capita emission. Well, the developed world, which sets a discourse, has been just shying away from. They don't talk about it. But that is the key. What are the per capita emissions? You want to get to net zero, basically everybody must bring down their per capita emissions to the global average or lower. Calculate what is the permissible carbon dioxide load if you want to keep the global rise in temperature to 1.5 degrees, and thereafter say that, okay, this translates to this much per capita. Now, our people worked it out, where, you know, it comes to about, you know, 3 or 4 tons per capita, etc. If you want to reduce it to keep the rise in global temperature to about 1.5 degrees. Everybody must come down to that, and that's what the discourse should be. But the discourse is not about that at all. Now, so as I said, we have not caused the disaster which is clear and present danger. We are not contributing to it, the population which we have, which is the only fair measure, the per capita emissions. But notwithstanding all this, our government is totally committed to, you know, leaving behind a healthier planet for our children and great grandchildren. And therefore, we are, no holds barred, we are the large, and the thing, you know, we are in the large economies, the only economy. Look at all large economies. We are the only economy whose energy transition actions are consonant with a sub-2 degree rise in global temperature. Only major economy. Now, one of the speakers mentioned the Climate Change Performance Index, CCPI. Now, that's been brought about by some NGO located somewhere in Europe. Now, that places us at 8th, but he is left, and that NGO has left 2 or 4 places vacant. So, actually, you know, we are the single large mega economy. You know, if you leave out the vacant places, in the first 3 places they have left vacant. So, if you add that, then we are actually 4th or 5th, and we are the only major economy in that 4th and 5th. only major economy. So we are actually the top major economy, even in that, by that NGO. So I've asked my people, I have asked the International Solar Alliance, and I have also asked, the other NGOs in our country which are looking at climate, to work out a fair sort of a ranking, and that fair ranking would place India at number 1 insofar as climate change action is concerned, insofar as energy transition action. And I'll tell you the reasons why. We are the only country which achieved all its NDCs good 9 years and 10 years in advance. We pledged in our first NDC that we'll reduce our emissions intensity by 33% by 2030. Now we achieved that goal in 2019, 11 years in advance. Now, despite the fact that our per capita emissions are one of the lowest in the world, not one of the lowest, one of the lowest in the world, in fact the lowest in the world. We pledged that by 2030 we'll have 40% of our capacity coming from non-fossils. We achieved that target in 2021. The International Energy Agency has called, and all these agencies have, concluded that our rate of growth of renewable energy capacity is one of the fastest in the world. Not one, it is the fastest in the world. It's the fastest in the world. Today, my renewable non-fossil capacity is almost about 188,000 megawatts. That's established capacity. 88,000 megawatts is under installation. We have pledged that by 2030 we'll have 500 gigawatts. I think we'll reach that well in advance. 188 plus 88 is 276,000 megawatts installed or under installation. And we would have actually installed all these 88,000 megawatts if the 2 years of COVID had not intervened. Then all this capacity which is under installation would actually have been installed, and I would have already had more than 50% of my capacity coming from non-fossils. Something which again, in Glasgow we upped our ambition, and we said that by 2030 we'll have 50% of our capacity, and our capacity is huge. Our overall, our present capacity is 424 gigawatts, 424,000 megawatts. And 50% of that is about 220 odd thousand megawatts. I would have crossed that by this year, what I had pledged that we will achieve by 2030. That's the rate at which we are adding renewable energy capacity. And we are adding that renewable energy capacity at that rate because my demand is growing at that rate. My demand is growing at that rate. So whatever demand is growing, I'm adding, I'm meeting that by adding renewable energy capacity, non-fossil capacity. No other country has been doing that. And our demand is growing because we are growing at 7.5%, 8%, and we'll continue growing at this rate, and my demand will continue growing at this. And most of my demand will be met by renewables, non-fossil. We have already, we have been coming out with bids for round-the-clock renewables, and the size of that bid will increase. We have been coming out with bids for round-the-clock renewables in using battery storage. We've now we've now started coming out with bids for round-the-clock renewables using pumped hydro. We have about 30,000 megawatts of pumped hydro capacity for which applications are already there. Sites have been identified. People have applied for clearances. 30,000 megawatts. Similarly, we already have, we've concluded a bid for 1,000 megawatt hours of battery storage, and another 3,000 hours of battery storage bid is out from NTPC. We have a production-linked incentive scheme for setting up capacity, manufacturing capacity for battery storage, which has been concluded. Another production-linked incentive scheme for setting up battery storage manufacturing here is going to come out for grid-scale storage. The problem also is that the developed world has been talking about how important it is necessary to carry out energy transition, but they have not done anything about it. So the total capacity for manufacturing storage is very limited, and all of it is in one country. So the talk was not backed up by any action in terms of setting up capacities. Otherwise, the cost of storage would not have been what it is today. I mean, the bid which we concluded, the cost of storage is 4 times the cost of energy. My renewable energy cost is about $3 US, 3.5 US dollar cents, and the cost of storage for an hour is 4 times that. 10 rupees per kilowatt hour, 2 rupees 50 paise for producing renewable energy, and 10 rupees, 4 times that for storing it for 1 hour. People have been talking about how necessary it is to fight climate change, and they've done nothing about it. That's the problem. That has to be faced, and somebody has to say this. And I say this. I sort of say this. You can't get to net zero unless you have round-the-clock renewable. Now, of course, now after Ukraine, the whole discourse has changed. Now, earlier people recognized that actually, they didn't even talk about the need for energy security. They didn't even talk about the need for access. Now, they started talking about energy security after Ukraine, and after you had that supply chain disruption. And that, you see, now, so the talk is that we shall not compromise with our energy security. Great. I also say that. I will not compromise with our energy. I am growing. I need to grow. For growing, I need millions of tons of steel. I need millions of tons of cement. So I will have that. I will do that. You've already sort of utilized that millions of tons of steel and millions of tons of cement by spewing carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, and you've reached where you have by doing all that. Now we have to reach there as well, and we shall reach there. Now, but we'll try and reach there in a cleaner way by using more and more renewable energy. But we shall reach there. That's the first point. There's no compromise on that. So we shall develop. Shall try to develop in a green way. But the first priority is that we shall develop. There will be no compromise with that. So we'll make as much steel as is necessary. We'll make as much cement as is necessary. We'll try to make it green. But the primary thing is that we shall make it. The primary thing is that we shall not allow a lack of electricity to hinder our growth. As I said, the demand is growing hugely. In August it went up by 20%. Otherwise, the last year it grew by about almost 7.98% or something like that. Before that, it grew by 6.7%. That's the rate at which my electricity demand is growing. So we'll meet that. Make no bones, and we'll meet that in a 24/7 way. So if storage is not available, if it's too costly, so my fossil fuel capacity will continue until storage becomes viable. That's a plain fact. Now you've got gas, or you buy gas, so you burn gas. I've got coal, so I burn coal. Now there also the discourse is sort of hypocritical. Basically in all these discussions which have gone, which have happened in all COPs, etc., that discussion has been about phasing down of fossil fuels, etc., and they mention coal. Why? Why not talk about all fossil fuels? You can't get to net zero by burning gas or by burning shale. So you must talk about phasing down of all fossil fuels. We agree to that, and not only phasing out of coal. As I said, you have gas, you burn gas. I have coal, I burn coal. Some other country which I shall not have shale, so they burn shale. Other countries use diesel and petroleum, and so that is the true reality. But notwithstanding all this, so that is as far as the world is concerned. That is as far as the discourse is concerned. The plain fact is that notwithstanding the fact that we are the lowest emitters in the world, we are a country whose energy transition, we are a major economy whose energy transition actions are the top ranked in the world today, number one. We achieved both our indices, and we shall achieve the further indices which we have pledged, again well before time, again well before 2030. We will achieve that 500 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity well before 20. We will have more than, by 2030, in fact, I will not have 50% of my capacity coming from non-fossils. I will have 65% of my capacity. And we will have further delinked our growth. As I said, we have already delinked our growth from energy intensity by 33% by 2019. And we shall delink it by further by 45% by 2030. And in fact, we will do that before that. So that is as far as the international context is concerned. As far as the Indian context is concerned, now basically what we have done is that we have opened the doors for it. That we have done across the board. So we've said that you set up renewable energy capacity anywhere in the country. We'll give you free transmission to wherever your industry is located. We have also said that you can do it yourself or you can get it done through a developer. We have written to all the industries that you have captive, which is fossil fuel based. We have requested all industries to switch to green captive from fossil fuel based captive. Green is cheaper. We've also already said that we'll give you free transmission. You can set up capacity in Rajasthan or Gujarat and transfer it to wherever your energy is. Now, some industries have written to me saying that, okay, but now the, transmission also. What we have done is we've added almost about 197,000 circuit kilometers to our transmission lines. We are today the largest integrated grid in the world. We've connected the whole country into one grid running on one frequency. 197,000 circuit kilometers we have added, our government has added since coming to office, so that you can set up capacity anywhere and transfer that electricity anywhere else. We've changed the rules. I mean, we've changed all the rules in the power system totally. The power system today is totally different from what it was in 2014. So earlier you used to get the connectivity, from point to point, that okay, you applied that I will set up capacity outside of Jaipur and then I'll transfer it to outside of Bhubaneswar or whatever, and then that that transmission connectivity used to be granted. We brought in the general network access. We've connected the whole country to one grid. It's an integrated grid. You get connected to the grid at any point. Then today you can get electricity from Jaipur. Tomorrow you can get it from Chennai. Third day you can get it from wherever, Pune, whatsoever, or you can sell anywhere. Just get connected to the grid. You only have to meet the cost of that interconnection, the few kilometers. Get connected. So that's general network access. So we made the whole country into one market. We already have a 5-wing, not one but 2 5-wing exchanges for purchase of renewables and fossil fuel, etc. We have specific products for renewable. So go ahead and do it. We provided for open access so that the states will not be able to, and all this we did in the beginning. That's what this government has been doing. That's what I have been doing. We've opened the regulatory, we've put in place the regulatory framework even before you started. And then we tell you that, okay, go ahead, we've opened, we put the regulatory framework in place. This is this. So that regulatory framework is in place. That open access is a right. We made it a right. If any regulator anywhere in this country does not give you that open access in 15 days, it will be deemed to have been granted. If anybody violates that, that regulator will be open to prosecution. So please write to me. If you don't get open access within 15 days, please write to me. It's your right. We've come out with, as far as rooftop is concerned, we've come out with rights of consumers. Read that rule, read all the rules we have come out. It's your right to set up whatever capacity you want of rooftop and use that for your requirements for commercial buildings or for industrial buildings whatsoever. And we have also capped the charges which different states can put on open access, so that you are not burdened with unnecessary charges. So if anybody sort of does not give you permission, delays permission, puts unwanted the cesses or whatever on renewable energy, please let us know. That regulator will be prosecuted. It's an open country and we want you to go green, because our government is very clear in its mind, notwithstanding the international context. For that international context, we discussed that in the international forum. But as far as we are concerned, we are a country which is leading in energy transition, bar none, and we shall continue to lead in energy, and bar none, because we believe in the environment, plain and simple. Now, one issue which was raised was about free transmission being available till June 25. Now that's not correct. That's not correct. Till June 25, if you set up capacity, renewable energy capacity, before June 25, the transmission of that entire capacity for 25 years will be free. That's what it says. If you set up your renewable energy capacity by June 26, then the transmission of 75% of that capacity will be totally free for 25 years. If you set up capacity by 27, then the transmission charges, 50% of the transmission charges will be waived, will be free for 25 years. That's what the rule says. And incidentally, I have seen all your sort of requests that this June 25 should be around 1 year. We are examining it. I reminded Bhupender, who was sitting beside me, even as you spoke, that just examine that and put it up. So we will consider that. We'll consider that. But the idea is that we are ensuring that you don't have any problems in going green. And as I have written to all your industry captains, that I want you all should set targets to number one. So this is as far as industries which use electricity. I want you to go green, number one. Number two, the industry itself. Now, I am not saying this, but all the international agencies, Bloomberg et al., they all have said that India has emerged as the most attractive destination for investment in India. We are the most attractive for investment in India. Every major fund in the world is invested here, and those who are not invested are missing out. We put in place, you talked about the contract. I mean, we put in place mechanisms to ensure that the contract is implemented. If you produce energy, we are the only country in the world I can claim that all the generators' energy bills are paid entirely up to date. You know why? We put in place rules which says that if a DISCOM does not pay, suppose the DISCOM draws renewable energy from you and they don't pay within 45 days, their access to the exchange gets cut off automatically. So we are the only country in the world where all the generators' dues are up to date. Like current dues are totally up to date. Name me another country. The legacy dues were 1,35,000 crores when we put this rule in place. Now we put rules in place for that also. We made installments and we said that okay, you pay the current dues. You also have to pay off the legacy dues in these installments. And the legacy dues have come down to about 66,000 crores. So today, all the GenCos are, their share prices are hugely up and they're all in profit. Because number one, the legacy dues have to be paid first, that installment has to be paid first, otherwise their connection to the exchange gets cut off. And that, not only that, in 30 days, I mean, first their connection to the exchange gets cut off. If they delay by a further 30 days, then 10% of their medium-term open access gets cut off. Thereafter 20%, thereafter the long-term access gets cut off. So nobody now delays, no DISCOM or no power procurer now delays in either paying the installments for the legacy dues or for paying the current dues. Now somebody talked about DISCOM viability. Now that's old story. When our government came to office, when I came, I mean, DISCOM viability was a concern, no longer. No longer. Why? What we did was, we said that, if you are making losses, the Power Finance Corporation, REC, which are organizations, which are NBFCs, non-banking financial companies, working under, they will not lend a penny to you. Unless and until you work out a trajectory for loss reduction, get your state government signature on it, if you are a the government company, and file it with us, and you adhere to that loss reduction. We said, we come out with various projects for strengthening the power sector. We said that we will not give you a single paisa grant if you are making losses, unless and until you work out a loss reduction trajectory and file it with us and adhere to that. So no grant, no loans. And I wrote to the Governor RBI and I said that this may be mandated for all the commercial banks as well. That DISCOM making losses, no grant, no loan, unless and until the steps to reduce the losses and become profitable are laid down and filed with us, countersigned by the government. As far as the private sector DISCOMs are concerned, they are already in a profit. And this has worked. So the net result is that the losses, AT&C losses, cumulative AT&C losses of all the DISCOMs have come down from 22.8% to about 16%. And this year's results indicate, the early results indicate that they have come down by another 3% to 13%. So all my DISCOMs are now viable, totally. That's what we've done, totally. And nobody thought that it could be done, but you did it. Because we put these rules in place and there is no compromise. I mean, the power gets cut off automatically. We made rules that suppose the government, there are different state governments which announce subsidy that 100 units free electricity for farmers or 100 units, 200 units free for the poorer consumers, etc. So some people ask me my take on this. I have no problem. You give free electricity to all the consumers, great. But the thing is that you don't want the consumer to pay. You must pay. The state government must pay because if you are announcing it. And we put that rule in place that if the subsidy which is announced and if it is not paid, the subsidy will not be passed out. And again, anybody violates that rule, he'll be prosecuted. So the subsidy payments are up to date now. So all the governments, that for Delhi government, 200 units free, etc. Yeah, Mr. Kejriwal used to go around saying that I have the technology. What nonsense! There is no technology for free electricity. I mean, if there were technology for free electricity, and the world would be nirvana. ऐसे jokers होते हैं, चलो. But but I said you announce 500 units free, but you have to pay. So they are paying. Every state is paying. Then I said, state government department dues, you must pay. Put them on prepaid. So they are paying. It's happening. So the power sector is totally different. And that's why the share prices of all the companies in the power sector have gone. And they'll keep going. Because I mean, now totally profitable. Now, the fact is that I am going to add 50,000 megawatts of renewable energy capacity every year. I need all that. I need all the cells, I need all the modules. So if you are in the module manufacturing and the cell module manufacturing business, that is going to be huge business for you. And already the industry has recognized that. So we already have about 25,000 megawatts of module manufacturing capacity. And we have another, under different PLIs, we have another about 48,000 megawatts of, the manufacturing capacity from polysilicon to modules, out of which 24,000 megawatts is just polysilicon, from polysilicon to the entire value chain, polysilicon to the modules. And the remaining 24,000 megawatts is wafer, cells, modules. But this is only as per the PLI. Outside of PLI, we have industries setting up huge capacities. So the total manufacturing capacity which is in the process of being set up is about 100,000 megawatts. And about 50% of that is from cells to modules. And why has that happened? Number one, because we are the biggest and fastest growing renewable energy market in the world. And number two, because we shall continue to be so. And number three, because we want to make in India. So I started putting up barriers, immediately after I joined, 17. I wrote, after about 6 months, I wrote to the Ministry of Finance that I want to put, actually what happened, I'll tell you. What happened was that, we have had manufacturing capacity, but the bulk of it, 80-90% used to come from other countries. Now the tragedy is that 90%, 99% of the manufacturing capacity of the world is located in one country, from polysilicon. That's time. So 95% of the cells and modules used to come from there in our country. We wanted to grow, but we wanted our renewable energy capacity to grow. We wanted to carry out energy transition irrespective of what the world was doing or saying, or saying and not doing, irrespective of all that, plain and blunt. But we said that we shall transit. My Prime Minister said that we shall transit. My Prime Minister said that by 2022 we shall have 175,000 megawatts from renewable energy. That's what he said. And we would have achieved it barred at 2 years of, because I don't miss out on goals ever. Throughout my career, I don't miss out on goals. So we would have achieved that if it had not been 2 years of COVID. So that's what drove us. So I said that we want we started this accelerating. Now that country, China, they started dumping. So we put anti-dumping duty on that, safeguard duties. That didn't work. So I wrote to the Ministry of Finance saying that, look, this is So you put duties, and I propose 25% for duty on cells and 40% duties on modules. So after some after some pursuing, the Ministry of Finance agreed, and so we gave an advance warning to all the developers that 1 year down the line this duty will come into effect. So that's what happened. It caused a disruption, I'll tell you later, because despite this 1 year's notice, many of the developers who had bagged contracts did not actually sort of take heed of that. That was one barrier. So, but that barrier, we said that we need to strengthen. So I said that we need to. So I came out with an innovative barrier, which is actually a non-tariff barrier, which is actually not very legal insofar, but let that be apart. So we said that we'll have an approved list of models and manufacturers, because so that we can assure ourselves of the quality. We do put that order in. That in effect that meant that before you could sell cells and modules in India, we had to be sure that the manufacturing process had integrity, that the manufacturing process was clear and there was no quality issue. So in effect that meant that you had to set up manufacturing capacity. We put that barrier in. Now we had two barriers. Of course, now what some of you did, what most of you did, was that because we put 40% duty, and because we also put up that other barrier, so you promptly hiked up your price by not 40%, by 45% and by 50%. That was wrong. You can't exploit the people under the guise of the barriers which have been set up by us for Make in India. So that message has to. There was just no reason for you to hike up the price of your product by 40%. But that the government is very clear about. We want Make in India. We shall have Make in India, but your pricing has to be fair. You will have these barriers. You will continue to have these barriers, both barriers, but keep your prices fair. We shall be the biggest manufacturers of the latest cells and modules. Another thing, this barrier will not work for cells and modules, etc., which are not state of the art. We want only state of the art. I'm from this country, I grew up in this country, whatever. So I am not going to have the ambassador culture. You don't have the ambassador culture? We had one car, the factory for which had been imported second hand from another, and that car used to be rolled out. And they would change the style of the bumper and say that, okay, this is new model ambassador, etc., etc., old technology. I will not have that. So the barrier will not apply to technologies which are outdated, plain and blunt. So but be up to date, and there is no bigger market, because we will continue expanding our capacities, but we will continue expanding our capacity with the best technology. So that is, as far as wind is concerned, our manufacturing capacity is already here. So that wind will happen, as wind is happening. Now there were disruptions in wind. Now those disruptions have been taken care of. One state came out with some sort of an order which said that you set up capacity, renewable energy capacity here. You can only set up renewable energy capacity here for consumption within that state. So I said, sorry, that won't work. So that barrier has been removed. So you can set up capacity in Gujarat or wherever, and that order has been issued. Go ahead and set up capacity. Set up capacities anywhere. Now some states have started, started levying some sort of an impost on renewable energy generation. For example, Rajasthan said 2 lakhs per megawatt or what per year or whatever. But that is illegal. That is illegal, and some states started imposing imposts on hydro. So we came out with a circular saying that that is illegal, you don't pay. Similarly, we are going to come out with a circular saying that any impost on generation is illegal. It's against the constitution. So no state has the right to levy any impost on generation. So go ahead and set up capacity. And go ahead and set up capacity, because we are growing. We shall continue to grow. We shall be the fastest growing economy in the world. That's what everybody says, because China's rate of growth has slowed down. and this will continue. So we need electricity, huge. So the demand everybody is aware of. I've already put in place a rule that nobody can do load shedding, because if you do load shedding, then you have to pay a penalty to the consumer. That already I have already put a ceiling on the exchange, so that it won't happen like it happened in Europe when you had the gas supply disruption and the price went up 10 times. Sorry. If your cost of manufacturing is X, the maximum you will be able to realize from the exchange is maybe 3x or 4x. That's the ceiling I have put. So no profiteering. But the demand is growing. Now, despite all this, the average price in the exchange has been in the region of 5 rupees, 6 rupees. The cost of renewable energy is 2 rupees 50 paise per unit. So now, actually, the DISCOMs are wanting to sign PPAs, but most of the capacities which are being set up, people want to sell in the exchange. They don't want to sign PPAs. Earlier, all the manufacturers, developers wanted to sign PPAs for 25 years at a fixed rate. Now, the DISCOMs are looking for capacity, and no developer wants to sign a fixed contract for 25 years at a fixed rate. So that's how the world has. But this is the world which will remain, because the demand will continue to grow, and we want that demand to be met through renewable energy. So I mean, there's a whole world out there for you to sort of make huge profits in, and this is going to be there for the next 30 years, 40 years. That's how long we shall continue growing at 8%, 10%. Now, already this huge capacity, transmission capacity which we have set, has already been choked because of this huge capacity addition which has happened. No other country has seen it. I don't know about China, because I never visited. I don't know what's happening there, but no other country has done. We are adding capacity. We are adding capacity as fast as possible. Now, some people came up with, have given us representation saying that this available connectivity has been exhausted. So this 25, this limit of 2025 should be extended by a year. We'll add capacity. We'll consider that. Now, the other problems. What are the other problems which you probably face? As far as green hydrogen is concerned, let me tell you one. We already have, the 5.8 million tons of green hydrogen manufacturing capacity in different stages of operation. Our green hydrogen is going to be the cheapest in the world, because our cost of renewable energy is the cheapest in the world. Our cost of setting up 1 megawatt of renewable energy capacity is $600,000. No other country can match. We have the land, we have the wind, we have the sun. So because our renewable energy capacity is the cheapest in the world, so therefore our green hydrogen costs are going to be in the world. So already have huge capacities coming up. Now here is what I see. Now what I saw was that when and again, as I said, we are going to come out with pilots for green hydrogen, green steel, green shipping, etc. We come out with bids for that. We are going to come out with a bid for round-the-clock renewable energy using green hydrogen as storage. Now, our estimates show that the cost of round-the-clock renewable energy using green hydrogen as storage would not be more than 6 rupees, which is how many? It's about 7 cents. So that happens. That's great. Now, once that price comes down, once the cost of the fuel cell and the efficiency of the fuel cell goes up, then the entire transition will be, my entire energy will be in round-the-clock renewable energy, irrespective of what people talk about and what people do or say the rest of the world, irrespective of it. But this is the future which India is looking at. This is the future which we are looking at. We are world leaders, will continue to be world leaders. Now, what I saw again, insofar as green hydrogen is concerned, is that different countries, I won't name countries, different countries went and signed agreements that, okay, I'll source green hydrogen from, Peru or Lima or whatever. And what's this? Now, we grew up hearing lectures about how important it is to have free trade. What happened to all that? If we are going to make green hydrogen at the least cost, and we already set green hydrogen standards. Our green hydrogen standards say that the making of green hydrogen end to end, the involved CO2 emission for all aspects should not be more than 2 kg. Now, this is the best standard in the world. No other standard, I mean European or otherwise, is equal to this standard. Our hydrogen will be the green hydrogen will be the greenest, is the greenest. That's the standard we have fixed. Why not have an open market? My question to my friends here. We've heard, you fought wars for free trade. You remember the war with Japan for free trade? What wars for free trade? What happened to all that free trade? Let's have a free trade on green hydrogen. Now, and suddenly I heard another discourse that, okay, now let's not talk about only green hydrogen, talk about clean hydrogen. Great. Now, clean hydrogen means that I want to make hydrogen from natural gas. The problem, of course, is that you make 1 kilogram of hydrogen from natural gas, you release 11 kilograms of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. Or you capture it and sequester it. Great. But where will you sequester it? Make sure that it doesn't leak back into the atmosphere. That's the point. And if the world is going in the clean hydrogen direction, then I would want the world to set up a body which monitors the sequestration to ensure that it doesn't come back into the atmosphere. Now another thing is that to help you green hydrogen, as I have already said, for setting up green hydrogen capacities, open access, free transmission till 2032. So great. Already my renewable capacities on the cheapest in the world. I am giving you transmission. So another distance. Already my green hydrogen costs are the cheapest in the world. I am coming out of something more. I have told my people in the Ministry of Power things which deal with carbon. Carbon trade was mentioned. Now we already have, the put in place mechanisms for carbon credits, carbon trading. Now basically, again, before we come to that, let me add a couple of points about the upper end of the value chain. Why am I so confident that I'll be able to add 50,000 megawatts per year of renewable? Why? Because we've changed the law. We passed an amendment to energy conservation, and in that amendment, we sort of provided for the government, central government, laying down trajectories for consumption of energy and for prescribing the percentage of green feedstock or green electricity which must be consumed on the overall basket of energy consumption. I think we are the first country in order to lowest emitters in the world, but we are the first country, and the penalties are stiff. So we shall say so the RPO, the new RPO which I have signed, is going to come out under that. So that means the renewable purchase obligation which we are laying down has to be followed. If any DISCOM or anybody which consumes energy, so who are the people who consume energy? One is that who consume energy through distribution company. So there we say that, okay, so the distribution company, we say that this percentage of the electricity which you supply has to be reduced. Now that can't be sort of, earlier what used to happen was that we would set a trajectory under the RPO and the State Energy Regulatory Commission would set a lower trajectory. Now that can't happen, that can happen no longer. So the DISCOM will have to follow the trajectory. So if we say that, okay, 30% of your electricity has to come from non-fossil, it has to happen. Otherwise the penalties are huge. One is through DISCOM, the other is through open access. That means you set up your own capacity and get open access. The third is through captive. Incidentally, about captive, again, there are so many points I sort of might miss. Now, as far as capacity is captive is concerned, we've already provided for group captive. So you don't need to own the whole capacity, renewable energy capacity. You can own only 25 or 26% of that. And if it's a group captive, then nobody can levy any nobody can levy any surcharges, etc. Go ahead and do it. As I said, I mean, you don't lead, I lead, and I have already led in every sphere. I have put in place rules and regulations to facilitate it, and now I am telling you to go ahead and do it. That's my role. You see, I sort of push you to go ahead and do it, and I'm just waiting. If for anybody to violate the regulator to violate that rule, I'll prosecute that regulator. Because if I provided a right under law, it's your right, and if anybody infringes that law, I'll prosecute that regulator or DISCOM or whosoever. I'm just waiting for a complaint. File a complaint, and I'll prosecute that. So that is as far as captive consumption. So the RPO it applies to the open access as well to DISCOMs. Incidentally, another thing which I have provided, you are a consumer, and it's a law. You are a consumer. You can say, I mean, the embassy of Germany can say, or the embassy of Belgium can say that from tomorrow, not give her, you have to give a notice of 30 days as far as I recall. For 30 days down the line, I want all the electricity supplied to me to be green, and the distribution company is obliged to make sure that that green energy is supplied. So it will be in the counting because of course they have a huge client base, but that's the right which you have. We give you that right. Use that right. You don't have to set up capacities yourself. You can ask the DISCOM to set it up for you, and you can say that I want in my account, I want the entire energy to be green. So do that. Go ahead and read all the rules we put in place post 17. Well, as I said, so ask for that. So that's why I am confident that this 50,000 megawatts of capacity every year, we'll add it. There's no problem. If some state or DISCOM defaults, we'll sort of penalize them. So we'll add it. Now, this is not counting the capacities which will be set up for making green and green. That's beyond the point. That also, as I have said, open access till 2030. And different states have started giving, the other concessions, land at 1 rupee per acre per year or per hectare per year. So that's why my green hydrogen and green capacities are so rapid. All that I want, and we shall be the biggest manufacturers. All that I want is that let's have an open trade, have open competition. Don't set up barriers. Don't set up barriers. That's what I say. Don't go and sign an agreement with some country without looking at prices. And you sign agreement with countries which don't even have a renewable energy ecosystem. I find that difficult to explain. Either actually, can you explain that? There you are. Nobody can explain it. But the countries who've done it, they need to be asked to explain it. Now, there's another thing which will make you competitive, very competitive, and that is carbon credit. So now I have asked my people to announce, we shall announce in advance that okay, if you for every kilogram of green hydrogen which you produce, we'll give you 5 carbon credits, 10 carbon credits. People will calculate it. I think it comes over 10. Let me not sort of prejudge them. So it will be a fair calculation. So you may produce 1 kilogram of green hydrogen. We suppose you are entitled to 5 carbon credits. That 5 carbon credits will go to you. Now, when you sell green hydrogen, you can agree to transfer out of that 5 maybe 2 or 3 carbon credits to the entity which is buying it from wherever. Now, many countries have already started approaching us to sign agreements. So we had, many countries we've got drafts from. Let's sign agreements for this, where the joint crediting mechanism. So we have an umbrella agreement. Under that, we provide that okay, the entities which get into agreements to sell green hydrogen and from our country, and the entities which want to buy green hydrogen in other countries, they can get into agreements that okay, so I'll buy green hydrogen from you, and for that along with that green hydrogen, I want so many carbon credits, etc., etc. They can get into agreements. So that's what the umbrella agreements we are getting in with all the major consuming countries. I mean, those countries which have a process, we are getting into that. Those countries which don't have process, they can see, they can decide whatever they want. But I have noticed one more trend, and that trend is that all these developed countries, at most of them, they are looking for carbon credit, huge carbon. Because you buy a carbon credit, you don't have to actually curb your consumption. You have the money, you buy the carbon credits, you don't reduce your, you don't have to bring down the number of SUVs have from 4 to 3 or whatever. So you don't need to reduce your energy consumption or you reduce your emissions. But I don't mind. Fine, you have the money, you can go ahead and buy the carbon credit. And as far as production of green hydrogen is concerned and the carbon credit, I'll give it hydrogen and green ammonia. And when you sell green hydrogen and green ammonia, you can add carbon credits along with that. Because why? Why am I able to spare that? Because I am able to meet my NDCs even without. Because of the huge energy transition which I am doing. Unparalleled. No other country can match this pace of energy transition. Now I am here to solve your problem. Whatever problem you have, that's what I was telling Subhakant. I am here to solve your problem. I am here to make sure that you can go green. I am here to urge you to go green. And I am here to urge you to take advantage of this huge market. Already, you see, on all these discussions in COP, I read about how necessary provide green, provide low-cost finance, how important it is, right technology. I haven't had any problems in either in technology or finance. I get investment. Every bid which I hold and all the capacity which I am setting up is through open bids. All the capacity, open bids, and all those bids are hugely contested. So I am getting investment. I haven't had to put in a single. I am getting investment, huge investment, and I'll keep getting those investments. Why? Because our systems are transparent. Our bids are totally transparent. We have payment security mechanisms, and the payment security mechanisms work. One state tried to, sort of play with the security of contract. We put that in. We put that state in, and now they have had to pay all the arrears. We are very clear on our mind. Totally transparent system, security of contract, security of payment, and the fact that God has given us a huge market growing rapidly, which has huge energy needs and a determination of a government to meet those energy needs through green energy. I'll wait, as I told Srikant, that I will wait the results of your confabulations through. I've asked Srikant to give me a summary of the action points for the government. So please give me the summary, and we shall make sure that we can remove any hurdles which are there. But till so far, the government has been leading insofar as the regulatory framework is concerned. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, sir. As you communicated, India is walking the talk and leading by example, and for the very bold, decisive and facilitating initiatives which the government is taking towards achieving its energy security in a very responsible and responsive way. Thank you for having this very candid talk with the industry and motivating the industry. Thank you, sir. And as we conclude this session, I request Shri Pinaki Bhattacharya, the Senior Member, FICCI, RECO's Council, and the Managing Director and CEO of Ampin Energy India, to kindly propose a formal vote of thanks.
So good afternoon. I will try to keep this very short. It was an amazing session. We just concluded a very enriching and energetic session where we had the opportunity to listen to Honorable Shri R.K. Singh ji, Minister for Power, New and Renewable Energy, about his thoughts in terms of the energy transition, way forward, and his vision for energy transition. Especially some of the things that I really enjoyed was how a lot of things in this world are a bit hypocritic, and it just and especially the measures that are being taken by his government are amazing, and the things are moving with a missionary zeal to make it a reality. So thanks again for taking out time from your busy schedule to be part of this gathering, and I also thank His Excellency Sir Didier van der Hasselt for joining us and sharing his perspectives and how we can strengthen our ties for mutual progress. I also thank His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Philip Ackermann, Ambassador of Germany to India, and for joining us and sharing his thoughts on the clean energy transition going forward. And it was really interesting to note that Germany and India have worked in this area for the last 150 years. Eye-opener for me. And through the India-Germany Energy Forum, there is a lot of action that is happening between the two countries. Last but not the least, I would like to thank Sri Bhalla, Honorable Secretary MNRE, for joining us and giving us an address and sharing the thoughts in terms of how they are leading the way in terms of the clean energy transition with a very difficult to win objective, because on one side we are trying to create an India which is self-reliant on its energy needs, and at the same time we have to keep up with the growth of the industry and meeting the energy demands of the industry. So it's a very tough job that Mr. Bhalla and his ministry are doing, and they are doing it exceedingly well, I must say. So what we learned today is that energy transition is a reality. We are indeed in historic times where essentially it is real, it is feasible, and it is growing with a momentum where the interim target of at 2030 for 500 gigawatts is quite sort of real, which makes India as the fastest growing and one of the most attractive renewable energy markets in the world. However, if we work backwards in the next 6 to 7 years, a lot of action has to happen, which is almost 50 gigawatts have to be added every year. So we have to make each second, each minute, each hour count towards that goal, because setting a target is important, but working towards it is also important. And I must congratulate the government for setting up a bid trajectory, which was the ask of the council last year also, of 50 gigawatts a year, because that actually drives us towards that goal and makes it very realistic now. But at the same time, for moving to the goal, there are actually 4 wheels which have to be synchronized together and move with a great speed. So the 4 wheels are: one is the financial markets, that is the debt and equity markets, which have opened the floodgates for investing in the sector. And have you heard from the Honorable Minister, this is perhaps the best market in the world to invest, and come with your low cost of capital here and invest in this sector. Second wheel, which is very important, is the industry. As we heard from certain panelists in the industry is all geared up for decarbonization, because it is just profitable to go green. You can reduce your operating costs, and there is a clear roadmap to go to green. So that's the second one, and we are happy to see the industry embracing that. The third is some of my fellow members from the FICCI Council, who are the fellow energy transitioners, because we are actually creating renewable energy solutions to enable you to transition. We are trying to work 24/7 to give you 24/7 power and make the country self-reliant in doing so also at the same time. But last but not the least, the sort of the main wheel in this is the government, and under the able leadership of Honorable Shri R.K. Singh ji, I have seen a missionary zeal in making this happen, and it is the most reactive sort of ministry we have seen in terms of addressing the requirements. They have come up with fantastic measures to make it a reality, to make it happen. For example, energy is a concurrent subject in India. One of the biggest issues was the center and state coordination. Because of the framing of the rules, for example, the Green Open Access rules, we can actually force the states which are not moving at the same speed as the center to also move, because otherwise this energy transition is not going to be a reality. So that's an amazing development. And also all the measures that he spoke about, that covers a lot of the asks that we have had, and we will continue to do so in terms of engaging with the ministry to have more asks to increase the speed. So once again, I thank you all for joining this August gathering, and all the participants, all the technical speakers to come, Honorable Minister, Honorable Secretary, the ambassadors for taking time from your schedule to make this happen, and a special a special mention to FICCI to organize this event, because it is in events like this essentially where all the 4 components which I spoke about can synchronize their thoughts, their ideas, to essentially move faster towards this goal of energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude the inaugural session. Our immense thanks to all the speakers of the session, to the Honourable Minister, to respected Secretary, sir. We'll just close with a group photograph of the dignitaries on the dais. Requesting you all, ladies and gentlemen, to remain at your respective seats, for we are going to be moving straight into the next session. So be at your seats itself. We'll just take a little 1 or 2 minutes to set the stage towards the next session. And we solicit your support in that regard. Thank you. Once again, thanks to all the dignitaries. Special thanks to our Honorable Minister, sir, to respected Secretary, sir, all the dignitaries on the dais. Seats, in the interest of time, no break. We are moving straight into the next session. Thank you.
have gathered to discuss and deliberate upon the crucial role of international collaboration in accelerating India's transition towards clean and sustainable energy solutions. Without further ado, allow me to invite our guest of honor, His Excellency Vincenzo De Luca, Ambassador of Italy. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big round of applause. Next, I'd like to invite our keynote speaker, Dinesh Jagsale ji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. Our session moderator, Sunil Jain, Operating Partner, SR, and our esteemed panelists to join us on the dais. Christian Valdez Carter, Tobias Winter, Evan Saha, Ashok Sharma, Vijay Shekhawat, Professor Agnes Narayan, and Nitesh Bhutada. I'll now hand over the stage to our session moderator, Sunil Jain. So please take the session forward.
Good afternoon, everyone. Maybe I'll join there. Good afternoon, friends. I know we are standing between the lunch. Don't worry, I'm sure we'll give you a stomach full of ideas when we debate on this session. Thank you, Vicky, for this India Energy Transition Summit 2023. I was just Googling and I found that energy transition is probably one of the most sought after word which people are Googling nowadays. And that reflects the importance of climate change itself. We find ourselves at a pivotal moment in human history where the urgent need to address climate change, reduce pollution and ensure sustainable development has become increasingly evident. The choices we make today regarding our energy sources and consumption patterns will have profound implications for generations to come. At a recent G20 summit, PM Modi spoke to the world leaders about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, meaning the world is one family, and gave a clarion call on the urgency of addressing climate change collectively as a family. A few years back, he had given another call of one sun, one world, one grid. What he was saying, he was walking the talk. And that has already started reflecting in the G20 summit announcement of Indo-Middle East Europe corridor for trade and energy. I think so all these actions speaks for themselves, that India has arrived on stage to also convince the world in energy transition. Energy transition refers to the fundamental transformation of energy systems and moving away from dominance of fossil fuels, embracing cleaner energy, more sustainable alternatives. It's an evolution that calls for innovation, collaboration, and collective commitment to build a greener and more resilient future. A large developing economy like ours of 1.4 billion people, India has already announced a net zero commitment of 2070 and meet 50% of its electricity requirement from renewable energy sources by 2030. It's not just significant, but for the entire planet. Good news is that clean energy transition in India is already well underway. India has partnered with the world to address climate change issues and support sustainability. The partnership is more so collaborating on renewable energy, nuclear energy, clean energy technologies, smart grids, research, non-conventional sources of power, and not to undermine the finance, without which, no matter what we speak, we would not be able to achieve our objectives of a cleaner planet. We are all looking to collaborate with countries of the world to set up strategic clean energy partnership pillars as a part of collaborative actions, and recently added a fifth pillar to work together on emerging fuels. This was reflected in the Global Fuels Alliance announced by PM Modi at the G20. Looking ahead, Honorable Prime Minister calls net zero targets of India as Panch Amrit. This Energy Committee recommends 5 forward-looking approaches that emphasizes the need of innovation, collaboration, and collective commitment to a greener and more resilient future. RE for India, apart from climate change imperative, has the potential to become a great economic growth driver, job creator, and put India on the global map in coming decades. There are immense opportunities to capitalize as we look forward to the next big goal of 450 gigawatt of renewables by 2030. This transition will require substantial investments, technological breakthrough, and supportive regulatory environment. It will demand cooperation among governments, businesses, academia, and civil society to overcome barriers and drive the necessary changes. As we discuss energy transition, and if the world has to achieve the global warming target, then we need to install 3 times more capacity from RE sources. It's easier said than done. This would require trillions of dollars of investments across geographies, and India alone needs around $500 billion in next 8 years. Given India's focus on net zero carbon emissions and the focus of this session, the fastest way to go about is innovative partnerships with international organizations and collaborations to drive home technology transfers for a net zero India and a net zero world. Energy transition calls for a holistic approach that prioritizes strong resolve, policy stability, energy efficiency, grid modernization, electrification of sectors, and an integration of emerging technologies. By these words, I would thank the august gathering here on the dais, and I would look forward to their comments. I would now start the panel and invite His Excellency Vincenzo Di Luca for his keynote address of this session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Jain. I'm so glad and honored to open this session after the introduction of our moderator. So glad to join this event of FICCI. With FICCI, we have a long-standing partnership to promote further investment and trade between Italy and India. And certainly, Italy and India have embarked on an intense collaboration focused on sharing best practices and experiences in green and energy transition, thanks also to the important consolidation of our bilateral relation. This year, we had here in India our Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni in the last summit in March, and also in a very important bilateral meeting on the occasion of G20, where we have reaffirmed our partnership, also addressing strategic global challenges like international crisis, climate change, food security, energy security, migration. More specifically, on energy transition, In the G20 Italian presidency 2021, we had another important meeting between, at the time, our Prime Minister Mario Draghi with the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, where a joint declaration on a strategic partnership between Italy and India on energy transition was signed by the two Prime Ministers. The outcome of a newfound diplomatic understanding can be seen in the excellent performance of our bilateral trade and the growing interest that Italian companies are showing here in India. Our bilateral trade reached a record value in 2022 of 15 billion euros. In just 2 years, our trade volume doubled, and India is now one of our main trade partners in Asia. The energy transition represents a priority for our two countries and can actively contribute to broaden the pool of technological development and innovation. The ongoing improvement of political and economic relations between Italy and India and Europe and India, including the recent strategic partnership, provide the business with a promising institutional framework. India set ambitious targets for 2030 and has been relaunching its effort to make energy supply sustainable and improve the environmental condition of its territory. Of course, when we talk about climate change action and climate change commitment all over the world, we talk about financing and we talk about sharing technology. On financing, we have a further challenge because now we have to provide sufficient resources both to address the issue and the challenge of climate mitigation. At the same time, we have to address our resources for climate adaptation. And it was one of the issues in the last COP in Egypt, will be one of the issues in next COP in the Arab Emirates next November. Italy, on its side, holds some important records in terms of technology. We contribute to the financing of action to climate change in developing countries through a fund that was committed by Italy in the conference, in Paris conference, and now we have allocated around 6 billion euro. 70% of our fund will be destined to Africa, because as we have seen also in the G20, for India and for Italy even more, Africa is one of the focus and Global South is the focus of the international or the multilateral organization. And we welcome the African Union becoming a permanent member of G20 that now became G20 plus. Of course, Italy can not only provide our contribution for financing, but also sharing technology and expertise in fighting climate change. Italy is a leader in the circular economy. In Europe, Italy recycles more of its total amount of spatial and urban waste than any other country, 79.4%, above the European average 48%. A result that leads to an annual reduction in emission amounting to 23 million equivalent tons of petrol and 63 million equivalent tons of CO2. Thanks to the contribution of secondary raw materials recycled at national level, as well as important secondary raw materials and those internally recycled, the Italian manufacturing industry achieved a circularity rate of around 50%. There is a reason. Italy has not been a producer of energy. We do not have energy sources. So we have adapted our industry since a long period of time to be at the maximum level energy efficient. And also in efficiency, when competing on green matters and quality, Italy leads the way in Europe with this efficiency index for using resources, an indicator that takes into consideration productivity when using raw materials, water, energy, and the intensity of greenhouse gas emission. result linked to green investments. A third of Italian manufacturing companies have made eco investment over the last 5 years. On average, these companies have increased their turnover, export, and generated more employment. For example, we have leader companies in sustainable agriculture, such as Planet Farm, which produce in vertical farm with no waste of water, soil, and energy thanks to top-notch innovative technology. The world's largest operator in renewables is Italia, Enel, with its subsidiary company Enel Green Power, is the largest private operator in the world in the renewable sector with 53 gigawatt of administrative capacity from wind, solar, geothermal, and hydroelectric plants located in Europe, America, Africa, Asia, and Oceania. In India, Enel Green Power has an installed capacity of 1 giga and started a mega factory of solar panel in Sicily to build a new generation of these products. Enel is also the top Italian company for installing and managing smart grids. Recognition of Enel's constant commitment in terms of sustainability is confirmed by its position as one of the leaders in the top ESG ratings. Italian companies continue to invest in energy transition. We are a natural partner to develop innovative solutions. In terms of technology, research and investment, we have 5 pillars in the partnership with India: renewable, hydrogen, digitalization of electricity distribution, biofuel, green mobility. In the framework of a strategic partnership for energy transition, the new collaboration between Italian and Indian companies such as Enel and Maire Tecnimont will provide concrete investment opportunities in energy efficiency, automation, and digitalization of distribution network. We also created a working group within our Chamber of Commerce in India, specifically dedicated to green hydrogen in order to provide innovative solutions to the Indian partners. By the way, Vietnam has launched a feasibility study for the transportation of hydrogen in the gas pipeline. Also in biofuel, we have leader companies like Eni, which has been converted refineries in high-tech biorefineries, for example in Venice, to supply the growing demand of biofuels. Moreover, Italy is initiating a member of the Global Biofuel Alliance, launched here in Delhi on the occasion of G20. With regard to international collaboration, it is key to address the international, national, and private financial support, balancing the needs and the expectation of all the stakeholders. And as I said, we have already activated our own climate fund. Also in this field, Italy and India can make a joint endeavor to support the goal of a sustainable transition on the global scenario. What I have to say as concluding remarks, Italy and India are two very important manufacturing countries. And India wants to become a global platform for manufacturing. Manufacturing will make the difference in terms of development of research for energy transition. We need more capacity in terms of manufacturing all over the world. And certainly Italy, Germany, Europe, and India can provide solution and capacity to address those issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, His Excellency, for your very insightful address on Italy's progress on climate change and how we can collaborate. Before you leave, I know you are in a hurry. I have just one question.
I'm sorry, I have to leave after the intervention because it was supposed to be well before.
So just one question. On the G20 summit, I understand has been a great success amongst all the G20 nations. How do you see the Indo-Middle East-Europe corridor as a future helping energy transitions around the world and Europe?
I think this is a very, very important corridor because this corridor will link Europe, Middle East, Indo-Pacific, India. Why it's important? It's important because we need a diversification of corridor. It's important we can offer solution to some of the energy security challenges, but I would add also it's important to increase connectivity between Europe and India, both physical and digital connectivity. Physical means more partnership between Italian, French, Greek, Spanish, European ports with Indian ports through Middle East corridor. But also the digital connectivity, I can tell you that the most relevant project on connectivity is going on, is already a first step of this corridor. This connectivity cable that will start between Marseille and Genova in Europe, France and Italy, then go across the Middle East to Oman, then land to Mumbai, India, is made by the Italian telecom company Team Sparkle, by Google, and by the Omanite mobile companies. So it will be a state-of-art cable with a very high capacity that will allow more exchange in terms of digital platform and digital connectivity. So this corridor is very important for Italy and for India. Of course, Italy is also a hub for gas between Europe and Africa, more and more, thanks to diversification from the Russian previous supply, and also is a connectivity hub for maritime partnership between Europe and India. So we strongly support and we join this project. Italy, France, Germany, European Union, US, Saudi Arabia, Arab Emirates, India. Thank you.
So how do you see India as an investment destination?
India investment destination will become more and more crucial for all European countries. And I think that the game changer will be the free trade agreement and investment protection agreement. Once we have this agreement, also the corridor will make more and more sense in terms of partnerships, in terms of connectivity, in terms of infrastructure. I'm sure that this free trade agreement, I hope we will make progress soon in the coming months, and we'll have this agreement together between European Union and India, because India is one of the most important markets in the world, but is also a platform for manufacturing, as I told you before. But Europe certainly is one of the most important markets in terms of technology, in terms of regulation, in terms of companies, and nevertheless is the first trade bloc. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, His Excellency.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sorry, sir, please. We are also sorry for this delay. Thank you
so much.
Thank you, His Excellency. May I now invite Joint Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, also a dear friend, Shri Dinesh Jagdale, for his keynote address.
Thank you, Sunilji. Thank you. Wonderful to be amongst the esteemed panelists here today. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I think I should really thank Vicky for getting this topic for all of us to deliberate when we have just successfully concluded the G20 summit, but also what lies before us in the coming decade and beyond, which obviously the hot and the dear topic for all of us is the way the energy transition will happen and the way India will lead into or further lead into the kind of pace at which we have to achieve the energy transition. For the last 10 years, if we see the data and our demand in terms of the electricity, of course, if you look at only the electricity part, not really linking it to the energy. Obviously, it will be much more than what we think. But electricity itself, for the last decade or so, has grown. The requirement has grown at more than 5.5% year on year. And I believe that this demand for electricity in the coming decade will further increase, and the pace at which we need to provide electricity would increase. I think we have seen this over the last year or so after the COVID pandemic, what has happened and how the electricity demand is increasing. And obviously the economic expansion that our country is going through and will achieve over the next couple of decades, as I can say, there will be tremendous opportunities for all of us to really adopt novel technologies in accelerating in a very accelerated pace, scaling up these which will require enabling policies and regulations. And obviously, as Sunilji also mentioned, the Excellency, the Ambassador also mentioned about the mobilizing the low-cost financing that is really required to support investments. My ministry, the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, I am sure you have heard our Secretary and the Honorable Minister talking about the kind of policies and the kind of rapid reforms that have been brought in over the last couple of years. But what is important is traditionally MNRE has looked into this climate transition or energy transition, we can say, since last 30-40 years. But the pace and the urgency that we are all feeling, MNRE has lived up to those. And there are examples which are before us, and the future that the trajectories have been set in order to enable energy or electrifying the grid is phenomenal, as I can say. And you as a private sector have contributed, and it is mostly investments coming through the private sector. And I applaud you. Also, they applaud the financing in community, the investors who have relied and who have taken the confidence out of the policies and regimes that we have, and the kind of ecosystem that the manufacturing companies have evolved in India. We all should really congratulate this entire community that is getting and that is helping us to get this space. Obviously, it is important for all of us now to look at what is next. As we keep on increasing our RE into the overall electricity mix, there are a couple of technologies which we need to really advance on. Obviously, battery storage comes in, and I think I may not add battery, but energy storage comes in one of those. And plus, moving on from the conventional solar and wind, we'll have to look at other opportunities in solar, other opportunities wind, probably offshore wind, which we are trying as a ministry can play a pivotal role in shaping our energy landscape. Now, when it comes to adoption and commercialization of these new technologies, international cooperation, which is the topic for the current discussion, and I believe international cooperation is not a mere option, but an imperative requirement. By pooling resources, expertise, knowledge across nations, we can expedite the deployment of innovative technology solutions. And some of our actions over the last 2 years, probably the production link incentive, you may say the green hydrogen mission, you can say the electrolyzer manufacturing, which is now on records to come very soon. I think all this will, all this endeavor, international cooperation is going to play a key role. And while our government is trying to bring in conducive policies to shape up these, I can give you a couple of examples, and the Excellency has left. Apart from Italy, we have Norway, we have Germany on the dais, we have US. In all these countries, we have taken very good kind of relationship that we have, the kind of JVs, the kind of MOUs that are happening on the joint working group, the joint task forces. And that are now realizing into very tangible infrastructure projects, whether it's green hydrogen, whether it is the solar manufacturing, whether the new and innovative ideas on solar, whether it's the offshore that I am going to talk a little bit more. But recently, as you must have seen in the news, India and US also have agreed on a renewable energy technology action platform. In short, we are calling it RETAP. But this RETAP is looking at to what is really required for the Indian technologies to move forward in accelerating the pace, in bringing down the cost. Therefore, this energy transition will become commercially more affordable, and therefore we can further get a consensus on how, from a consumer perspective, how soon and how fast we can accommodate that. These are some of the examples, but there are many countries we are looking at. We are looking at the eastern sector: Japan, Korea, Singapore, Australia. We have a good declaration of intents. We are doing a lot on solar manufacturing. We are doing a lot on electrolyzers as well, because every country in this space is doing a lot, and therefore collective collaboration in this effort is going to help each other. It's a partnership that we are looking at that will help both countries. Under the partnership, the entire world will get benefit out of that. So considering the scale, the further, as I earlier mentioned, in fact, in the energy transition working group meetings we had in G20 and the energy transition ministerial, and further in the G20 leaders declaration, low cost financing has come up very prominently. We are now further working with the MDBs and the International Finance Institution. We have a colleague from State Bank of India here on the dais, but I think what is important is to now see what we can further do to get down, bring down the cost of finance that will help our new and emerging technologies, which are prominently the storage, the hydrogen, the offshore wind, which will require some hand-holding, initial hand-holding, and cost of finance will definitely play a role to bring down the cost. So that is one area we are looking at countries, we are looking at partnership with MDBs, and going forward from the Leaders Declaration Summit, we have taken we have initiated actions so that we continue the dialogue with those institutions whereby they can collaborate and contribute in lowering the cost of finance. Secondly, I think technology comes a very important role. So areas where technology is in an advanced stage, India would be benefiting from those, and that is why the cooperation and the MOUs with the countries which I just mentioned, and we are ensuring that there is a continuous dialogue between these. Our institutions, whether it's our own MNREs at R&D institutions or institutions from IITs and other leading academic institutions, are a part of this strategy. More has happening in the solar sector in terms of alternative use of material or alternative to silicon, but also looking at efficiency improvements, which is primarily for our growth. Storage, as I mentioned, would be another important element for us to look forward. Since we have Tobias here, we have done a lot on standard certifications in terms of collaborations in terms of the solar, but I do see that we will also have to lot to work on the hydrogen standards, which under the G20 declaration we have a high level, principles, high-level principles on green hydrogen as well, which have adopted. So we'll continue to work on that. So our demands are increasing. Our areas of focus, as I say, renewable energy is our core mantra for ensuring that the additional increment energy electricity needs of the country are met to the maximum extent. Green hydrogen we are promoting to decarbonize the hard to abate sectors, and we are moving from conventional to try and see whether the innovative solars or offshore wind will play. We are bringing out policies, we are supporting it with the kind of budgetary support that is required for initial handholding of such technologies. Offshore wind also we are working on that. So with this, I won't take much time, Sunilji. I think there is a lot of panel members here to hear from them. But I see that this collaboration, international collaboration, is a key at MNRE. We value the partnership with each and every country we have, and our endeavor is to see that we get value for both the countries under this partnership. I stop here and look forward for the engaging discussions we'll have here. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Dinesh Jagdale, for your perspective from government's point of view. Just one question, you did talk about the government collaborations and all. Now these G2G agreements, you think they will accelerate the energy transition in India and in the entire energy system?
Sunilji, I see a lot of value in that, and in the recent past, what we have seen is I can give an example. Very recently, after the Prime Minister visited United States, there was this RE-TAP, as I mentioned, and when we went to see the kind of progress that some of the laboratories are doing there, that exposure for our institutions to go there and look at the progress that is happening in each, and whether it's offshore, whether it's green hydrogen, whether it's electrolyzer with solar. I think getting those exposure to those technologies, standards, certifications, testing methods, testing methodologies, development of alternative material. I'm sure we will be able to take leap forward in this. Now it is in between us as institutions, as ministry, and obviously some of the associations are a part. FICCI is also a part of our green hydrogen standard certification program. I think we will collectively have to ensure that these partnerships materialize and at the pace at which we want to. And I do a lot of confidence on this, and will continue our endeavor in that perspective.
Just one more question to you. While we talk of technologies, R&D and everything, how is the G2G collaboration happening on the markets? Like we offer an offshore market to European Union. Does European Union offers us a green hydrogen market which they are not able to develop at a cost-effective manner?
Absolutely. And you mentioned very rightly, we are looking at very so the trade partnerships. Trade is obviously is important in this core area of our partnerships, whether it's Germany, whether it's UK, whether it's Denmark, whether it's Norway. We are looking at that opportunities. We have already started discussion on the opportunities that prevail, and especially on green hydrogen, and especially under the Article 6.2, under the joint crediting mechanism, under carbon credits. We see a lot of value there. Our product reaching to those markets, their investments coming to India, so there can be a bilateral benefit that we are eyeing for.
Thank you so much. When we talked about green hydrogen, Norway cannot be far behind. May I welcome Mr. Christian Valdez Carter. He is the Country Director, Innovation Norway India, and Commercial Counselor, Royal Norwegian Embassy, New Delhi. Thank you for being on this panel.
Thank you.
My first question to you, how can India benefit from Norway's leadership in hydrogen, particularly green hydrogen production and fuel cell technologies, promote development of sustainable hydrogen economy in India? Do you think technology transfer to India with low-cost manufacturing can benefit both countries?
Absolutely, but first of all, thank you for having me, and second, congratulations to Vicky for providing. The most important part, it has emerged as the most important part, is energy, and that is because we are very much basing this on complementarity. So it's not only attractive for Norwegian companies or for the Indian side to get technology transfer from Norway, but you also see a lot of benefits from being in the Indian market and also attracting Indian companies to Norway. And in fact, just to give you a couple of examples, Cochin Shipyard in Kerala are building the most advanced fully electric autonomous vessels for Norwegian ship owners. They're actually helping us executing our own transition in Norway. We also have companies like TCS, Wipro, HCL, now Infosys setting up offices in Norway and serving our own energy. So it's not only coming from Europe and implementing our solutions, it's also about this mutual beneficial partnership. As far as technologies are concerned, and learning from Norway, given that your question was very much based on that, green hydrogen is nothing new for Norway. We have been producing it for more than 100 years, and it was actually our first industrial adventure. It was based on hydropower and electrolysis of water to produce fertilizer. Then the oil and gas era came, and we very much turned away from green hydrogen because gas was at a better price. It was easier for us to actually execute gas projects in oil and gas. But now we're sort of going back to our roots because we are indeed in the need of conducting an energy transition. So based on, let's say, our history and the fact that we have been producing green hydrogen for a century, and with the oil and gas competence that we have developed for the last 5 decades, we are sort of leveraging this competence and now moving into a sustainable path also from the Norwegian side. Having said all of this, the total installed the installed capacity of energy in Norway is around 39 gigawatts. And that's nothing, remarkable about that, but we have almost 98% renewable in energy mix. At the same time, we are one of the world's largest producers and exporters of oil and gas. So in many ways, we are facing the same challenge as India. We're too dependent on oil and gas because it contributes to our export revenues, right? We have to become more independent from oil and gas, but from a different angle than the Indian side, right? Because you're importing, $165 billion a year. So we are facing the same challenge, and I feel that the way that we are sort of taking this bilateral cooperation, both on a G2G level and also at a B2B level.
Jane, sir, I don't know if it's so much about German technology being brought to India. I think it's same as a friend from Norway just said. Right now, if you really look into the real discussions between both our governments, and I think Ambassador had mentioned Germany, India. No, we have the Indo-German Energy Forum, we have the Indo-German Green Hydrogen Task Force, we have the Green and Sustainable Development Partnership. So there is a lot of MOUs, and you were asking, are they important? Yes, they are important, because then credit lines, technical cooperation, and those kind of things follow, and they then benefit the private sector. But if it comes to the real discussion on the ministry level right now between EU and India, and that also means a lot between Germany and India, we are talking about diversification of supply chains. And if we talk about diversification of supply chains, we talk about supply chains which are green, because Europe only wants green products. And how do you decarbonize? Okay, Germany, how we are doing it. First, electrification. Second, electrification. Third, electrification. Whatever we cannot electrify, maybe we will need some hydrogen. How is the hydrogen being done? Electricity. So at the end, it comes to like full electrification, whatever is possible. And certainly this electricity has to be green. And there India comes into the picture. And I was really, Sri Jagdale ji, when our minister, Vice Chancellor of Germany, Minister Habeck, when he came here to India and he spoke to the German industry leaders here in India, because we all know Bosch, Siemens, and so on, they're already here. You know what he said? And I was kind of like, wow, how open he is. He said to everyone, you know what? International, commercial affairs, more and more now become electricity affairs. I was like, wow. And you know what? In the ministry, the energy partnerships, no, we were always at the international cooperation division and so on. You know, all these energy partnerships Germany has, they have been shifted to the foreign trade division. Wow. So the minister is really taking it seriously. He says green electrons are the ingredient of the future. And the lower those green electrons cost, the more advantage somebody has. And India may not have the best sunshine conditions in the world, but they're pretty good. And India is able to harvest the sun at the lowest cost in the world. And that's more important than having the best sunshine. You have the third or fourth best sunshine compared to Chile or Morocco, but you're able to harvest it. What did ministers say? 2 to 3 cents per kilowatt hour, and cost still coming down. But then I always hear, okay, but winter, the sun is not shining at night. We need to have storage and so on. But German companies like Windgard, they made a screening of India and they said, let's don't look where wind is generating most throughout the year, max kilowatt hours per year. Let's look where the wind is blowing mainly when the sun is not shining, in the morning and in the evening. And tada, India has fantastic conditions for generating the wind in the morning and in the evening. And that's why you also see the price of green hydrogen in India maybe coming so much down, because you are able to do round the clock. So now I'm asked, like, okay, then German collaboration and what's of interest? Okay, diversification of supply chains, but they have to be green. And yes, Germany wants Indian green hydrogen. Germany wants cheap green hydrogen. If it's from India, then good, if it's cheap. But if India has the cheapest power, then the green hydrogen will be also the cheapest. And then again, no, we are looking into gray hydrogen. India already is what? The third largest gray hydrogen producer and consumer in the world. So if you're already the third largest gray hydrogen producer and consumer in the world, if you're already an elephant in the room in gray hydrogen, you have the lowest cost of electricity. I think there is almost no doubt that India also will become the elephant in the room in green hydrogen. And I think this alone should be interest enough for the world having a closer look on India. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, somebody else ate our lunch today in the timing, so I have been told to, reduce the question hour. Can I move to Shri Ivan Shah? He's the chair for FICCI Solar Manufacturing Task Force and a whole-time director and CEO for Vikram Solar. We've all talked about deploying renewables and green energy and wind and solar and hydrogen. Let's hear from Ivan about the challenges and what collaborations he needs for deploying manufacturing in India. So, Ivan, how can international collaboration accelerate the adoption of new technologies into India and accelerate this Indian transition targets?
Yeah, thank you. Again, thanks to FICCI for inviting me on this panel, esteemed panelists. Truly the whole industry, manufacturing sector, country, solar manufacturing sector, they are going through a massive change now. As the minister cited in great detail about past years that this actually incentives have been put, barriers have been for tariff and non-tariff barriers. That has really helped the industry manufacturing sector blossom out. India has been very renowned for a high quality labor, low cost labor as compared to Europe and other countries, of course, as compared to China as well. However, the missing part that we had was scale. That scale is now being, thanks to MNRE and the government of India for bringing in LI, etc. What really now is needed from the manufacturing standpoint across the value, talking about solar, but it applies to other sectors in hydrogen, riser manufacturing, or storage, is not only to commercialize the advanced technologies that exist in the world, whether it is in terms of higher efficient products or higher efficient services that are available. Not only to commercialize that in the immediate time frame, but also commercialize it and bring the cost down, or bringing in large scale manufacturing excellence into that into our country. But it also, what we need also is to invest today in the technologies that will be applicable maybe 5 to 7 years from now. So setting up technology partnership for the future across different parts, different geographies of the world, I think that is the key. Because yes, you have to deploy today whatever is already available at a competitive cost here, but also you will have to also get to for the future generations of products. You have to invest today in technologies which are today in the lab scale. That's one. The other thing that we have seen happening is what Tobias mentioned, diversification of value chain. Most of the advanced countries today, they have two options. One is buy from China, okay, and the other is buy from any other country who can make who can make the product with almost equal or competitive costs, China, but they don't necessarily belong to the Chinese ecosystem. In that, I think India has a. That's why we see today, based on US incentivizing manufacturing, setting up manufacturing, there are a lot of Indian companies who are trying to offshore their manufacturing in solar to the US for feeding the US market. And that's a huge opportunity for Indian solar manufacturing. It was not so maybe 1 year ago, but based on IRA guidelines, US has completely shut China off from their manufacturing or their export an option. So given all that fact, I think both in terms of technology import or technology import for the next generation of products, as well as for internalizing whatever we have today, ramp up quickly in a speedy manner and become competitive as an alternate supplier, most of the Chinese economy. I think that's a critical role. India has much more to get from the world as well as to give. I'll pause here in the time, but
thank you, Ivan. That was very insightful. Thank you. Well, I think so. The man for the moment on this panel should be Mr. Ashok Sharma, Chief General Manager, State Bank of India. You know, whatever we talk about collaborations in technology and supplying and buying, nothing is possible without money. So, Mr. Sharma, I just want to ask you because, well, I would have loved to ask you many more questions, but the one question which I want to ask you is, how can collaboration between public and private sectors as well as international multilateral development institutions accelerate the funding and implementation of energy transition? And slight elaboration, how do financial institutions look at deployment of new technologies which are yet to be commercialized in a full scale and funding them, take them to scale?
Good afternoon. Thanks, Vicky, for having me here. Give me some liberty. I'll just set the tone. You said the money matters. All India Scheduled Commercial Bank is gross bank credit is one indicator which tells you whether we have the money or we don't have. I'll just give you some numbers. March 2010, our gross bank credit was 31 trillion INR. 2015 doubled, 61 trillion INR. 2022 again almost doubled, 119 trillion INR. Today we are at 148 trillion INR. Now this 148 trillion INR can add NBFC credit. I don't have the latest number, but I have September 22, which was around 22.5 trillion INR. From 22.5, roughly 1/4 we knock off because NBFCs also borrow from the banking system. If you add even 15, 150 plus 15, 165 trillion INR is the number that is the credit available in the country. So how much of this credit is coming to the commercial sector, which includes infra, non-infra, clean, all that? I'll give you RBI data. 2012-13, the number was 14.36 trillion INR. Currently, the number is around 30 trillion INR. Now, whether this 30 trillion INR is the domestic money or also overseas money. If I take you 2012-13 number, roughly 22% money was the overseas money. If I take today's number, 2022-23, only 12% is overseas money. That means country has adequate money, it has been generating adequate money, and this 30 trillion INR has been generated in single year to support the needs of the country, needs of the commercial sector. Second part, I just again taking liberty from a friend, whether the cost is right or wrong is an often debated question. We were working with Ministry of Health on some project. So they were saying that if they give a 15-year money to Government of India, it will be so far plus 1%. 5.5 or 5, whatever you take, plus 6%. And if you hedge for 15 years, another 7%, 13%. My friend Vikram Solar, they are here. Ask them. Or if you offer more than 9, probably he will be very unhappy. Money in India is available from 9 to 10. So how do you compare this costly or right price? If your revenues are in rupee, the price is right. If your revenues are in dollar, probably you need to look at the dollar funding. Pricing is not wrong. Second thing, currently the MCLR is 8.5 typically for almost all the banks. We have also seen the days of 7%. So this can further go down to 1.5 when the things are right. Coming back to Jan Saab's questions. We have been partnering a lot of institutions, a lot of MDBs, to name IFC, NDB, KFW, many other, World Bank of course. We have been working very closely with them to understand how do they look at other countries, what are the best practices in other countries. Partnership have already been there. In terms of whether the banks are okay in supporting the technologies which are not commercially tested, the answer is difficult. We try to understand whether the technology has successfully been tested. If not, probably we wait a little till technology has been tested, then only we put our money. I think I have said the background. If anything more you would like to.
Thank you, Mr. Ashok. So, as per him, the money is available. The money is not an issue. The prices. May I now invite Shri Vijay Shekhawat. He is the Director, Energy, Infrastructure and Sustainability, US-India Strategic Partnership Forum.
Thank you, Sunilji.
So, Vijay, I would, because of interest of time, I had a couple of questions, but they've told me that you can only ask one.
I will be very quick, and I will just because we already have a small capsule on what India is doing on the policy front in energy transition. We'll only focus on what US is doing and where the collaborations are happening.
So, okay, so what? My question to you is, what role India is expected to play in global energy transition?
Yeah.
And can you please share the key areas where US and India are collaborating in the energy space?
No, definitely. I will tell. You know, the bedrock of any international collaboration is that what promise the country is giving, whether in terms of government, whether in terms of the private sector collaboration, and what number of life it is touching in terms of energy transition. The strategic relation between India and US have never been so dynamic, as both countries are collaborating almost on every front. Whether you talk about semiconductors, defense cooperation, technology to new energy. And the two governments enhance their focus on the strategic clean energy partnership, where we are focusing on some of the key areas, whether renewable oil and gas, emerging fuels, power and energy efficiency, renewable energy and sustainable development. And this is across three key ministries: Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, and Ministry of Power. And there are certain areas where we are focusing on our sustainable clean energy partnership. One is hydrogen. And what hydrogen has done is it has put every country on the same line, same startup line, because the focus is again on what will be the offtakes, how we can bring down the cost, and what are the strategic sectors where we have to invest. And a lot of discussion happened around low cost financing. But you know, when we interact with some of the large investors, the response from them, and these are some of the very large pension funds, so the response is that it's not only India which is the market we are looking at. For us as an investor, I will look at market, and the world is open to me. Now, as an investor, what I will also do, and when you look at these investments in some of these sectors, they try to replicate their investments, whether it is in road, whether it is in renewable energy, and see that the comfort which they have in their home country, can they replicate that comfort. Now, in terms of areas of collaboration, one is our hydrogen task force, which is we're working very heavily on how the two countries can collaborate together, because like I mentioned that the US is also heavily putting money after this IRA, that how the two countries can work together in terms of some of the aspects. One important point, we have 5 important pillars around the task forces. One is transport and mobility, and mobility is something where the two countries are collaborating because we recently, I think last week only, we announced the support to 10,000 e-buses also. Now, the second piece is industry, how we can support the transition to some of these hard to abate sectors. And what we are currently doing in US is also to come up with some of the regional hubs, and these are around 6 to 10 regional hubs where the funding is around 8 billion. Now, when the discussion happened with some of these large investors who would be funding and financing these regional hubs, one of the important aspect which came out before the financial investment decision is that how you will design the agreements, offtake agreements. And this is what we have also seen our renewable energy, and remember my days with the Planning Commission when 2010 and 2011 when we were designing the model concessional agreements for renewable and the PPAs for renewable sector. The offtake was one of the very important components. So what we have done is out of this 8 billion, 1 billion is 500 million to 1 billion is what we kept. If there is a reduction in price of hydrogen, so that we can work on the price differential, and that's how we are working, giving the comfort in the agreements to some of these players who will be investing in some of these projects. Now the third piece is again on energy storage, financing and hydrogen safety, and there are a number of areas where the two countries are collaborating. Jagdale mentioned about RETAP, which is the Renewable Energy Tech Action Platform, where we are trying to see that how some of the new technologies can be scaled, how we can get economies of scale, whether it is through our some of the investment, mobilizing some of the finances to uplift and see that how we can achieve the scale. Now, another important collaboration between US and India, and my agency is partner to it, is US-India Climate Tech Action Group, where the role is that how two countries can mobilize finance to do and deliver some of these pilot projects. And for this year, what we have selected is CCUS, methanol abatement and green hydrogen. So any of the countries, public sector utilities are interested, I think we would be happy to have this discussion. Now the last one is on low emission or what we used to call the gas task force. And again, the focus is on how we can bring on some of the infrastructure expertise which exists in US and how the two countries can collaborate. Now, the recently announced Global Biofuel Alliance, I think US is one of the core party to this, and the focus areas for this collaboration from US side is again the expertise which exists on the retail outlet side, because the blending which we are doing in US is up to 85% ethanol mixing. So what learnings in terms of trainings, in terms of capacity buildings can we do? There is a possibility of a tech platform where we can see that how is there a possibility in terms of trade can happen. And the last piece is on standards and how we can see that the two countries can collaborate on some of the scopes which is defined under the Global Biofuel Alliance. So this is some of the areas I would definitely request some of these Indian and private sector companies that if you want to be part of the hydrogen task force on all of the areas which I mentioned, we would be happy to discuss and see that how we can move forward in that. I think I will stop that and happy to take any.
Thank you, Vijay. That was very, very detailed explanation on how Indo-US collaborations are happening. Well, we talk about technologies, we talk of collaborations, we talk of innovations, but where do the technologies and innovations develop? These are some smart and great universities around the world, including India, which are the birthplaces of innovative minds. May I call upon Professor Agnes Narayan, Pro-Vice Chancellor, Global Engagement, University of Bristol. Madam, universities definitely are the brainchild of whatever we see today. So my question to you is, while we do have commercial collaborations, how could we have some suggestions from you on accelerate the academic collaborations on research, developments between UK and Indian universities so that we can have the best of both the worlds?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having us. It's a really good question. When I think we've established we need global collaborations, and UK and India have a very special relationship. I spent last week on the biggest ever delegation from the UK to any country in the world. And what that delegation was a higher education delegation from the UK to India. And this is in order to take advantage of the new education policy, which is obviously incredibly important to India. And it's also incredibly important to the UK because the largest single nation of our students coming into the UK comes from India. India has now overtaken China as our most populous international set of students. So this delegation was amazing. It was run by the Department of Business and Trade, interestingly, which shows that already there is a huge link between education and trade. My university, which is the University of Bristol, which you see up there, we are tomorrow going to sign an MOU with FICCI. I think it's a first. It's a very interesting one, and we're very excited about it. You may not know where Bristol is. It's in the southwest of England. We're QS ranked number 55 in the world. And in terms of research, we are second only to Cambridge in the last assessment exercise. And yes, that does mean that we're better than Oxford. We're also home to a wonderful new thing called Isambard AI. What Isambard AI is the biggest supercomputer in the UK and one of the biggest supercomputers in Europe. And it's underpinned by £900 million of UK government investment, which is pretty exciting. And we're also first for spin-outs in terms of return on investment in the UK. So we're part of an infrastructure, as indeed are many universities in the UK. So what makes a good collaboration between an academic institution and a commercial institution, many of whom are sitting around this table? Well, I think like any good collaboration, the sums have to be greater than the parts. So I have to have something that you want, and you have to have something that I want, and if we put it together, we get something better. So we're thinking about energy transition. I think there's a number of ways that we can have this exchange, and you asked for a few suggestions. So energy transition needs a deep understanding of technology, obviously, systems, policy, also human behavior and social impact. And one of the things we're good at in the UK in our research-intensive universities is interdisciplinarity. We're very good at bringing together bodies of people from the social sciences, arts, the hard sciences, in order to look at an issue. And I know that's something that in the new education policy, India wants to try and build more capacity. So I think that this interdisciplinarity is certainly something that we can offer. Not to say we don't have specialisms, and we do. We're very good at green hydrogen. We're very good at emissions research. And we're very good at the circular economy, which has been mentioned just kind of in passing. So we've got, as you said, this is where the great ideas come from. We've got that to offer. And obviously what you've got to offer is that research put into practice. And what we could gain from you is seeing how it's put into practice. What we could gain from you is internships, for example, for some of our students. What we could gain from you is the data that you have that we can then use to put into our enormous supercomputer in order to do some modeling. Digital twins, for example, we could model what a green energy solution in Mumbai looks like, and we could compare it to what an energy transition solution looks like in Bristol. How fantastic would that be? That would be an amazing way to have a partnership. Obviously, universities can offer training. I mean, part of the business that we're in. It would be wonderful if we were able to offer training both at a junior level within your organization, but also for senior executives, where technology is changing so fast, it can be quite frightening if you're senior managers and you don't actually know what's going on. That's something that certainly I think we will be well poised to give. In terms of funding the research, which we've just been talking about, we would certainly welcome funded chairs or funded research fellows in our universities from Indian partners. That would be magnificent. I know Tata do quite a lot of work in this area. So there's some of the things I think we could work on as a university. But I think a really successful collaboration, a UK university and an Indian company, be to bake the relationship in at a number of levels. So training and research collaboration and PhD and internship, because then we can have really, really solid relationships. And I know at Bristol we would welcome that. And finally, I would say that any relationship and collaboration fundamentally is about people. And so people getting to know each other, getting to really understand the culture, the policy, ways of working between the UK and India would be wonderful. It's been mentioned already. Mobility is important. So let's have more of you in the UK and let's send more people in the UK over to work in Indian businesses. Just as I think it was President Modi when he was over in the UK in 2015, talked about the relationship between India and the UK being a living bridge. That living bridge is the people. So I would make a plea for all of the things I've mentioned, but let's keep that living bridge very much alive.
Thank you, Agnes. These wise words could come only from a professor of a university. I will take them home and wander. Well, somebody has to have the last word. And Nitesh Bhattuda, founder and chief operating officer of Newman Systems. Nitesh, it is said that a unit saved is a unit generator in electricity. Energy management is a key to our electricity circuits. What are some of the best global practices that India can evaluate from during our energy transition for the energy management system?
Thanks for having me. When we were evaluating all the options that were available for moving space, evaluated all the possible technologies that were available here and abroad. That voted was to the US, and we had a China Power. They have been in this field since 2000. We have seen the ups and downs across the globe, across all 7 continents, which put us into a position where we have developed our indigenous management solution that we can deploy this along with renewables on the ground, take care of all the equipment problems related to these, all the problems, more and more issues related to the intermittencies of the renewable. When I talk all about this, we have successfully deployed these technologies in India, where we have proven the solution as a fellow dignitary can be around, where energy management can pivot between the different rating agents, take care of the energy problems across 24 hours.
Thank you so much. I won't stand between you people and the lunch. I know that people are getting fidgety, but I must thank all my fellow panelists on the dais. They've done a great job, and it's a very interesting panel. We've got so much of insight which you can take home, wander over and see what new collaborations we need in this country to take our energy transition forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Jain, for guiding us through an insightful session on international collaboration. I request you to please step forward and present the green certificate to Shri Dinesh Jagdaleji. All right, thank you everyone. Let's give a big round of applause to all the dignitaries seated on the dais. Now please join us for lunch. Let's reassemble by 3:15 for our next panel discussion. Thank you everyone. the fuel of the future, as we call it. This session delves into the intricacies of developing robust hydrogen ecosystem. Join hands in inviting our keynote speaker, Dr. Parvendra Maini, Scientific Secretary, Office of Principal Scientific Advisor. Our theme address speaker, Shri B.C. Tripathi, former Chairman and Managing Director, GAIL India, and Senior Advisor to the Greenco Group. And our session moderator, Shri Anish Mandal, Partner, Deloitte. Alongside this, I'd like to invite all the esteemed panelists to join us on the dais. Dr. R. Venugopal, Professor Sudhaswata Basu, Dr. Venugopal Motkur, Rai Kimura, Manish Karna, Sudhir Pathak, and Ankur Malik. I request Mr. Mandal to please take the session forward. Everyone is requested to please be seated. Mr. Mandal is going to start the session.
Very good afternoon and warm welcome again. Hopefully everyone is back, sit comfortably after a sumptuous meal. Thank you, and eagerly looking forward to this engaging session. Thanks again, and then as rightfully said, I think this session is about the future of fuel in that sense, and I think it's been already spoken a lot about it, that India's energy transition cannot be achieved without green hydrogen. The great decarbonization, and if I can say that the India's energy transition is broadly kind of centered around three pillars, which is great decarbonization, industrial decarbonization, and as well as transport transition. And none of this decarbonization or transition is possible without green hydrogen. Let me outline that by just pointing out few realities and few investments around the corner in the globe, what's be happening. So the great decarbonization of 100%, what we're talking about, cannot happen unless and until we have long duration seasonal storages, and that's where we require green hydrogen. Industrial decarbonization, of course, we very well know about that most of the industries, be it steel, be it fertilizer, be it cement, everywhere you would require green hydrogen again as a feedstock and as a feed source. Transport transition, again, much of the shipping industry and as well as probably the long haul trucks would also be decarbonized to green hydrogen. So most of the world around the globe have committed large amounts of investments and as well as committed to technologies as well for the future of this green hydrogen pathways. and including India. So with that note, let me welcome Dr. Tripathi. Dr. Maini is on the way and she will be joining us soon. But I'll invite up Dr. Tripathi to kind of deliver the keynote address, and then probably have one question directed towards you if you have time. Otherwise, we'll go to the panel members. And thank you so much to all the panel members joining us in the discussion, and hopefully we'll have a very engaging session over the next 45 minutes to 1 hour. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mandal. A very pleasant good afternoon to all of you, all the fellow panelists here and the distinguished guests. It's always a pleasure to be part of such an important topic which has been discussed since morning. And I have been part of this whole energy sector almost 4 decades and last 2 decades in the senior management positions. And I have seen that how the energy has been very, very vulnerable toward the national economy and the growth of the country. In the morning we had 2 sessions and both the sessions we were largely represented by government and the policy makers. And the session of the minister was sort of that everything which government can do is government is doing. But probably in the panel I will probe some of the questions and leave those questions for the panel to debate, that how really at the industry we see on the ground what has been talked in the earlier 2 sessions is really there on the ground, and what is the gap. And the good part that the Honorable Minister mentioned that at the end of deliberation they would like to have a feedback at what more needs to be done from the side of the government. But just to set your tone for the discussion for the panelists here and to give you some data points. Well, as we all know, we are the 3rd largest emitter of CO2 in the world, and the kind of energy demand we need to meet in terms of economic growth, CO2 emission is going to increase from here onward further. Government has already mentioned in the morning that a lot of initiatives are being taken around adding renewable energy capacity going to 500 gigawatt, which definitely will help in big way to green our electricity grids. But the large sector of the industry which is we call hard to abate sector, which contributes 1/4 of the CO2 emission, for which the hydrogen, which is the relevant for this session, will be very, very relevant and very, very important key player to make this hard to abate sector, how we convert this easy to abate, and that's where the challenge lies with the industry together. As an energy, if you see every time at the various energy conferences I have been attending, and every time there is some buzzword which starts, and practically if I look at post-COVID scenario, this energy transition has really gained momentum during the COVID. But as we came out of the COVID, we had another incident of Ukraine war. The new dimension which came into that was energy security. So which has been a very relevant subject for India throughout, as we are the large importer of energy. Almost 40% of energy is still import, and out of that, if you look at the oil and gas sector, which is almost 80% of oil import, 85%, and almost 50-55% of the gas import. In the hydrogen, which is the topic which we are going to discuss today, if you see all the gas import which is happening in the country, almost 95% of the gas goes for the production of hydrogen. In fact, the gas is being used as a raw material except from the power sector for production of hydrogen. So to such an extent we are dependent on import of natural gas, which is meeting our grey hydrogen requirements. Today as a country we consume almost 6 million tons of hydrogen, and going by the current growth rate, by 2030 our requirement will go from here to almost 11 million tons of hydrogen we will be needing to meet our industry requirement. Now the question is, this energy transition is a challenge for the country, but at the same time it's an opportunity for the country. I see it from the point of view of challenge, that how do you meet your cost number, because the cost of production of hydrogen today is completely very, very high. How do you optimize, how do you reduce your cost of production of hydrogen? But an opportunity on the other side, that how does it helps you to provide your energy security, and how does it protect you from the global volatility of the commodity prices, especially oil and gas and all other emerging commodity. Now The panel is going to discuss about then how do we develop a robust ecosystem for this hydrogen, which is the new energy going to shape up. In my opinion, there are 4 pillars for the whole ecosystem for it to establish and thrive, to have a very deep and vibrant ecosystem. The first one is the mission, which the government has already announced, its mission of hydrogen of 5 million tons by 2030, which needs to be coupled with enabling policy and the regulations. We heard a lot about this in the morning from the honorable ministers and the secretary in the morning. The second pillar will be about demand and supply potential. Do we have a demand, and do we have ability to meet that demand potential? The third pillar, in my opinion, will be the enabling technology and the infrastructure available with us. And the last and the most important, which everybody talked in the morning session, was how do you finance this? How do you finance this energy transition? So let me dwell upon all these 4 pillars, how I look at it. I mean, the government has already in a way taken a lead by announcing the hydrogen mission, which also talks about various aspects of demand supply, which talks about the focus area, the risk mitigations, and the governance framework. And as they say that the detail lies, when the issue lies in the detailing, the details are yet to be issued. So the point which I want to leave for the panel to debate is that, are these regulations sufficient for the industry to say that we have a very vibrant ecosystem for hydrogen? Is this ecosystem, is this policy framework is in sync with the global market, and especially when we have an aspiration to be having the opportunity to encash the export potential? We saw in the morning the ambassadors from the European countries were looking at India as a major source of supply of hydrogen. So to meet that expectation, our policy framework has to be in sync with those emerging opportunities in the European market. Then the question came about, do we have the standards and code available with us to manage this new energy transitions, in terms of how do you measure the hydrogen, the decarbonization, how do you see that this is meeting those standards and obligations, which are the agencies, what is the framework with which those standards and code will provide us. Do we need some kind of a green premium? I saw in the morning the industry representative from the steel sector talking about that for them to go into the greening of steel, they need some kind of green premium, otherwise it is not affordable for the industry. We also discuss about CO2 market, carbon market. Do we have a vibrant carbon market where we can incentivize industry to really look at and have the incentives? The next question which comes into mind is that the energy supply, which is the major cost of the hydrogen, we discussed in the morning, and everybody said that we are one of the lowest cost producer of renewable energy. But do we have the requisite framework available with us which supports the hydrogen economy? So these are some of the questions in my mind today, in spite of having a very the well spelled out hydrogen mission. A lot of policy initiative has been taken by the government, but these some of the initiatives which probably I leave on the table for the panel to debate. The second issue is about demand supply. As I mentioned that we have a very inherent potential of demand from going from 6 million ton to 11 million tons. So this is an opportunity clear cut to replace the existing grey hydrogen, but also to take care of the emerging need of the additional hydrogen requirement. And this is further, in addition to that, is almost what the mission talks about, 10 million tons per annum export potential which India wants to avail. So the question is, from the demand side, what are those low hanging fruits? We need to identify those low hanging fruits. Do we have some kind of support coming from government to have the mandated use? We heard the Honorable Minister talking about RPO obligations coming, which is the job in hand with the government today. Then do we have the industry which can afford this kind of price level? Do we have the appetite of the consumer to afford that kind of price? Typically, the import which is happening in country, especially to meet largely that hydrogen requirement, is coming almost 3 million tons of ammonia we are importing. Diammonium phosphate we are importing. A lot of LNG we are importing. This itself is a potential for us to look at the demand which can be substituted by locally produced green hydrogen. So that's the potential from the demand side we see. Clear-cut, there is a potential. But we need to identify what are those low-hanging fruit which we can immediately look at it. In my opinion, one of the sector is the refinery sector. If you look at today the cost of gas which is being imported in India, it is almost in the range of around about $11 to $15 per MMBTU. By the time it goes to refinery, including the logistic, transportation, taxes, duties, it is somewhere upside of $16, $17. At that price, the cost of production of hydrogen for refinery is in the range of $2 to $2.50 per kg. The industry today, when we started this discussion almost 3 years back, and the industry was giving a number that their cost of production is somewhere around $5 to $6. But today, with best of the architecture, best of the innovative architecture, the industries are able to give a number somewhere in the range of $3.50 to $4. But still there is a gap of $1. So this is the low-hanging fruit of refinery sector if we can really bring them into the fold of hydrogen as a demand. Going forward, once the scale is there, and today the other challenge is a lot of industry, they are going in their own way into a pilot scale. 10 megawatt, 20 megawatt, 40 megawatt, that's the largest capacity. We need to think about going to a gigawatt scale where economy of scale will help us to cut down the cost. On the other aspect is what industry can do, what kind of snowballing effect industry can demonstrate. Can they have better innovative design? What are those innovations possible for us to cut down the cost? What kind of bold bets the industry can take? And what are those capital capex allocation for different corporates? We have seen the big Indian corporates giving their large numbers, allocating capital and fund to invest into hydrogen and whole ecosystem of hydrogen. And how can we migrate from a pilot scale to a gigawatt scale? And these are some of the thoughts which the industry has to discuss and debate, which will help us to cut down the cost of hydrogen and to look at the low-hanging fruit. On the supply side, there has been enough support coming from government in terms of different PLI schemes, whether it is hydrogen, whether it is electrolyzers, but how we as an industry are ready to really monetize those incentives being given by the government, and how do we on the supply side bridge the gap, how to cut down the cost. And the biggest challenge today for the consumer is nobody wants to sign the contract for the long-term contract for the gas, for the hydrogen. The reason being, nobody is knowing what is the correct price of hydrogen. Is it the most competitive price? Like when you buy oil, you buy coal, you buy any other commodity or gas, there is an international reference, there is a proper benchmark. Whereas in the case of hydrogen, there is no such well-established benchmark. So how do we bridge that gap? How do we bring that confidence into the buyer and seller relationship? The third pillar is about technology and infrastructure. Today, when the whole debate started around hydrogen, the talk was about the cost of electrolyzer. And as we see in the last 3-4 years, the number which we are hearing from the industry, the cost of electrolyzer has dropped down by almost 40 to 50%. So this is still at the innovative stage. The technology is still taking shape, is still taking scale. Now, whether it is electrolyzer technology, whether it is a fuel cell technology, we recently saw in some of the conference the people have developed the direct hydrogen fired gas turbines. Gas turbine technology is also taking shape. Some places they are talking of blending hydrogen to the ratio of 15 to 20%. That we should look at as an industry. I think some of the experts here from the academia side, from the research institution side, they may like to throw some light that what is the landscape, the technology, how the technology is maturing and growing. Recently, people talk about use of ammonia as a fuel directly into the boiler, directly into the shipping industry, which is the major consumer of the fossil fuel. So in this respect, what more we need to do in terms of investing more into technology, which are those technology we need to focus, and how we can create that partnership, especially on the developmental side, less of a research side, but more of a development side. What kind of collaboration technology support we need. In the morning session, we talked about the developed economy should be extending their hands to share the technology, to share the capital. Now, what kind of technology we should look at it? We have seen in the recent past, different companies are announcing partnership, joint venture for bringing the technology, setting up the shops here, and developing those supply chain side. So this is an area where we need to work together to see that how the emerging technology can be harnessed, how the partnership can be established. And the last is the other aspect is the infrastructure. See, in the country, we have well established infrastructure for natural gas, for crude, for products, for LPG, for ammonia. But we don't have any infrastructure available to deal with the hydrogen. And by nature of hydrogen, it needs a very robust, safe and efficient infrastructure to deal with it. So can we repurpose our infrastructure? For example, the gas pipelines, for example, the city gas distribution network. Can we repurpose those infrastructure at a minimal incremental cost? We can use them as the existing infrastructure to transport hydrogen. Secondly, as we all know that ammonia will be the best carrier for hydrogen. The ammonia infrastructure completely is well established, but this was largely for import purposes. We don't have infrastructure for exports of ammonia. How do we augment our ammonia export infrastructure? That's another challenge which we'll have to do. In the morning we discussed about use of hydrogen into heavy transports. We need to have that kind of infrastructure to have the fueling stations. And how do you transport hydrogen from the production center to the dispatch center and to further distribution center? So that infrastructure also needs to be developed. So this is the another challenge for us to see that we have a very robust ecosystem. And the last, which is most important part, is the capital. We discussed in the morning, just to give you some number, the hydrogen mission talks about $100 billion investment to reach that 5 million tons of hydrogen target. But if you add another 10 million tons of export potential, the number is going to go further up. But the whole value chain is not only in hydrogen, the whole value chain which needs the investment. The recent assessment done is almost $500 billion investment is required in this energy transition, especially around whole hydrogen value chain by 2035. And if you talk about 2050, it is almost over $1 trillion investment is required in India alone. So how do you raise that capital? The biggest challenge for the country will be that how do we raise that kind of capital? For that, we need to scale up our ability to finance both from the government side and the financial institution side. And the challenge is that is as big as we have been all talking about the technology, we are talking about commercial part of it, the cost, the difference price, the production cost and the ability to absorb. But the biggest challenge is how do you meet this kind of capital requirement? And as we all know, the cost of capital as compared to developed economy for us is completely very, very high. So that is a disadvantage for us. Now, what can be done? This is another thought which the panel may like to discuss, that how do you meet this capital requirement? And some of those multilateral funding agency, our Indian funding agency like IREDA, REC, SBI, we saw in the morning, they have been talking. How can we take support from the multilateral organization like World Bank and ADB and the Asian Infrastructure Bank and so on and so forth? Is there a possibility for us to raise some kind of a green bond which can support this kind of transition, which can support this kind of investments? The other important part which we need to work is that how do we align our capital market regulations and the energy transition need, which will attract the global finance. The last one is, which is very important for us from the policy perspective, is that our existing policy framework, our existing regulations, our existing guidelines, standards and code should be so made, so developed, they are in sync with the global best practices. We heard in the minister in the morning when he talked about 2 kg of carbon dioxide per kg of hydrogen, which is one of the best. But we need to go into the detailing that how are you going to demonstrate that and how our regulations are in sync with that, so that when we are looking at having the foreign capital, it will generate trust. Our credit rating will go up. At the same time, our ability as a country and as an industry will go up to export and to meet that export potential. So I think these are some of the topics for the panel to debate. I thought I'll leave these issues with the panel to deliberate and discuss. At the end of the day, once we reach to some conclusion, we can probably have a recommendation to be sent to the government. What is that gap? We heard a lot in the morning, and it was appearing as if everything is fine and we are set to go. But what are those gaps? These are some of the points I've tried to highlight just to give you thoughts so that you can debate upon that. At the end of the day, we can have some kind of recommendation going to the policymaker to support and really realize that big dream of the country. So thank you very much for having me here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tripathi. I think it was a comprehensive framework attributed to the success of green hydrogen along the 4 pillars which you highlighted. The mission coupled with robust regulations, demand and supply, probably some mandates to come from, and as well as PLIs have already kind of there. How can we actually scale it up? The enabling the tech and as well as infrastructure, a lot of it has to do with, again, the pipeline infrastructure here as well. And lastly, but not the least, is the financing and how we can do travel the capital. So with that, let me have the pleasure of welcoming Dr. Parvinder Maini, Scientific Secretary, Office of Principal Scientific Advisor. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. I kind of invite you to deliver your keynote. Thanks.
Panelists, participants, a very good afternoon. I think the panel discussion started much before I arrived. I was supposed to be the keynote speaker. I think I will try to tell things from my perspective, but he has already covered most of the points. So of course, climate change, this has been happening. And for many, many years, we had been in a constant mode of denial that the climate change is not happening. But now it is there to stay, and we really need to address it. So now, to minimize the impact of climate change and reduce its carbon footprint, countries have made commitments to achieve carbon neutrality energy transitions. So the focus of government across the world is on renewables, and that means extracting energy from non-carbon sources. So of course, hydrogen has emerged as the most viable alternative for energy carriers. And of course, in that, the focus is all on green hydrogen. And this is the best agent for industrial decarbonization. So of course, I congratulate Vicky for organizing this summit, and with a special session focusing on developing a sustainable green hydrogen ecosystem. Now, of course, this is the right time when India is positioning itself as a global hub for this export of green hydrogen. And here, let's see how India is having a unique position, and it's so well placed and self-sufficient in renewable energy sources. India, by virtue of its geographical position in the tropics, has ample sunlight. So we have a huge potential for solar energy. It has 750 million metric tons of biomass available every year. The vast coastline and big surrounding sea makes tidal energy and wave energy possible for us. In addition, we have a lot of geothermal energy in the Leh-Ladakh region, we have in the Gujarat region, the eastern region. And then there is, of course, wind energy available at the western, south, and middle region, biomass energy in the northern region. So with this, India has actually emerged as an all-rounder for renewable energy sources. In other words, we have the conducive environment to carry this forward. And therefore, Government of India, of course, has launched the National Hydrogen Mission to make India the global hub for production, storage, usage, and export of green hydrogen and its derivatives. However, there are several challenges that come in this way. Now let us see the figures. India is looking at a production of at least 5 million metric tons of green hydrogen by 2030, with an additional focus on capturing 10% of the export market. For this, we need electrolyzers in the range of 60 to 100 gigawatts and an additional renewable energy capacity of 125 gigawatts. This is over and above the nation's RE target. Now, all this, of course, adds to the cost of production of green hydrogen. Now, as per the data, the levelized cost of green hydrogen production and storage is currently about 400 rupees kg. Out of this, about 40 to 50% is attributed to renewable energy power plant, 30 to 40% to the electrolyzer stack, and 20 to 30% to the capital, supply and treatment of water, storage and distribution, and so on. So in order to gain export market share, India must be competitive vis-a-vis the other leaders, emerging supply hubs such as the Middle East, North Africa, Australia, Chile, USA, and so on. And for this, it's essential that we bring down the cost of green hydrogen. Now, this requires innovation in manufacturing investment in green hydrogen technologies and associated infrastructure, which has been, of course, spoken by Mr. Tripathi. Now, let us look at the different aspects. It's, of course, these are the 5-6 pillars, even which Mr. Tripathi also covered, but as I said, I will cover it from my perspective. The first is electrolyzer manufacturing. Now, in order to install a 60 to 100 gigawatt electrolyzer capacity by 2030, we require, of course, a domestic large-scale electrolyzing manufacturing system. For this, the demand uncertainty, investment risk, raw material availability, and intermittent renewable energy supply need to be addressed. Now, to address this ecosystem or to strengthen this ecosystem, we need to diversify the supply chain of platinum group metals and rare earth metals to ensure raw material availability. In addition to ensure availability of water, we need to deploy technologies for desalination and wastewater treatment. And in addition, the government, of course, has to introduce certain incentives to attract domestic and international players for domestic electrolyzer manufacturing. Now, the second aspect is, of course, hydrogen storage. Now, there are several associated with hydrogen storage, like the lack of indigenously developed Type 3 and Type 4 compressed hydrogen tanks, testing facilities as per international standards, lack of regulation standards, and raw materials for solid-state hydrogen storage. Of course, an option is the significant geological storage capacity that India has in terms of its deep saline aquifers and major sedimentary basins like the Krishna, Godavari, Kaveri, Cambay basins in India, with storage capacity of more than 22,600 terawatt hours. This is equivalent to about 35% of Europe's storage capacity onshore and offshore. Now, the third aspect is hydrogen transportation. As was already mentioned by Mr. Tripathi, we lack a dedicated hydrogen transportation infrastructure. And as most of our hydrogen is actually captive usage. To address these challenges, India can leverage its existing natural gas pipeline network spanning over 17,000 kilometers, with a blending at levels of 5 to 20%. Now, e-methanol is emerging as a promising low-carbon liquid fuel for maritime transport with hydrogen recovery through methanol electrolysis at the destination. Now, to support the growth and hydrogen-powered transport in India, we also need to develop proper infrastructure and hydrogen fuel cell vehicles and hydrogen refueling stations. Now, the fourth aspect is the market development for green hydrogen. Now, as per the Asian Development Bank, the green hydrogen market is likely to reach $10 billion by 2030 and $35 billion by 2040 for India. And studies predict that over the next 10-year period, the Asia-Pacific region will be the fastest growing market for green hydrogen. However, as we said, presently India has an underdeveloped market due to limited infrastructure, including energy grids and transportation networks. So in order to attract the market towards green energy, there is a need to incentivize the domestic market production and, of course, exports. For this, of course, MNRE has already rolled out 2 schemes on domestic manufacturing of electrolyzers and production of green hydrogen, of course, covered probably. Now, apart from this, specific incentives can also be provided for green hydrogen in derivatives like green ammonia, green steel, green methanol, sustainable aviation fuel. All this needs to be provided. And we can also provide certain tax incentives in the form of lower sales tax or lower tax on investment could help reduce the impact of the high capital cost. And we have examples in the USA and the European Union where they have doled out certain schemes for this. Now, another aspect that we look out is for innovating financing models that we can actually develop, where financial assistance in the form of grants and loans can be given. This can help the first movers cover the high investment costs of the newer technologies as well as more mature. And of course, later on, the graded financial support can also be provided. And as the market matures, financial assistance can be given, tax incentives can be given, and some kind of subsidies can be thought of. Policy change, that is the next aspect. If you are actually aiming to reach a delivered hydrogen cost of 80 to 100 per kg, we require binding policy commitments and a framework, a long-term framework to realize the potential. While economics is likely to become more favorable as the market matures, creation of demand in the initial years, suitable policy is the demand of the day. This can be achieved through suitable like demand aggregation, purchased obligation, viability gap funding, among others. Now, India is already a major destination for FDI in the clean power transition, but rising interest rates, foreign exchange risk, and high inflation are some of the challenges that this sector faces. Now, the sixth aspect is, of course, the export of green hydrogen. India, of course, has set up an ambitious target to produce green hydrogen by 2030, with 70% allocated export market and remaining 30% for domestic consumption. Currently, there is no export policy for green hydrogen, as was pointed out Mr. Tripathi too. So if India has to meet its target, then Government of India has to take out a policy at the earliest to incentivize the export of green hydrogen. Japan and Australia are already undertaking some steps towards this direction. And Australia has already kick-started a hydrogen export industry. Now, the last aspect I would like to say is international collaboration. This, of course, green hydrogen transition is happening all over the world, and more than 50 countries have launched their comprehensive roadmap and strategy in India. So India must establish strategic collaborations in all areas of green hydrogen development, including technology, financing, laws, trade, and policy. This is necessary given the international momentum in hydrogen. As a country, we must focus on collaborating with advanced economies such as EU, Australia, in the areas of technology innovation, R&D, and skill development. This will help us to understand the best practices all over the world and also increase institutional capacities and develop technical know-how. Now, at the recently concluded G20 Energy Transition Ministers meeting, there was a strong consensus to promote collaboration and global harmonization in the development of national standards and certification processes for hydrogen, for zero and low emission technologies, so including derivatives like ammonia. And of course, they also spoke about fostering new business models. So this was an emphasis, there was an emphasis on ensuring free trade and fair trade as per WTO rules, supported by robust and diversified supply chain. So in summary, I conclude that India has a unique opportunity to become a global leader in the hydrogen energy ecosystem with proper policy support, industry action, market generation and acceptance, and increased investor interest. India can position itself as a low-cost, zero-carbon manufacturing hub, at the same time fulfilling its goal of economic development, job creation, and improved public health. And I'm sure the panel will further dwell on these topics. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Maini, and rightly said, I think countries need to shift from pledges to decisive actions. There is probably world leader in driving some of these actions. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so now I'll probably get into the panel discussion. Rightly so, as guided by Dr. Maini and Tripathi in some of the questions. So my first question will be to Professor Basu, IIT Delhi. Now I think battle is there that there are several technologies across the value chain, particularly so focusing on electrolyzer itself, the battle between alkaline and PEM, or whether there is a convergence there. And talking about the PLI itself, how do you see that India promoting some of the indigenous technologies as well? So my question would be that what are some of the emerging technologies the research is taking in perspective, and what is the prospect of indigenously developed technologies?
I must tell that India, my group, and several other groups, IITs, and Speak Science Foundation started working on hydrogen and fuel cell when all of you were not talking about it, and all of you are not knowing about it way back in 1990s, 1995, 96 onwards. When it was happening also elsewhere in the world, in US, Europe. We had a Gordon Research, whole lot of Gordon Research conference where we were all attending, very few from India, but whole lot of people. Yes, that's I'm talking about 2000. Its first conference was 2003, and it still goes on every years. So that is the starting point. Very few people were working hydrogen. Today, of course, at that time it's for only in academic institutions. Today it has, of course, last 10 years now gone into all the public sectors, private sectors. Talk about steel, Tata Steel. I just want to mention name. Those who are working and those who are not working, and then let's say all power generation company, oil company, all have invested a lot in 10 years. So that's the kind of thing we have. And in the academic area, unless you pour in lots of money, then you are always in the lab, TRL 2 or TRL 3 level at the most. You require lots of money. Just mentioned, Mr. Tripathi has mentioned, Madam has just mentioned, quite a lot of money not only to build this industry, but also invest in R&D so that you can see that homegrown technology which actually takes into the world forum. And of course, some of the technologies that need to be answered still today is like platinum group of metals is primarily used in electrolyzer, whether it's iridium oxide and platinum, and which is of course is quite costly and not available in India. So you need to look for the alternative to that is, let's say, iron cobalt phosphonates or phosphates. We are working, there's a group in Japan, group in Europe, group in US, and many people are working on that. We have shown that at least in TRL 2 levels that phosphonates are very good catalysts and almost working equivalent to IRO2 iridium oxide, which is the current electrode material that's being used in any of the electrolyzer that you buy in the market, whichever company you take. This is, I'm talking about the PEM electrolyzer, proton exchange membrane water electrolyzer, which you generally all know that just a reverse of the PEM fuel cells. The other alternative is alkaline, and in the alkaline electrolyzer you do not use a platinum group of metals or rare earth, and you can of course do it with nickel. Nickel is plenty available all over the world. We import nickel. We have a good deposit of chromite overburden in Orissa in the form of nickel. Those who are material science or metallurgy background, they know it very well. Those who are in the steel industry knows it very well, and it's just a heap of chromite overburden, and the other places in Jharkhand as well as in Chhattisgarh. So we have nickel, but the market for nickel has to grow if the nickel electrolyzer has to come, is to be fruitful. And in the alkaline electrolyzer, the other important component is electrolyte. Electrolyte, one use today people use an anion exchange membrane electrolyte, which is where the development need to take place. Anion exchange membrane electrolyte, these are the word, maybe you can note it down. Otherwise, we use liquid alkaline electrolyte. Okay, liquid alkaline electrolyte, any alkaline electrolyzer you go to the market is very cheap and good, but do not have that lifespan that you required. That's about 20,000, 30,000 hours before it goes for a overall. So if you use anion exchange membrane, then of course his life is good. But the development need to take place, like proton exchange membrane, the cost, the durability is a question in the case of anion exchange membrane. So that's why you see mostly the liquid alkaline electrolyzer. Even all the Apollo and Soyuz mission 70s and 80s were all on alkaline electrolyzer. When you have man-made, today it is all on PEM electrolyzer, PEM fuel cells. But they use, when we have a man-made mission in Apollos and Soyuz and others, is need to have water, need to use power when eclipsed by sun. Today in India, one program is coming out, is called Hydrogen Valley program. I am talking about the academic side, which is it's a kind of a seed grant given by DST, and envisage that we are part of the committee in DST. We envisage that at least 4 Hydrogen Valley would come up, 4 corners of India. Any of the state government has shown interest, that they have already told that they are going to deep dive on Hydrogen Valley. All the states like Kerala, Karnataka, Orissa, Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, Rajasthan, they all want to put money in Assam, and so they all want to put money, probably about 1,000 crore, which is not enough. We require at least to have a demonstration, just a demonstration of Hydrogen Valley program, to show that I am producing hydrogen from photovoltaic, I am storing hydrogen, I am producing ammonia, and then ammonia is the best solution to store it, and then probably use in the fertilizer industry or steel industry or refinery, wherever you have in this all corners. So we envisage that we could have 4 of them in 4 corners, 4 zones of India, and with a 400 crore coming as a seed grant from DST, the participation of industry, let's say all the power producing industry, all the oil companies, all the users like steel companies, those who could be using it, all the fertilizer companies from production of ammonia or urea. So we are looking at a big conglomerate, and we have of course signed EOI, submitted a project. We had about 100 and we shortlisted about 15. Out of 15 we will take it to 4, and that's going to come soon. And of course then we see that with 400 crore coming from DST and another 20,000 crore should come from the industry, and you required minimum 20,000 crore for demonstration. Forget about have a full-fledged plant giving you hydrogen, whatever scale you want, which is a commercial scale we want. So that has to take place, and we think that that should come from the campuses of the institute to the R&D labs close to the city, wherever the city, the R&D labs are there. Like let's say if it's HPCL Green in Bangalore, or IOC R&D in Faridabad, or ONGC Energy Center in Mumbai, wherever it is. And then of course a valley, which is need to be of course in an industrial setup, away from the industry, away from the city, and you could have the refinery close by, you could have a fertilizer industry close by, you could have a port close by to ship your stored hydrogen. What ballpark figure that we found out, that today the hydrogen cost, as everybody said, is probably 200 rupees per kg, or you can say about $3 to $6 per kg. And if we have to store hydrogen at 500 bar or 600 bar, that is a big problem, because you are storing energy and you have to spend a lot of energy to store them. If you have to store at 400 bar or 600 bar for exporting it, or to deliver anywhere you want, okay, then you require to spend a lot of energy to store them. So your cost would go up to about 1,000 rupees per kg, 200 or 300 rupees per kg for production, to about 1,000, 1,200 rupees per kg just for dispensing, storing and dispensing. And that's because you are spending a lot of energy to pressurize them at 600 bar or about 500 bar. That's the problem. So we found out, and of course the liquid hydrogen is stored at minus 150 degrees Celsius. It just makes sense if you have a liquid ammonia stored at minus 50 degrees Celsius or minus 40 degrees Celsius. Okay, so you could understand that you have to pressurize it to bring down that temperature. So you have to have less energy spent on liquid ammonia, which can be easily be shipped and also being used as ammonia for cracking to get back your hydrogen, or use ammonia for your fertilizer industry to make urea, and so on and so forth. And I see a big requirement in the steel. The steel industry, we are actually at 125 million tons of steel per annum, and we have to go to 300 or 400 million tons per year by 2025, and we require a lot of carbon, hardly a bit carbon sector, the steel and coal being used. So hydrogen is a good source, and Tata Steel, in fact, today is now with the Cummins Hydrogen is going to start pushing up hydrogen in the blast furnace this month onward, just to see the load on coal can be reduced, and obviously CO emission can. So the point that I would mention, and happy to.
Thank you so much, and extremely to just ask you wrap it up. In the interest of time, I'll go in this order itself. My next question will be Kimura-san, Managing Director, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries India. Now, of course, MHI has been deeply invested in India for like more than 3 decades now in the area of new energy. Now, what are your long-term energy plans, and what's your view on kind of investments in India in the newer technology? That would be very insightful.
Thank you very much, Anis Ji. Before answering your question, I would like to point out one thing about the picture on the board. I think that that is like a mirror. H is PV and wind turbine to generate the electricity, and the electricity used in the electrolyzer to generate the hydrogen. And after hydrogen generated in the storage in the tank and transport. But one thing missing, that is the demand for users. So hydrogen may be supposed to be used in the power generation or the steel mill or industries. So we have to put that image on that board. So MHI is dealing with such an electrolyzer upstream, storage and transportation and midstream, and also the demand and usage the downstream. We are now focusing on all the phases of the green hydrogens. At first, upstreams, we invest Noji electrolyzer manufacturer, Hydrogen Pro, and now we purchase 1 unit of 5.5 megawatt electrolyzer in a factory in Japan and doing our validation test. The result is very good. And we plan to use this electrolyzer to our project in US. And next is the midstream. MHI is originally shipbuilders. So we have many track record of the LPG carrier. Ammonia is very similar to LPG, and the term of the temperatures, like at minus 30 degrees so, and hazardous is almost same. So we have already have a track record of ammonia carrier, and we are also started ammonia fueled ships to transport green ammonia like generated in India to Japan, Korea, or Singapore. And the last one is the downstream. That is our expertise. We are the top manufacturer of gas turbine, which keynote speaker says. That normal fuel of gas turbine is natural gas, CH4. But compared with the CH4, CH2 is low calorific value and faster combustion speed. We have to accommodate these features. But gas turbine itself is the same. We have to only change the combustor portions. So now we have some orders received from US customers or other countries, hydrogen-ready gas turbines. So it means that firstly we shipped the gas turbine for natural gas, but now we are doing the R&D for combustor itself. And 2025 we are ready to fire 30% hydrogen mixtures for the large scale 400 megawatt gas turbine. And 2030 we accommodate 100%. When the customer is ready to purchase that amount of the hydrogen, just change over the combustor portion only. We are ready for that. In addition to the power generation, as Professor said, still also the huge generator of the CO2, because currently steel, most of the steel manufactured through blast furnace using coal as a reductions. Our company is developing 3 types of hydrogen direct reduction steel manufacturing method. Currently, we are doing the laboratory size test plant. We are going to build the commercial size hydrogen direct reduction steel mill soon. So here, so I think MHI is ready to support Indian and also global energy transitions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for keeping it brief. Thank you so much. My next question to let me invite Ankur Malik, Chief General Manager, Pipeline Infrastructure Limited. Ankur, I think we've seen 10% blending in rightly said in morning as well, and we are also as a country been kind of doing some pilots for blending of hydrogen and natural gas pipelines. So I think based on your insights and views, what are the implications of more than 10% blending, and whether the country is ready to actually go ahead and kickstart this particular project?
As we have morning. Hello. Yeah,
Right,
that
and
would
I
be
think-
fine. Yeah, now it's audible. So since morning we have been discussing, and this is the talk of the town, the transition. Any transition is not going to be same as. Now, when we are talking about transition, hydrogen is one of the key components which we have been discussing. So we are already moving towards producing hydrogen, but also and for our use. When this hydrogen is produced, what next? It has to be taken to the customer, and there where pipeline comes and play a major role. Presently, come right. Yes. Presently, we are having a very good pipeline network in India, which is expanding also for natural gas. The biggest challenge is to use pipelines for hydrogen. Already started with the pilot project, some of the CG, where we have done the blending up to 2% hydrogen. Now we are moving up to 5% and then thereon. But the biggest challenge is the composition. Natural gas is altogether different as compared. So once it comes with blending of hydrogen, you have to be very careful. And I believe the other panelists would also be discussing about this, because hydrogen embrittlement comes into a very critical factor. And when we talk about natural gas pipeline or the pipelines which are there already laid, we do not want hydrogen embrittlement that, because that is where the safety concerns comes into. The best purpose and the best way of doing is can go step by step ahead, can reanalyze our pipelines which is already there and see how much blending we can move ahead. As we talked about turbines, which is also one of the major important there, or a key equipment which is there for the natural gas network, that is also need to be modified. So coming to the various things which is done across the world is also in every pipeline is being reanalyzed, relooked also, and to see how we can blend and up to what blends can be achieved pipeline. Since the infrastructure is already laid, there are already efforts being put in wherein the existing pipeline infrastructure can be repurposed for using of hydrogen, which is a very good step and which should be looked forward for, because this will save a huge amount of capex required for building up the new pipeline as the existing can be used. But to achieve that, from the industry as well as from the technology partners, from the institutes, we have to join together, then see where are the gaps coming. There are various gaps which are there with respect to the code standards for blending of hydrogen with the natural gas, for using as pipeline dedicated for the hydrogen, and these gaps needs to be built and needs to be filled very soon, because we cannot wait once the hydrogen is ready, then we start building these. So as an effort for that, with MNRE, we are working with working groups also. We are working group frame which are coming up with their inputs, what are the gaps available, and those gaps has to be filled fast so that we can achieve this gap, make it complete.
Thank you so much, Ankur. I think it's a brilliant say that we need to go step by step, because there is no historian based on which we can actually analyze how the pipelines will behave. So reanalyze and then move. Then I will move to Manish. Dr. Manish Khanna, Head Business Development, Adani Green Energy. My question to you, how are you saying, first of all, briefly mention about Adani's kind of hydrogen space, and then probably talk about a little bit of a evolving export market, and what support you require from the government of India. I'll also require for that.
Thank you, Anish. I know you're running late, and particularly post lunch sessions have always been very boring. So I'd like to be very short and sweet. So as far as Adani is concerned, our future 70% of the capex is going to be in the green hydrogen field. So by 2027, we will have our first 1 million ton green ammonia plant up and running in Gujarat. By 2028-29, we'll have another 1 million ton, and by 2030, we will have 1 million ton. So we'll have 3 million ton per annum of green ammonia plant up and running in Gujarat. Apart from this, we are also very bullish about green methanol, and we are also trying to see whether we can get into DAP and all. Electrolyzer manufacturing is one part where we are very bullish, and you'll be listening to all those news very soon. Maybe next year onwards, we'll have the news coming in, and we are in the process of setting up those electrolyzing manufacturing unit also in Gujarat. So this is about Adani's plan. As far as emerging markets are concerned, emerging markets are as has already been talked about. Europe, Middle East, Australia, Japan, Chile, India per se are one of the biggest geographies which we should be looking forward to, and therefore it is imperative that as was spoken by Dr. Parvinder Banerjee, that you need to have international collaboration to develop the ecosystem in these geographies, because India alone, I believe, cannot serve the requirement of the demand side, and particularly when the demand is not of a long-term contract. These demands are particularly a commodity market. So we need to have a shift from our typical green approach, a renewable approach, wherein we used to have 25 years contract as such. These are all day by day commodity markets. Green ammonia per se, for a user, it doesn't matter whether it's a green ammonia, it's a brown ammonia, whether it is any kind of an ammonia. So they do a contract of a day basis, day ahead basis, month ahead basis, maybe at the max, 3-month basis or a year basis. I do not see anything more than that. Therefore, we need to have our strategies put in place that how do we sell this product in the commoditized market, and then therefore you need to have that kind of a marketing team available with you to serve the demand in these geographies. That is. But having said that, one very important point which I wanted to put out is, as was mentioned in earlier speaker statement, today we are talking about alternative sources as green hydrogen or its derivative for that matter. For a buyer side, if I'm a buyer, I will always look for an alternative sources of the same product. If a gas price, an off late we have seen a subdued gas prices in the market. It is very, very important that two push factor needs to come from Government of India. One, the kind of, if I would say subsidy, or I would say a financial grant, or whatever, VGF, whatever you want to name it, because if you see USA market, USA per se has given, an IRA has given almost $3 per kg support. Now $3 per kg, even if USA does not export the green ammonia or hydrogen products, the price disruption will change the whole way we perceive these products. So therefore one support we believe is a grid support in terms of the pricing support, because electricity is the 40% contributor to this. So 2 rupee per kilowatt hour is one support which we see, which we seek from the Government of India, and the ISTS network needs to be should be coming up as soon as possible, because though the Government of India has announced it, the implementation is the key. So therefore, that is one area which I would see. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Manik. Thank you for my next question, I will invite Sri Sudhir Pathak, Head QA and Green Hydrogen. I think he touched upon that electricity is, of course, the major cost in hydrogen, and way we think that, of course, this brought down is one of the enablers banking of, and therefore to enable banking, and once we see more and more coming in as integrating, difficult for states to go for banking. Your views on that? How should we forward? Because what we believe is banking is important in cutting the costs.
Thanks, Anish. Good afternoon. I think all are awake. So thanks for me being here. I will try to divide your questions into it is like we keep on saying the electricity is the biggest part, right? But the problem is not RE. So let me try to focus the shift slightly. Like in the complete value chain, we have a very critical component called electrolyzer. People only talk about its cost. Actually, its cost in the LCH is only 10%, right? But the biggest problem with electrolyzer is its efficiency. Today, whatever PEM or alkaline we have, that is fundamentally having a 60% or 70% of efficiency. So I think the more importance is for the innovation into the electrolysis efficiency, where I believe in case we have a 95% efficiency, fundamentally 30%, it is 50% more, and then you have RE, which is 30% less the need. That means direct impact is 1.5 USD per kg. That is first thing which I wanted to address as far as RE part is concerned, because RE is now almost commoditized, right? It is almost a commodity. So what first thing I want to say is this. Second thing is like, yes, about banking. It's actually a catch-22 situation as of now. The reason being like you need banking because you want to optimize or utilize your electrolyzers to the maximum, but you can't take it for long. The reason being, the more of banking if you have, ultimately your grid is going to suffer, as if what is happening now. Like today you have only 11% penetration of RE into the grid, and you have ruckus in the Rajasthan grid of ISTS. By 30 you are going to have almost 30% penetration, wherein you can't have a kind of stable grid in case you do not change the texture of your RE. But fundamentally you have to go for stability, you have to go for grid stability, and for that you have to go for innovative storage technologies. I believe pumped hydro is one of the things which can solve temporarily. It's a finite resource. However, we need to have a long duration storage, innovative technologies like liquid air, or if I say iron air batteries. So the fundamental thing is that to solve this problem of banking, we have to go for long duration storage. We have to change the texture of the way the government is giving us a fillip or support for making hydrogen more competitive. From banking, government has to support on the policy perspective of in what way they can give a capital support, right? What my take is, as far as banking is. So in short, we need to have a better efficiency electrolyzers to make our RE cheaper in a way for LCOH. And second thing, we have to gradually go out. One point which I am missing here is like banking, because today whatever companies are trying to manufacture hydrogen or ammonia, it is more dominantly not for India, that is for basically exports. And when I say exports, more of towards Europe, where Europe has allowed for 7 years, they can allow monthly banking, but after 2029, they're going to transit and they're going to go for hourly banking. Any which way, we have to transit from banking to on hourly banking, and fundamentally we have to bring the cost down. We have to innovate, like our Professor Basu told. We are a country of startups. So just last 1 minute, we are a country of startups, but I failed to say that yes, more the startups are on IT driven, because they are low hanging fruit. I see very less startups in these core sectors. I see very less core competency in this particular segment. So I hail from this podium that let the startup be there in the field of electrolysis, have an innovative chemistry, let's change the physics beyond, right? Let's have electrolysis which does not need membrane. Let's have an electrolysis which is membraneless, because that electron volt is for pushing the ions or anions or cations across membrane is bottleneck. In case we do that, we can definitely have higher efficiency, better LCOH, and maybe we will be the real make in India. So that's my take.
Thank you, Sudhir. Thank you so much. On the last point, the world is going to see the whole set of billionaires coming in the field of climate tech, and I think that's the prediction. So with that, I'll move to Dr. R. Venugopal, Joint Chief Controller of Explosive PESO. So Dr. Venugopal, my question will be, PESO has granted the first hydrogen dispensing station in the country, and then a lot of it requires on the rules and regulations as well as standards. What's the status of the rules and regulations for the pressure-based storages, filling, transportation, and as well as cross-country pipelines for that?
Yes, PESO has granted licenses for Indian Oil Gujarat Refinery for the first hydrogen dispensing station in the country, and second at Reliance Industries at Jamnagar. We have also given to Solar Energy Center at Gurgaon, Reliance Industries, Tata Motors Pune, and dispensing for hydrogen fuel cells fitted to the vehicles for Hyundai, Toyota, and Tata. We have given trial permissions for the import of tube trailers for storing hydrogen gas. So the biggest problem here is happening is 300 bar to 600 bar pressure we have to store. We didn't have the cylinders for that, but I am happy to inform you that one Indian company, Time Technoplast, is coming with 600 bar cylinders. That is type 4 cylinders. So type 3, type 4 cylinders will be coming into the market in the coming days. We have already given approval for electronic components of the hydrogen dispenser and as well as for the compressor. Now coming into the performance review, until the performance review of these dispensing stations, which has been already granted license by PESO. So then only we can assure that whether it can done very well, whether any negligence are there, or how to verify the performance of each of the components in the system. Already green hydrogen plant has been commissioned by L&T. They are producing 45 kg per day of green hydrogen. So that's also in the, we have approved their system. With reference to the pipeline, they were asking about the pipelines. We have given permission for GAIL as well as for NTPC to inject hydrogen into the NG pipeline. But we should understand one thing, that stress corrosion is a very difficult problem we are going to face. Please understand the designs of this of the natural gas pipeline is that ASME 31.8, which is not applicable for hydrogen. Hydrogen is ASME 31.12. If any accident happens, PESO will be responsible. So we have to be very careful about all these things. Stress corrosion, lot of things, population density is another thing. You want to extend the pipeline up to the last point. You have to see all these things, and then only we can take to a conclusion how safely we can run. So we are making amendments. We are reviewing 55 codes and 22 standards in the country. So we are on making the best rule for the country. 55 codes and 22 standards, we are reviewing it, and we are in the committee. The last permission we have given for Reliance and Indian Oil is as per the ISO 1980 and NFPA code 2 and 55. We have considered this too. We had brainstorming sessions with the refinery engineers and the Reliance, and had sessions up to 2 o'clock in the night. We had several sessions, and then only we approved all these things. Similar is the case of pipeline. We assure you that we will be giving it but in accordance with the safety conditions of the country. All these codes are based on the safety conditions of the weather conditions of Britain or USA. So we cannot take it up that. We have to brainstorm, we have to discuss with the stakeholders, with the institutes, to see that this is running safely. That's my point.
Very encouraging to know, and as Honorable Minister also said, we are probably leading in every front. With that, my last question to Dr. Venugopal Mudkur, Niti Aayog. So you have an aspirational target of green hydrogen production of 5 MT, as probably an export market of 10 MT as well. But how do you see the overall ecosystem being developed and playing out? What we have seen in SEC as well, a lot of success has been attributed to the overall ecosystem development. So similarly over here as well, we can only achieve the target only when the ecosystem kind of develops. So what would be Niti Aayog's role? What has been your contribution?
Let me be very brief, given that we are almost at the back end of. Firstly, I think, thank you very much. So firstly, I think the most important thing we have to understand is that our Honorable Prime Minister has actually talked about India being a developed economy by 2047, which means that our energy demand is going to grow, in exponential terms. Like, our own estimates at Niti Aayog is that our energy demand will probably increase by 2.5 times. Now, given that this huge increase in energy demand, how do we meet it sustainably without increasing emissions, right? Today we are talking about renewable energy as one solution, and hydrogen is another solution for hard to abate sectors. Now, a lot has been already said about about how hydrogen and how hydrogen can be competitive. The green hydrogen we're talking about here. I think the most important point, I just want to emphasize and echo the sentiments that have been already expressed here, is that the electrolyzer, when you're talking about the hydrogen context, we're talking about 4 forms of electrolyzers which are commercially available today, maybe tomorrow, and much more will be coming in. We have alkaline, which is more commercially available. The proton exchange has also been commercially available. Alkaline being most cost competitive, and probably in the short run, you would see in India alkaline and the proton exchange membrane coming into play. But in the long run, the efficiency of high temperature electrolyzers like solid oxide or anion exchange, which panelists briefly mentioned about, coming into play, given that they are able to have function at much higher efficiencies. So in the short run, in Indian context, you would see the alkaline and the proton exchange membranes coming into play, but in the long run, probably you would see the other forms of electrolyzer with much higher efficiency coming into the play.
As panelists has already spoke about, the cost of electrolyzer is going to come drastically down over the years. It has come down drastically by 50%, some panelists have mentioned, and it is going to come down further in the future by 2030. So the significant cost that remains in the cost of green hydrogen production is the cost of electricity. I think that's where India is going to be cost competitive, given our renewables are already at very low rate compared to other economies. There's going to be challenges towards producing green hydrogen in India, though we are cost competitive in terms of renewable production. Firstly is predominantly the point about the supply chain, which has already been mentioned. Alkaline, though nickel is not very concentrated compared to the platinum group of metals. Like we were talking about membrane technology, we would require the critical metals and minerals, which again is very heavily concentrated. So it's important we move away from looking at alternative materials for electrolyzers in the long run. The second important point I just want to reiterate, the cost of the production it depends on the access to finance. Indian developers predominantly access finance at 9 to 10.5% compared to developed economies at 3 to 5%. So if they're accessing foreign capital, then they're prone to the currency fluctuations. So it's important that the Indian developers have access to the cost of capital at a lower rates. So the importance of concessional finance comes into play. I think this has been reiterated a lot in the G20 declaration. And the third important point I want to emphasize is what panelists have also spoken about, the criticality of addressing the intermittency of renewable energy by combining it with the form of storage, or by combining it other forms of probably something like RTC contracts, which India has talked about. So to operate your electrolyzer at a greater round the clock, it is important we have storage as an integral part of the story. So again, we are at NITI Aayog looking at preparing the energy transition roadmap at the country level. We're looking at how the country looks at 2070, what are the different pathways that are available. But at NITI Aayog, under the state support mission, we're also going to work on state energy transition plans. So we're going to replicate the work that we're doing at the country level to the states as well. So this is something that we're going to working out in the next couple of months. We would increasingly encourage states to come up with their own energy transition plans. So let me stop here and pass it over to Yanish. Thank you.
Thank you. I think one of the important aspects is, of course, the states need to align with centers' mission. With that, I'm concluding the session, and immensely thankful to Dr. Parvinder Maini, Bhati, and all the individual panelists in the discussion, and as elegantly answering to all the questions I had. And also to Ficky for convening this summit. Thank you for that. And probably a round of applause for and heartfelt gratitude to all the panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mandal, for taking us through an enlightening session on green hydrogen. With this, we'll straight away move to our next panel discussion. So please be seated. Thank you, panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, in the third panel discussion, we embark on dissecting the fundamental elements required to pave our way towards a future where our energy landscape is decarbonized, sustainable, and aligned with the ambitious goal of achieving net zero emissions. Now allow me to invite our special address speaker, Shri R.P. Gupta, Chairman and Managing Director, Solar Energy Corporation of India. Theme address speaker, Shri Ghanshyam Prasad, Chairman, Central Electricity Authority, and our session moderator, Divrit Sen, Managing Director, HSBC. Along with this, I request the distinguished panelists to also join us on the dais. Sandy Khera, A.K. Tripathi, Dr. S.K. Chatterjee, Deepak Thakur, Pankaj Sindhwani, Dinesh Batra, Vineet Mittal, Dhananjay Kumar. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We're about to start our third panel discussion. Theme for this panel would be building blocks for energy transition in the nation, forging the path towards a net zero future. I request Mr. Sen to please take over the session.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the third panel discussion, the topic for which is building blocks for energy transition. And we have an extremely esteemed set of panelists today to delve into the topic. But just a few opening remarks from my side. I think when we talk about energy transition, the issue of emission intensity becomes very important. And while India traditionally has been viewed as the third largest emitter, but in the last 14 years, it is very heartening to note that India has been able to reduce its emission intensity by 33%. And this is as against its own set target of reducing the emission intensity by 45% for the period 2005 to 2030. So we have made significant progress, and this is the data that has been submitted by the Government of India to the United Nations for review. But there have been two major contributory reasons for this reduction, and this is a significant reduction. The first and foremost is obviously the significant increase in the renewable capacity in the country. And the second is also the increase in the forest cover. Now, if you look at the composition of our panel today, we are really honored to have significant players in the entire value chain of the renewables industry in India today. And we will get into some very deep, thought-provoking questions. I would also like to refer to our Honorable Prime Minister, who has set forth a vision of net zero, which will be achieved through the Panchamrit strategy. This was declared in COP27. The Sharm el Sheikh one, Glasgow. So India is indeed making rapid strides on the decarbonization, but there are very big questions. One is, of course, our aspirational targets on renewable capacity addition is very large, and we are going to have a discussion around how we are going to achieve that. Second, with this amount of capacity addition, there are questions around grid and grid stability, and it is important to address that too. And of course, there are attendant challenges around land availability, supply chain, and of course, the very critical question of financing. So, without wasting any time, if I may ask the R.P. Gupta, CMD of SECI, to provide us with his special address for this event.
Devashis, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to first congratulate FICCI for organizing this summit on India energy transition and curating this technical session, building block for energy transition in the nation, forging the path towards a net zero future, which is a key area for the nation and sector to focus and work towards. Ladies and gentlemen, before we focus on what are the building blocks, it will not be out of place to mention where we are, where we would be going, and what is the enormity of the task, what are the opportunities which are available, what are the challenges before. Now, as you all know, in COP26 at Glasgow, where incidentally I happen to be lead the in delegation along with our Honorable Minister Bhupendra Singh Ji, where Honorable Prime Minister declared the goal of Panchamrit and net zero by 2070 along with other targets of Panchamrit, other arms of the Panchamrit. For 2070, that's the distant goal. But before that, immediately what we did, as has already been mentioned by Devashish, we revised our NDC targets as whatever we had embarked upon and promised in COP21 at Paris. We could achieve two of these goals, particularly with regard to emission intensity of the GDP and renewable energy capacity. We achieved these goals which were to be achieved by 2030, by 2022 or 23. Looking to this, and we were quite aware of this, that we are going to do it at Glasgow, the targets for NDC were revised, and you all know that now our revised targets are 45% reduction in emission intensity, as against 33 to 35% which was promised, and which we have already achieved. Similarly, a electrical installed capacity of renewables to be 40%, that was what was promised in COP21, and which we have been able to achieve. So it had been up to 500 gigawatt of renewable energy capacity by 2030. Now, net zero of 2070 and this intermediate goal of 2030, which is basically a short-term goal. Let us look at where are we currently. Currently, the renewable energy, particularly if we talk of solar and wind, that constitute only 3.6% of our total energy, primary energy. So this gives us the enormity of the task which we have to go by 2070. As of now, the share of electricity in total energy demand is only 18%, which roughly means about last year we consumed 1.6 trillion units of electricity, out of which 22.5% had come from renewable. And we had achieved a renewable energy capacity of 179 gigawatt against an intermediate announcement by Honorable Prime Minister of achieving 75 gigawatt of renewable energy by 20. Now, before we look at 2070, that's a very distant goal for net zero. But in between that, we are going to have 2047. That will be the 100th year of our independence. So Niti Aayog, when I was there, and after that they have done a lot of work on it, they have made some projections. What will be the situation, what likely to be in 2047. What has been estimated is that by 2047, our energy demand would go up by 2 to 2.5 times of what is today. Share of electricity, which is about 18% today, it is likely to be 40% of the total energy demand. Installed capacity, my dear friend Ghanshyam Prasad ji would tell it, but what has been estimated by Niti Aayog is, it is roughly to be about 1000 gigawatt 2047. What will be the electricity demand as against 1.6 trillion units? We are likely to be about 6 trillion units. So energy demand going by 2.5 times, but the electricity demand, since it's going to be 40% of the total energy demand, would go from 1.6 to 6 trillion units. And out of that, lot of it has to come from renewable energy. So that is the enormity of the task of energy transition which we have to face. Now coming very near to 2030, our non-fossil capacity is likely to be about 350 gigawatts. You may correct me if there is some change. By the way, these are all estimates only. Renewable would be about 318 gigawatt. In 92% of total new capacities is likely to come from renewable only. Other would be hydro and nuclear and some thermal. Electricity demand would be 2.4 trillion units compared to 1.6. That is increase of 50%. Now comes the main point. As against 22.5% of 1.6 trillion units coming from renewable, almost 45% of increased demand of 2.4 trillion unit would come from renewable. That means it will be almost 3 times of what energy today is coming from will have to come from renewable by 2030. Now this is just to give you an idea at 2030 and in 2047, what is the ask for reaching 2070 net zero? And we have to prepare for it and we have to achieve it. But it also gives a kind of importance which renewables are going to. Now we all know currently India is a fossil fuel dominated economy. And its energy demand, as I said, is rising very rapidly. Growing population, rapid urbanization, and increase in manufacturing activity. Power sector, industrial sector, and transport sector, they account for almost 70% of the primary energy demand and 85% of the energy related GHG, greenhouse gas emissions. Therefore, transformation is the need of the hour to decarbonize our energy system. Now, developing a robust ecosystem for this is of very paramount importance when we march ahead in terms of renewable energy adoption, to be in terms of clean technologies, or finance, just transition, that's very important, industrial decarbonization, and the energy system. A holistic energy transition has 3 fundamental pillars and many building blocks. These pillars are grid decarbonization, industrial decarbonization, and transport transition. In a way, all these 3, one way or other, are related to electricity. So it's the grid decarbonization and the distributed energy systems, they are going to play a major role in it. for supporting these pillars, what are likely to be the building blocks of this energy transition? First and foremost is going to be the energy efficiency. Whatever we are doing today, the same thing should be done with lot less energy required. Energy efficiency is going to would have to play a very major role in. Then renewable energy for decarbonization and producing green hydrogen and for greening industrial electricity. Energy storage system for integrating massive amount of renewable energy. Of course, Ghanshyam Prasad ji would speak about its impact on grid. Some of the coal-based power plants, they will have to gradually be closed down. New technologies are going to play a major role, which are green hydrogen. Very important technology on solar front is concentrated solar, that along with the heat storage system probably would play a major role along with CCUS to decarbonize the grid and the industrial systems. Then on transportation part, the electric vehicle, EVs and FCEVs, the railway has already electrified itself. The other transport system will have to find ways and means. Shipping, of course, likely to ship to green hydrogen and ammonia, but the air transport would have to be seen how do we lessen the demand of carbon on this system. All these will have to be supported by policy enablers and proper regulations, keeping in view the market mechanism, particularly the carbon pricing and carbon market. Low cost financing, of course, its importance cannot be denied. And we have to plan out this transition, how exactly this is going to go about. But one of the most important and critical element of this is going to be the local R&D and innovation. Unfortunately, most of the things are either coming from China, whether it is scale, whether it is new technology, and we are lagging. Unless we focus, the industry focus on R&D, come out with our own technology and our own innovations, our dependency for technology, for material, and for products on China and other countries would remain. This is one critical parameter of innovation and R&D which we singularly lack, and we must focus on it. While these key building blocks of energy transition, the transition planning is crucial in establishing the architecture for India's energy transition. We need to formulate CISO plans and implementation roadmap to achieve the net zero, along with the development of an enabling environment and formulation of policy. It is critical to ensure timely implementation also. Long-term, intermediate, and short-term plan need to be developed, along with diligent follow-up and monitoring to ensure proper implementation with very low tolerance for slippage. SECI, of course, has been playing a very important role in it, in developing the renewable energy market, and we are happy that now the DISCOMs on their own are going for auctions rather than depending on SECI alone. So that way we have played a very crucial role in it, and we will keep on playing that role in future also. Now, along with this, what are the challenges which we are going to face. These are the building blocks, but there are significant challenges which we must overcome. The most significant challenge is making the renewable energy affordable. And affordable, when I say affordable, it means free of different relaxations which are supporting it today and competing with fossil energy on equal terms. Second, a very important challenge which will be facing is the question of social and regional equity. Currently, our not so strong economically regions of East and Central India, they provide the energy, particularly coal. The mainstay of our energy systems comes from that region. And that provides not only the revenue to their governments, it also provides employment on a very large scale to the people over there and their livelihood. Unfortunately, this particular region is not so strong as far as the renewables are concerned. Renewables are very strong in western and southern regions. This is going to be a challenge how we are going to make alternate systems or alternate employment and means of livelihood available to the population over there and the revenue to the state governments for their developmental needs. Another significant challenge which today there doesn't seem to be anything on the horizon on commercial scale is the question of long-term storage. All storages which we are having today, they are all almost daytime storage, 24-hour systems kind of. But long-term storage, they will require conversion of renewable energy to something which is in the form of solid or liquid which can be stored for long. Methanol particularly is just one thing, but we will have to find the other solutions. Then the question of we all know the renewables, they require huge amount of land. We had estimated in Niti Aayog that 1 unit of energy which is coming from thermal power today requires almost 50 times of land. We go for solar. So the land requirement is going to be huge, and we all know the availability and the legal complexities which land has in our country and almost all states. Availability will have to be ensured. The complex regulatory system and the issues which are associated with the land today, they will have to be demystified and simplified to make it simple to get the land wherever it is needed for our energy transition. I once again thank FICCI and hope that this session will bring out the important issues and opportunities related to building the ecosystem for energy transition. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for laying out the current landscape and also the transition journey that is required to take. I would now request Shri Ghanshyam Prasad, Chairperson, Central Electricity Regulatory Authority of India, to deliver the theme address.
Very, very warm good evening to everyone, all the panelists on the dais and off the dais. I think Gupta ji has made my task much easier. He has covered almost all the topics. And I think since morning also, after the inaugural address of Honorable Minister, I think not much is required to be introduced on this subject. But still, I'll try to touch upon a few topics which probably will be of interest to every one of us. And particularly in the space of the very first item which is listed under this particular session, and that is the integrated resource planning I would like to highlight that resource planning was a part of CA's mandate much earlier, but now it is being mandated to each DISCOMs, because we have been talking about energy transition, and at the same time we also is talking about energy security, trying to ensure that each consumer has quality, reliable 24/7 power. I think it's a very difficult task on which we are trying to traverse. Having known the energy mix of the country, we have very little choice to really balance the two. I can see one of the topic here saying that accelerated decommissioning of fossil-based plants. I have reservations on accelerated, at the same time decommissioning. I mean, these are some of the things we need to really holistically think when we are really planning to the system. And that is how I said the resource adequacy, seeing the energy security particularly, is of a very, very prime importance. And the mandate that is being now given to each of the DISCOMs is that they need to ensure it. Now I have I can very well say at present is, since the country is more or less 100% or 70 to 80% dependent on the coal-based generation as of now, I don't see much of a visibility, because the kind of demand growth that is happening in the country, we can phase down as in an accelerated manner. Maybe we can halt or we can slightly increase the capacity rather than phasing it down. Because the kind of capacity crunch we have started facing in the grid, particularly when we faced a situation when the grid came to 240 gigawatt of the peak demand this year, we were really struggling to meet that demand during the non-solar hours. Solar hours was very, very comfortable, and we can easily meet that demand with practically no shortage. But during the non-solar hours, that is the evening hours, even though the demand was roughly around 12 to 15 gigawatt less, but still we were not struggling to meet that kind of a demand, and we had to face a shortage of somewhere around, could be around 6,000 to 8,000 megawatt, depending on the time frame, but for a very short duration. We have taken a number of measures to see that even this doesn't happen, but then we are to really have a very, very cautious approach towards the energy transition. So first thing I wanted to highlight here is, yes, we need to go towards the energy transition, but trying to see that the other resources which is needed during the non-solar hours and non-windy months, we have to be very, very careful on these two aspects. Particularly the wind profile in the country is hardly for 5 months and very erratic. So you have to be very, very careful for the next 7 months and during the period when the really wind fluctuates to a larger extent. Not only that, even during the monsoon period, when the cloud cover in the country is continued for few days together, and that is how I think Gupta ji was trying to mention that even storage for a few hours may not suffice during those periods. Probably we will have to have for a longer period of storage as well. So if I see and what we have been trying to do and trying to help out the DISCOMs in making the resource adequacy plan, we have been able to cover around 15 states as of now. There are huge challenges that each states will have to face. And when we try to optimize, we are also trying to see that if they have to really meet the obligations, particularly the RPO obligations, then they need to plan year-wise capacity addition in terms of renewables as well. So we are trying to help them in planning the renewable energy capacity addition as well, along with the RA studies. I think in the previous session, I heard a few sentences from Mr. Pathak saying about the banking. And I think I really agree with his concept that banking probably will not continue for a longer period of time and we'll have to find some alternatives. And in working towards those alternatives, we had been doing some studies on the RE-RTC concept. The report is already there on the website of CA. We have tried to work out some combinations which can give RE-RTC power with a certain combinations of solar, wind, hydro pump storage, and battery energy storage. So that's the kind of innovation or innovative approach we'll have to probably take for supplying 24/7 green powers to each and every type of consumers. Maybe we'll have to even design a separate type of a product for commercial type of a consumers who will probably needing it from say 9 a.m. in the morning till say 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock in the night. The point that I wanted to highlight is that the entire contractual or the product design will have to be changed from the present concept of the sources. What does that mean is probably we'll have to have some kind of an aggregator, and that aggregator will have to have a real sync with the grid code, and grid code will have to enable those kind of things. Grid stability definitely is a matter of concern because of the very nature of renewables. We have been trying to address it, and in that we have been trying to enforce that the standards or the requirement which is required to be met by the renewable energy developers, that they need to be compliant with all the rules and regulations whichever is prevailing in the countries. There have been issues regarding connectivities, first time charging, etc., which we are trying to address. But then whatever is required into the system to make the grid secure, probably we'll have to do it. Some challenges might come when we transit from the normal recourse to the general network access, which will be happening from 1st of October. All of us need to be prepared on that account, and probably we need to transit as smoothly as possible. As regards the role of nuclear and hydro pump storage, I have frankly no doubt that we need to accelerate these. And only day before yesterday, I was there with NPCIL, and who has a now greater visibility in terms of development of renewable power. Their present capacity being hardly 7,000 megawatt, that they are trying to double it by 2030, and maybe in another few years they would like to make it to go up to 21,000 to 22,000 megawatt of nuclear power. Similarly, in terms of hydro and hydro PSP, we are trying to see that they accelerate the pace of development of these two power as well. Particularly in the space of hydro PSP, I would like to say here is, even though so far we have not been able to develop this space, and we just have a capacity of 4,700 megawatt as of now, out of which also 1,200 megawatt is non-functional. But then next year we are going to commission 2,700 megawatt, and by 26-27 we are targeting around 8 gigawatt of hydro PSP. This is a new hydro PSP that is being targeted, and by 29-30 or at the most by 31, we would like to have something around 30 gigawatt of hydro PSP. They are all going to be in the space of, mostly in the space of closed loop hydro PSP. We need to do it, otherwise we'll really start facing challenges in meeting the demand during the non-solar hours, that is the evening peak hours. Or the second option is, either if we are not able to do this, then the option will be only left out to the battery energy storage system, which as of now is very, very costly, and it has its own nuances as well. I think another thing that we need to really look at it, because the numbers, what turns out to be, if we really see the energy transition figures going up to 2047 or 2070, as this was being also mentioned, some figures by Gupta ji as well, I think those numbers are really mind-boggling, and we really don't know how we can achieve that in the given constraints that the country faces. Another areas that I think we need to look at it is probably how efficiently we can use this energy and how we can contain the demand itself. And if we are able to do that, probably the requirement of such renewables may not be there in future. So I think we need to have more and more innovative ways of energy conservations, energy efficiency, and demand management itself, so that we are not able to go into that space and we require so much amount of land to be really used by solar, wind, etc. So these are some of my thoughts. I thought I'll just share. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for making the very important point about resource adequacy, and also MC would like to make.
Yeah. So we have an exciting announcement to make. At the conclusion of our last session for the day, we'll be commencing a knowledge draw. Also, we have dinner prepared for all of you, so please stay until then for an exciting evening ahead. Thank you.
So with that, let me now turn to you, Sandy. For the audience, Mr. Sandy Khera is the chair of the FICCI Renewable Task Force, Green Power, which is the power producer. Sandy, I think Gupta and Shri Prasad made a very the key building block for this. I have one question which can. So, how do you think the long duration energy great large amount, and what do you think the players have to do in the industry leapfrog and develop the competitive advantage, significant amount of long duration?
Thank you, Debrat, for the opportunity, and thank you for inviting us. At present, the short duration storage, as we earlier talked about, these technologies have been prevalent and added to the grids and infrastructure, and they have an inherent limitation of safety, probably, but more importantly, also how long energy can be stored and their expected value as well. And most commercially deployed battery systems for storage have been for 2 to 4 hours just earlier, and therefore are being used for short ancillary services, short storage, short duration storage and requirements. Definitely, as we decarbonize the sector further and more and more wind and solar energy comes into the grid, the need to balance the grid and address the intermittencies of more renewable energy into the grid will require long duration energy storage, as Ghanshyamji and Gupta about earlier. Now, what are the advantages that the long duration energy storage brings? Of course, it makes wind and solar more dispatchable by the hour, for days, maybe even months and seasonal, right? And also it helps to match load and demand by removing the variability of renewable energy. In addition, what it can also do is, with this it can help you transform or shift the energy periods, so you can reduce your reliance on and at the same time address the needs of the ancillary market. And again, when you bring in other ancillary services into the play, such as frequency response, load following, etc., those can also be addressed through long duration energy storage. Now, in the near term, it also will probably help address or limit the need to buy expensive power, because it can, as I said, by shifting the energy requirements or shifting periods, can also avoid the escalation of power prices as we have seen in the past. So it addresses what Shyam sir was talking about earlier, the entire requirements of the energy transition in terms of energy security, affordability, and also lowering the emissions power supply. Now, in terms of where India is right now in this, we've already taken the lead in terms of coming up with tenders which are of higher duration. Seen tenders already being released for more than 4 hours and 6 hours, and the viability gap funding by the government recently on systems. If the cost, the levelized cost of just come down, and if we can expect costs of storage around the range of 5 to 6 rupees a unit, definitely it will make it more viable and the industry and more deployable. So that's what we're looking at, and the encouraging part is also that the storage installed capacities that we're looking at, if is being offered to the DISCOMs, will help integrate renewable capacity. Also help save cost by deferring some of the expensive transmission grid upgrades that are required otherwise. So of course, market mechanisms need to develop, having more dynamic pricing models, have say time of day price, a contract for difference, allow or other structures that we're working on, for example, RTC. So with that, I think the market will evolve and up and some long duration.
Thank you. I think you hit the nail on the head when you mentioned about the delivered. It's a very sensitive solution. That's very important. I will now turn to Shri Deepak Thakur. Thakur, so far we were talking about the significant renewable capacity, 500 gigawatts. Also talking about the need for renewable capacity that expected. But looking at it from the other side, what kind of bottleneck? And linked to that is also the question that what, therefore, in your opinion, some of the.
Thank you, Mr. Sen, and good evening to everyone. And thank you to Vicky for having me on this panel. First of all, I have to start off by saying that having been part of the renewable journey for the last 14 years, I think where we are today, really incredible. And the Honorable Minister today mentioned about actually being number uno in terms of the most competitive market for in terms of energy. So it's clearly, I think, been a huge journey, been tremendous, been a government industry partnership got us here. So what I'm going to talk about is 5 things. We talk about, you use the word bottlenecks, Mr. Sen. I want to say, what can we do to make this more effective, more efficient, and for us to really go in a more accelerated manner to achieve not only the targets we are setting for ourselves, but become benchmarks globally. I think we have the opportunity as India. So I'll put on 5 things. The first thing I want to talk about is land acquisition. I think Guptaji spoke about it, and being on the other side, no land, no renewable energy, absolutely. And I think there's been a lot of changes which have happened. There have been states which have taken initiatives. I think central government has given some kind of guidance. But the fact of the matter remains that land acquisition in India for a developer remains to be a humongous cost, humongous challenge. In fact, Ghanshyamji, I think CAE came out with a report just 3 days back, or 4 days back. And this is the here and now, which I think we should accept reality. 96 gigawatts of projects are in limbo. This is reality. And this is not my analysis, this is CAE, which has made this announcement. Out of that, various reasons, land is one of the key reasons. Litigation, other stuff is also there, but I'm sure land is a big chunk in that. So clearly, I think one of the things we need to do better as a country, as an industry, better collaboration perhaps with states and sectors, is land acquisition, and something happen in that space. The second point I want to talk about is grid integration, and pardon me for saying it in the presence of CAE, is the fact that there's a lot of good work which has happened, and I think one of the big things which have happened, I believe, is where I think the government machinery has actually created a roadmap for the way the grid has to actually look 10 years, 20 years from now. I think that's amazing, and I think imagine doing this on the basis of the fact that India has the largest single integrated grid in the world. I don't know how many of you are aware of this. So clearly, if that's going to be the case, I think there is a plan unfolding. However, I think I want to bring another word. We are talking about complex bids now. We are talking about RTC power. We are talking about peak demand. Now, this is going to mean that the renewable energy capacity that we are going to put in is going to be 2x and 3x. Now, there comes a need where developers like us will say, hey, if I have excess capacity built in, allow me to do merchant. So I'm not supplying under a PPA, which will mean my grid will then have to factor this in. Is my grid going to factor this in? And we recently had certain CRC regulations which got rulings which came out when the initial set of hybrid bids went out and developers were seeking decision on the capacity that they should be permitted. So clearly, I think on grid integration, I think there is good work done, but perhaps some more that we need to do as the requirement of RTC and complex bids becomes more and more real. Then I'd like to talk about a very important lever, and I think which is financing. I think the good news is that whether it's equity capital or it's debt, it's available. Equity, I think we are seeing it whether it's PE funds, whether it is pension funds, large conglomerates, both global and domestic, which are coming in and are willing to put money on the debt. I think there is a fair amount of debt available, provided there is credibility of the investors of the project. There's possibility now also of InvITs coming in. There is blended financing which is happening. So clearly, I think the ecosystem for renewable energy projects to be funded is clearly there. However, investors and lenders ask two questions. Is there a payment security? And is there a consistent policy framework in which projects are going to be supplying power for the next 20 years? I think there's a lot of good work done on payment security. We are seeing that because as developers, we are seeing money flowing in from certain discoms which were not paying us for a number of quarters. Clearly, I think there's something happening on the ground. Good news, but we need to do more. On the consistent policy network and that requirement, and I come to this, which is my fourth pillar, as I would say, regulatory uncertainty. There are frequent changes in policy. Regulations are modified. And this kind of creates some kind of uncertainty, especially with foreign investors. We require foreign capital, both debt as well as equity, for us to achieve the targets that we are. A point that I want to put on the table is ALMM. 24th March, 31st March 24. What do I do? Is ALM going to be there? It's not going to be there. We are bidding for projects 18 months out. We're bidding for projects 24 months out. Why punt as a developer? Why not? And we as a country have already seen that if people play punts, then 96 gigawatts is what stands in front of us. Projects in limbo. So my request to the policymakers is there's a lot of clarity which is coming in. There are several good regulations which are coming in. However, can the little things which are there, which can actually become more certain, and there has to be visibility for developers when we are bidding for 25-year, 20-year PPAs, it will help our cause. Also, Ghanshyamji, I think with your permission, I think the contractual framework between generation, transmission, and distribution, can it be brought together more cohesively? This is in terms of when I bid for a PPA, I have a particular COD. And when I seek my CTU or ISTS connectivity, I think there's a particular commitment. Sometimes I'm liable for one, irrespective of what happens to the. Now, this is the kind of, I would say, cohesiveness, which will make sure that as developers, we would put up more effective projects, meet our commitments. Last but not the least, I think one element that have slightly taken off the radar is manpower. I think there's a huge effort again which the government had done, industry has been doing. Companies like ourselves, we have a training center. We have already trained about 10,000 technicians, 4,500 fully certified technical staff, but that's too little. Too white collar manpower is going to be critical, and you're adding another 125 gigawatts required over and above the 500 gigawatts by 2030 because of just green hydrogen. Green hydrogen is going to be a completely new domain that is emerging. What are we doing to prepare ourselves to meet those targets? Because lack of manpower is going to mean that the assets we are going to build, the infrastructure we're going to design and construct, is not going to be of a benchmark that I think this country deserves to build. So with these enablers, which you asked me, Mr. Sen, I think I would say the first enabler would be repowering policy. We're talking about complex bids. We are talking about hybrid bids. Wind is a very important element of that. In fact, I would say wind in any project, if I have to deliver my CUF with my limited technical knowledge, has to be at least 55 to 60% if I have to deliver the high CUFs. All the best wind sites today are gone. What we have today, Class C sites. And then comes the challenge of integrating solar and wind together and finding a site which is going to deliver my IRRs with this combination. Can a door be opened of repowering? Means there are Class A and Class B sites which are running with 500 kilowatt and 1 megawatt turbines when the technology today has gone to 3+ megawatt turbines. Imagine the power that can be unleashed by replacing those land banks with larger, better, more efficient turbines. How can this happen seamlessly so that the existing PPAs get serviced and additional capacity becomes available for new PPAs? So I would say repowering could be an enabler for the country to unleash wind power. RPO enforcement. I think there's a lot of good work which has happened, but somehow, being a concurrent subject, the center and the state enforcement has always been a challenge. Can RPO enforcement actually become a catalyst growth of renewable? We have spoken a lot about cell and module manufacturing capacity in this country. For a moment, I'd like to bring our focus on wind. If we are talking about just 10 gigawatts of wind currently projected, as far as the MNRE trajectory is concerned, that is pure wind. That doesn't factor in, I believe, hybrids. If you're talking about even about 15 gigawatts of wind projects to be bid out in the country every year, look at actually the available capacity. Available capacity which lenders are willing to lend for. Because there is capacity available in this country, but when I go to a lender with the name of an OEM, saying that, hey, this is a project I'm building with them, they say, use your equity, not my money. I'm saying there's a clear need for us to go and look at, is the wind manufacturing capacity in the country commensurate with what we are trying to build over the next 5 to 7 years. We are adding about 1.5 gigawatts a year as of now. What if it goes 10x? Are we really geared? Or are we going to be in a situation where there's a monopoly or maximum 2 players in the market? And even with limited capacity. So I think that for me is another enabler. If there's something which can be done in this space. And the last enabler for me is a consistent policy framework. And more importantly, DNA, Ghamshan, you explained that to us just now. I have been personally sitting through 2 workshops with my regulatory and I think it's a huge challenge to understand it. So there's a lot of fine print, at times interpretations. So how can we make both the sides see the same way? That's the request I would have to the policymakers, that consistent policies and we understand the fine print so that we vibe it in whatever we build and construct. So thank you very much. But that would be.
Thank you. Very practical insights. The role of the moderator also is to have this ugly task of maintaining time. I have been given enough props to say that there is time which is taking fast. So my request to the other panelists is for a bit of cooperation. I know I'm pushing you a bit, but we'll try to stop maybe in the next 15 minutes or so. So I'll go to Mr. Dinesh Batra. Vice President of Hindustan. Talked a lot about grid, just importance of stability, grid. So according to you, what are the current and future grid security related challenges? And how can it be handled? Also, how do you see the role of thermal?
I'll keep it very brief. I've been a critic for renewables and the transition to the grid. The way we are planning it out, numbers 92% 92% of our energy being, looking at numbers of 2047 and 2070. I think somewhere we are putting the cart before the horse. We already have assets of thermal. Need to build assets of renewable. Looking at what will be the right number of renewable that I need to bring in so that I can have a smooth transition to a sustainable future. Just the other way around. I get a number, I have to add 30 gigawatt of renewable every year from now till 2030. Now you do the back working for thermal accordingly. How would? I have very high regard for Mr. Chairman here, Mr. Ghanshyam Prasad. I'm sure we are in safe hands. But tell me, how would anybody create a thermal portfolio to ensure that we are able to meet the targets of renewables? Because a thermal asset will take at least 6 to 7 years in building. Finally, what we are doing is, we are saying since last 10 years we have been talking of retiring old thermal power plants. 6 months back, we are revoking it. How we are, and you know what will be the impact? 7 years back, 2015, we said no, all power plants need to have an FGD. We need to curb our emissions. Perfectly fine. And then we were told the smaller size units are polluting more, so they'll also need to be replaced and retired. So almost 15 to 20 gigawatt capacity is identified. That will be retired, because also it doesn't make financial. There's no economic viability for those plants to continue. But just because we have to now ensure that there is sufficient thermal in the grid, I am revoking the entire thought process around it. So I have decided, no, we will not retire anything, we will continue. Obviously, there is no other way, because we need power in the grid. We need thermal power. Everybody over the last 5 years is only talking of renewable. So I personally believe that yes, we do need renewables, but we need renewables in a way that we can have a smooth transition. What we have done over the last 5 years and what do I see happening over the next 5 years is that we are putting a cart in front of the. That's my first observation. I know it's a very, very critical observation, but I'm making with all the responsibility. I have been, in fact, I've spent a long time with NTPC, and I understand what how thermal machines operate, and what impact we will have on thermal machines by integrating renewables at a very, very aggressive pace, which is being thought of. Especially when we have no clue as to when we will have a commercially viable battery storage. We don't know. So the numbers that we are talking of, pump storage, 30 gigawatt coming in next 7 years, yes, we do need it badly. But how sure we are about it? That's the first thing I thought. Second observation I have is on the grid reliability part. So all of us are clear that India first of all needs 24/7 power supply. That should be our first command. That should be the first requirement as a country when we are planning. But when we are
adding renewables at such a pace, and my power procurement is not on an RTC basis, two renewables. Till now, I have not seen any single successful attempt. I know SECI has over last 2 years. An operational PPA 24 by RTC power, renewable and other sources. Until unless I have a power procurement happening on RTC basis, having renewables, anybody sitting in state discoms will find it extremely difficult to give you a 24/7 power supply. So what happens to my USO? My universal service obligation was a part of the Electricity Act 2003. And for me now, that is not that important. For me, it is important that I have to set some target. As a country, we do need 24/7 power. We are seeking investments in all the sectors. So that's the second point I thought I'll make. Finally, just a small point. Last point is that somebody was very important point. I think somewhere we still have a fairly good capacity in terms of a level of. We do have talent at the state also, but there is not sufficient capacity. There are only very few people, both in the utility as well as in the regulators. There are already political compulsions there at the state level, and when you combine it with very limited capacity there, I think whatever numbers we are looking at will not really yield, not really get delivered until we build that. Thank you.
Thank you. My next question is to you, Mr. Pankaj Sidhwani, Business Officer of Tata Cleantech. I'm happy we are going to answer questions, not me. There has been significant amount of discussions around the need for at least $160 billion per India to achieve the probably 1/4 of that is coming. The question I want, sir, is that how do you think that low cost and access come for this transition?
Thank you, Devirat. Thank you, Deepak, for here earlier. Said the finance, all that you need. So this is a reality. In fact, at Cleantech, I've been part of many conferences. And the irony is projects to other way around. So the correct problem statement that good pipeline of projects which are funded, projects which are, when I say projects which are banked, as if as we are asking for something very reasonable. That again, Deepak eloquently. So we need payment security mechanism. I'm really happy SECI came up with that. At the finance which happened pre-SECI, finance which has happened post-SECI, you'll see the difference. Today, so much capital is because we have a very stable framework, we have a fabulous payment that people feel very, so long as spend our frame is sustainable, predictable, I think our global enough example. So far we much of this not global capital which is Indian capital which means Indian lenders and commercial lenders financing the high because payment security. They understand this. They in fact variety of lenders are pricing their basis not adequate risk. They project funding is available at. We need to develop those. Seeing wherever we actual free. What do you projects in hydrogen? It could be energy efficiency, it could be e-mobility, and so on and so forth. So there, I think, again, till such time that you have such frameworks in place, you need some intervention from public finance. And again, public finance should not be used as grants. Public finance should not be used as vanilla financing opportunity. Public finance is scarce, and we need to realize this. There is no way that if you are looking at $1 trillion worth of investment requirement in next 10 years, you can imagine more than 10% is going to come from. It is a mirage, and we need to accept that. So we need to mobilize private capital. We need to mobilize private capital from domestic sources, and we need to mobilize private capital from global sources. How will that happen? I'll give you an example of blended finance. So we have this line from Green Climate Fund for $1 billion. It was only for solar rooftop. So 100 million line came in from Green Climate Fund. 100 million came in from Tata Capital, and we are creating $200 million of only debt pool, and plus equity of almost $50 to $70 million will come. So that will create $270 million of portfolio. Another example is BlackRock. So they conceived a facility where $130 million of junior capital or risk-taking capital came in from investors, form of Japanese government, French government, German government, some philanthropic institutions. And rest of the capital, which was less risk-taking capital, came in from commercial. Against 130 million, they were able to raise 530. That is the power of leverage. So you were able to raise 670 million with just 130 million capital. Today, multilateral development banks have commitments of almost 140. Unfortunately, most of this goes directly as loans. Or imagine if most of this capital used for this leverage, this risk-taking mechanism. This 140 could be leveraged 5 times. You could leverage $700 billion every year from private sector. So MDBs need to reimagine their role. Multilaterals need to reimagine their role. Private capital is available in enough quantity. And against $10 trillion also, if you look at wealth that is sitting with pension funds, with insurance companies, with mutual funds, etc., it far exceeds what we need. Just the comfort or the confidence that sectors need to develop while investing. Finally, I would want to also need to develop the can't be over dependent on foreign sources. Why that is important? We funded 50 gigawatt of solar between all the lenders, which means 200,000 crores of finance already gone into. What is the NPA ratio? Nil. Not even a single NPA. So if Canadians can invest in India, US investors can invest in India, European investors can invest in India, why can't Indian insurance company, Indian mutual fund, Indian investors fund in that is another way that we need to give confidence. We need to educate Indian investor that it is safer to invest in Indian climate stock, in climate projects, and there is money to be made. Our own example is we have funded more than 350. Our return on equity is probably the highest, almost 89, when we are financing only climate projects. So there is money to be made by everyone. We only need to co-opt, make sure there is line larger investment.
Thank you. I think in the final few minutes, I'm sorry that I'm rushing because there is a time limit. So my question is to Vineet Mittal, founder and director of Navitas Green Solutions. We have been talking a lot about renewables and solar, but these are the guys who make the panels. So my question is that how do you see the market evolving in terms of the technology, the offtake, the cost parity, etc., as far as solar panels are?
Thank you so much, Jane and Honorable Prasad and Mr. Vicky here for inviting me. The technology is obviously ever evolving. We were looking at Poly a couple of years back, Monopav, and now Topcon, AT. So the cost parity for dual glass and maybe bifacial Topcon is almost to the mark with monocoque bifacial. So we are seeing a lot of more intake on for the coming year, depending on the clearance of certificate. But overall, the approval or the acceptance on Topcon has been there in the market, India and internationally. HJT is an upcoming technology, but it's slightly more expensive as of now. A couple of years down the line, that it will have its own share of pie in the whole total technology availability. We believe that there would be a 20-30% mix of HJT over the next 3 to 4 years.
Thank you so much. Final question to Mr. Dhananjay Kumar, Director Corporate and Regulatory Affairs on. Obviously, there is significant amount of discussion which has happened today in terms of the renewable capacity that has been in India. We are talking about more than 150 megawatts which have been added, and the runway ahead is significant. So my question to you as a global player is that so what are the key drivers for global players such as ONGC invest in India?
And afraid I'm the last, and
my apologies.
Quick sentences. I think I'll go on the, if it's NG to be in India. So just quickly a brief. NG is me out of don't like a state, don't like a buyer, go there. You like a PPA, don't do that. Very we often forget it. Pressure that but the thing and the second good thing, because we don't need any geography, risk very professional, very few takes away. Then you have got very transparent, again, because there it is given. We'll not talk about challenges because I think we have already spoken. So these are few of the good things there in India. Still, there are issues. I won't say this, but I think an inherent thing called, unfortunately, you're not often maybe concerned. Somebody sitting in a particular, then you are in trouble. Yes, smaller companies, it can be a bigger problem. It's like it's a problem. Probably a large ecosystem. So land again is a big element, but that will get covered when you. There's some of the things which
Thank you. Thank you for providing what I may call as a outside investor's view on the market in India, and that was pretty upbeat. With that, I would conclude this session. I think quickly to sum up, it has been my privilege to moderate this session with panelists as esteemed as the one I have today. Thank you, Shri Gupta. Thank you, Shri Prasad, for your introductory speeches, which set the tone for precise discussions on some of the sub areas. Thank you, Sandy, for insights on the storage. We heard Mahindra Sustain talk through some of the challenges, but as yet sound very positive on the potential. We have heard from Tata Cleantech on the fact that financing is actually available for the right projects. It's not a problem. You just need to have the right projects. We also heard Mr. Batra's views on some of the challenges around the thermal sector that has been put. But in all, I think it was a very fascinating discussion. I would really want to thank the panelists and also the excellent audience that I have today. My sincere apologies to some of the panelists that I could not really devote much time and spare to each of you, but I think you do understand that we had a clock ticking. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Sen, for taking us through an enlightening session on building a net zero future. I now request you to step forward and present the green, Shri R.P. Gupta. Next, please provide the certificate to Ghanshyam Prasad ji. I'd also like to remind everyone for the knowledge draw, kindly fill in your slips provided to you. It will be collected shortly. And thank you, everyone. Thank you, panelists. As we approach the peak of this day, on behalf of FICCI, I would like to express our gratitude for your active participation and contributions throughout the sessions. Now for our final session, we'll dig into policy enabling framework, state infrastructure, investment potential, and the support provided by the state governments to foster renewable energy development within their respective regions. Join hands in inviting our keynote address speaker, Shri Vivek Kumar Devangan, Chairman and Managing Director, Rural Electrification Corporation, and our session moderator, Shri Ram Babu Paraswatu, Chief Sustainability Officer, Greenco Group, and our distinguished panelists to join us on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We'll be starting with the fourth panel discussion focusing on the opportunities of investments in RE-rich states. For panelists, we have Anil Dhaka, Manish Gupta, Sanjeev Joglekar, Anjali Chandra, Jishnu Barua, and Arul Kumar Shangamusandram. I request all the panelists to join us on the dais. We also look forward to all of you joining us to a networking dinner post this session. I see we have everyone requesting Paravastuji to please advance the session. Thank you.
Welcome to this last session of this Energy Transition Summit 20. Okay. So we will begin the session now. This session is about opportunities for investment in RE-rich states of India and initiative taken by the state government. So through the summit, we have been hearing that India's energy transition and India's energy security are congruent. They go together. India never had such an opportunity to ensure energy security, and the decarbonization or the reliance on renewable energy sources actually is providing that opportunity to have energy security. We have also been hearing, as we were relying on more coal and oil and gas, India's relative advantage compared to the other geographies was less, and as we started depending more on renewable energy, India's relative advantage has become better, much better, so much so that India is talking about energy independence. But so that is one point that we have been sort of hearing. The second point that we have been hearing through the summit is that in the component of electricity in the overall energy basket of India, as we are going towards decarbonization, continuously going to increase. And Mr. R.P. Gupta in the last session, he quoted the numbers by 2047 that electricity component is going up to something like 40%, significant amount. And in this particular panel, we will also discuss the role of the state energy regulator or state electricity regulator in actually helping the investors and the developers to harness the resources, wind resources, solar, radiation resources, and hydro resources, biomass resources, to be able to harness that and going. So it is with that perspective this panel is. I think we are all set to go to the panel. So to begin the panel, may I invite Shri Vivek Kumar Devangan to give his keynote address, and he will set the complete context beyond whatever little that I have said. And you know Mr. Vivek Kumar Devangan, he is the Chairman and Managing Director of REC, and under his leadership, the REC also has transitioned to become Maharatna, very coveted status of the public sector corporations. And
thank you, Shri Rambabuji, for giving me this opportunity to address this August gathering. All my distinguished panelists on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. You may be knowing REC as Rural Electrification Corporation, but let me tell you that REC has transformed a lot. REC was established in 1969 to energize this green revolution, which was initiated by Government of India in 1960s. From that, REC has crossed a long path for 54 years of journey. REC became a non-banking finance company, thereafter a Navratna company. Now we have become a Maharatna company last year in September 2022. Now REC would be known for renewable energy centric approach company, and REC is going to play a very crucial role in the energy transition which is taking place in the country. As you are all aware that Honorable Prime Minister during Glasgow COP26 has articulated the ambition of India that we intend to install 500 gigawatt capacity of installed capacity from non-fossil fuel sources. We also intend to bring down our carbon emission intensity of GDP by 45% as compared to 2005 level by the year 2030. We also are trying to become net zero carbon emission by the year 2070. I'll focus on the short-term goal, say by the year 2030, where we are targeting to install 500 gigawatt capacity of non-fossil fuel sources. Right now, the total installed capacity for non-fossil fuel sources is about 177 gigawatt. That leaves a space for development about 323 gigawatt capacity in next 7 years to be installed. That will involve the installation of solar, hybrid, solar, wind. Since renewable energy is intermittent in nature, will also require storage solution, be it battery energy storage or pump storage hydro projects, or hydrogen fuel cell, where it is yet to become a commercially viable option. Then this huge capacity of 323 gigawatt, which is to come in next 7 years, will also require this green energy corridor for evacuation of this renewable energy. The chairman of Central Electricity Authority was present here in the last session. CEA has made an estimate that this entire ecosystem for achieving 500 gigawatt capacity from non-fossil fuel sources will require an investment of about 15 lakh to 20 lakh crore in the next 7 years itself. And REC is trying to capture this 20% business potential of this 15 lakh to 20 lakh investment potential. We intend to increase our loan book from renewable energy portfolio, which is at present 30,000 crore only. We would like to increase it by 10 folds. We'll be able to finance renewable energy projects and associated ecosystem by financing about 3 lakh crore in next 7 years. Right now, our total loan portfolio stands at around 4,54,000 crore. In the next 7 years, our total loan book will increase to about 10 lakh crore, and 30% of it will come from renewable energy sector financing. The decarbonization can be achieved since we are targeting to become net zero carbon emission by the year 2070. There are three-pronged strategy by increasing renewable energy capacity. Second is decarbonizing these emission-intensive sectors like transportation, power generation, building infrastructure sector, cement construction, steel refineries, and fertilizer sector. And third approach is creating more of carbon sinks. Recently, Government of India has announced this National Green Hydrogen Mission, which entails an initial outlay of about 19,744 crore for strategic intervention for green hydrogen transition program, that is called SITE program. Out of this 17,490 crore, about 1,466 crore has been kept for pilot projects, and about 400 crore has been kept for research and development in strategic hydrogen innovation program, that is called STIP. In fact, REC has taken the plunge to finance green hydrogen, green ammonia initiative. In fact, recently our board has sanctioned 1400 megawatt capacity of pump storage hydro project in by Greenco in the state of Madhya Pradesh, and we have also sanctioned green hydrogen, green ammonia project by ACME in Oman, and there are certain projects lined up for green hydrogen and green ammonia in the state of Odisha, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh. That also we are looking into for financing. The main challenge is how to bring down the cost of electrolyzer. For that, a lot of R&D work is also going on. As you are aware that in the initial years of solar, the cost of solar energy was about 16 to 17 rupees per unit. Similarly, we do have full faith and belief that as the scale of operation of green hydrogen, green ammonia increases, the cost of production of green hydrogen will also come down. Since it is difficult to store and transport hydrogen, it is better to convert into green ammonia, and green ammonia has got huge potential. Let me tell you that certain initiatives which are being taken by different stakeholders, some big companies like NTPC, GAIL India, IOC, L&T, they all plan to foray into green hydrogen space, and we are in touch with them to finance their initiatives. In fact, NTPC has set up a tender to establish first of its kind hydrogen refueling station to be powered entirely by renewable energy in Leh through a standalone 1.25 megawatt solar system. 2 hydrogen refueling stations are being established by IOC in Faridabad and National Institute of Solar Energy, Gurugram. Tata Motor is developing hydrogen powered 6 cell buses. IOC is also planning 50 hydrogen enriched CNG, that is called HCNG buses in Delhi, and 2 hydrogen fuel IC buses are being developed by IIT Delhi in collaboration with Mahindra and Mahindra. As you are all aware that Government of India is giving a big push to Atmanirbhar Bharat, and production linked incentive scheme for high efficiency solar PV manufacturing has been announced with a financial outlay of about 24,000 crore, which has been introduced for enhancing India's manufacturing capabilities. We have carried out thrust area for renewable energy financing. The states where solar insolation is good, starting from Ladakh. Then we are going to western part of the country, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, and some portion of Punjab also. They have good RE potential, and all the southern states, starting from Kerala, Karnataka. Karnataka is having the maximum solar and wind capacity, followed by Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana. I would also like to highlight that a lot of initiatives also being taken by the various states to promote pump hydro schemes. Like Maharashtra, Tata Power has signed an MOU with the state for about 2,800 megawatt of PSP. That is, out of that, 1,800 megawatt is at Shirawata, Pune, and about 1,000 megawatt at Bhivpuri in Raigad district. Andhra Pradesh has also taken the initiative to set up pump storage projects, about 1,950 megawatt at Appasileru and Srisailam hydroelectric project. MOU has also been executed between NHPC and AP Genco for the execution of 2 pump storage projects with a combined capacity of about 1,950 megawatt at Kamlapadu 950 megawatt and Jaganti about 1,000 megawatt capacity. Kerala is developing pump storage project in their Idukki hydroelectric project. Tamil Nadu is developing pump storage project at Kadamparai and Kunda Appasileru, which is being financed by REC. Uttarakhand also is planning pump storage project. Ministry of Power, Government of India has also taken a lot of reform initiatives to promote this integration of renewable energy. A target has been given that power markets need to be supported. There is a target to increase the share of power being sold through the private exchange to the extent of about 25% by the year 2024 in short term, and merchant markets are also growing very rapidly. The Government of India has also announced renewable purchase obligation. The injection of renewable energy into the grid will also require flexible operation of resources available, particularly coal-based thermal power plant. Right now, the technical minimum capacity of coal-based thermal power plant is about 55%, but most of the state GENCO and other GENCOs are running their power plant to the extent of around 60 to 70% PLF. Now, with the more injection of renewable energy, when solar hour, more power would be there, then coal-based power plant need to be backed down. For that, flexible operation of coal-based power plant is going to be very crucial. In fact, some collaboration has been done with J-Coal of Japan and through IGF, through Germany also. Some power projects, we have taken up some pilot project, and we do hope that perhaps going forward, we'll have to bring down the technical minimum, which is at present 55%. It may have to be brought down to about 40% initially, and when more of renewable energy is coming into the grid, perhaps we'll have to have technical minimum up to 30% also by the years 2040-47. That is the way forward that we are looking. And Government of India has also launched this Go Electric campaign in the month of February 2021. And electric mobility is also going to play a crucial role. We do hope that this charging infrastructure as well as this electric mobility ecosystem will develop together, and REC is committed to finance this initiative. In fact, REC had organized one Green Finance Summit on the sidelines of G20 deliberation at Goa in the month of July. That Energy Transition Working Group meeting was going on. On the sidelines, we had organized a Green Finance Summit. When we interacted with the project developers, technology providers, manufacturers, electric mobility OEMs, we realized that there is huge potential, and after discussion with all the stakeholders, we were able to sign MOUs worth 2,86,000 crore. After identifying projects, we had sat with all the developers and all the stakeholders, and we have created a pipeline of the projects worth 2,86,000 crore. And this 2,86,000 crore green projects would come in next 3 to 4 years. The kind of response that we have received from the various stakeholders in the renewable energy sphere, perhaps we'll have to enhance our ambition. Right now, REC was targeting to finance up to 3 lakh crore by the year 2030. If this 2,86,000 gets materialized in the next 3 to 4 years, perhaps we'll have to target financing projects worth 5 lakh crore by the year 2030. That is the huge potential available, and a lot of all the states are also taking very proactive steps, and I hope that today's deliberations will lay the roadmap as to how we should go about this energy transition, which has to be led by the state government's initiative. My best wishes to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. It was an excellent elucidation of pathway towards the net zero or the energy transition that India should go through. And also, sir, we were very, very impressed by the way the REC has been financing pumped hydro, electric mobility, etc., all the way going. And the loan book is already significantly large. The way that you are saying that the growth path that you are showing for the loan book seems that in the previous discussions, whatever little we had little doubts about ability to raise finance is almost getting. Finance is no problem. In the last session also, Tata Capital said that finance is no right projects. and a bit of policy stability. I wanted to, of course, you say about how states are taking, how states are bringing. In the morning, we also listened to very early sessions where they said that center is taking XYZ action, making various policy decisions, but states which have to actually on the ground are having maybe not able to address even the intent of those policy decisions. Have any suggestions for to take more initiatives so that they can harness the rich resources that this on this panel you have Rajasthan and you have railways also. So if you have any suggestions.
Yeah, let me tell you that states have to take a lot of action with regard to development of renewable energy projects, particularly the solar projects. Solar projects require land, availability of land with fallow land which is not irrigated land, how to aggregate those land and provide to the project developer. That is the real challenge. In fact, what REC has done, we have signed a collaboration arrangement with NACOF. NACOF has in turn has arrangement with the farmers producers organization, and they are able to aggregate up to 50,000 acre land. 50,000 acre land they already in their kitty. What they have done is that they'll be giving lease rental to the farmers to the extent of about 25,000 to 30,000 depending on the type of the land. That lease rental has been assured by NACO, and now after aggregating this land bank will be able to finance. Then the bids are getting invited by the concerned state. We are starting with Rajasthan, then Maharashtra, and REC will be more than willing to finance. Similarly, this ease of doing business. States have to take a lot of steps in facilitating various statutory clearance. That is the area I request all the states to kindly facilitate. Railways have also taken an ambitious path. They want to become net zero by the year 2030 itself. For railways also, railways utilities, we are in touch with them. First they are converting their diesel engine into the electric engine, then the sources of the electricity they want to convert into the renewable energy. So we are having tie up with the railway authorities. We are there to collaborate with railways to set up this. Their requirement is more than 10,000 megawatt. That also we are having collaboration with the railway. So mostly it would be ease of doing business actually. There where the proactive action from the state government would be required. That's my suggestion.
Thanks a lot. So that, but you can be with us. Please go ahead. Right.
I'd like to request Paravastuji to please provide the green certificate. Thank you, Mr. Devangan, for those wise words. Please rest the session, Paravastuji.
Yeah. Right. Now I will take you to Dhakaji, Anil Dhaka. Anil Dhaka is the Managing Director of Rajasthan Renewable Energy Corporation Limited. And all of you know that the Rajasthan is almost occupying the central stage today and is the leading state across. the morning session also many people mentioned about the availability of land and kind of policies with which the Rajasthan is attracting renewable energy operators to state, etc. A lot was talked about the state of Rajasthan. I have a few questions. Rajasthan has become the leading state across the country in renewable energy. Could you share some of the best practice so that the other states can? There are any larger challenges that you are facing, not able to overcome them? Those are the issues.
Evening all. Sitting. As it has been mentioned that Rajasthan is the leading state in renewable energy. There are few factors which have contributed. You can say the nature has played a big role. Most of us know about Western Rajasthan, the tourist destination. We used to know about it. Jaisalmer, Jodhpur are the places we used to go visit with our family and have that sand dunes. But the harsh conditions of those areas have has been a very positive thing for them when it came to renewable energy. As all of us know, the western part, the Thar Desert and the districts of Jaisalmer, Jodhpur, Bikaner and Badmer, they are having a contiguous land of thousands and thousands acres. Another best part about those areas is that even government is holding around 3 to 4 lakh hectare of land. It is total barren, fallow, and which can be very well utilized. I think other states, whenever we discuss with other states, the basic problem all of them are facing is the requirement of land being very productive. It is difficult to have such large huge chunks of land. And definitely the insulation that being utilized by these states. Both these things have made that India as a solar hub or solar capital of the whole country. And as on date, we have commissioned as a Rajasthan around 20% India's regeneration. So even we are targeting to achieve around 100 gigawatt capacity. There has been certain practices, initiatives that have been taken by Rajasthan government. A few of them I will mention to you. The RE policy of 2019, wind and hybrid and RE policy, that was a game changer. After that, certain policies were brought in which helped developers to come and put up their grid scale level RE projects. As Sir was discussing regarding the issues which come up with the states, the problem of ease of doing business. So we had made certain changes in our revenue rules. So any developer, they can approach government for the revenue land, and Rajasthan state has allotted thousands of hectares to them. Even if we want to have a private land chunk, so there also the policies are, we have made them such that we don't require to come to the state again and again for having those Ceiling Act issues, stamp duties. Things were made bit easy for them in 2019. That gave it the biggest push that what we are looking for as on date of achieving those targets. Even if we look at future, we have around 24 gigawatt commissioned and 24 gigawatt under pipeline, and around 85 gigawatt projects have been registered by RRECL. So the target that we have set for ourselves of 100 gigawatt is something which we think that we will be able to achieve before 2000. So we are targeting that. Even with other policies also, I would like to share that last week Rajasthan government has approved the green hydrogen policy. the talk of the whole country now. We have been working with the various stakeholders. We went through the policies of certain states, even central policy that was there, the mission document that was. After long discussion, we have come up with the document which is going to help the clean energy people put up their plant there. It will be notified soon and launch it, but we are targeting around 2000 KTP, and we are going to provide certain incentives which is going to help the green grow. Even when it comes to wind energy, we achieved a target around 4.5 gigawatt by 2017. After that, the whole as I was telling that wind potential, wind states, Andhra, Tamil, and Rajasthan didn't even add a single megawatt. Technology changed, and we're happy to share that last year Rajasthan commissioned highest wind energy whole India. We had around 800. Because of that 150 meter of height and 3 to 4 megawatt of wind turbines, it is again picking up very fast. MNRE has given a potential of around 265 gigawatt wind in Rajasthan, rising to 6, because we always used to say it's offshore thing to have those. These are the some of the initiatives, some of the natural reasons, some of the hand holdings of doing business has placed at the
Mr. To take a follow-up question. I know that you are going already supporting. You're also going for the. But are you also looking at some mining industry to come around, because you have pumped to have a RERTC. Are you looking at the industrial development, decarbonization in and
as we have mentioned, if someone asks us the biggest hurdle for RE to grow today versus RTC, round the clock energy that we haven't been able to achieve yet, something which keeps us as a crossroad with the thermal plants. We have ample energy in the daytime, supported by wind also, but we not 100% can't say that we are not dependent upon them. At the night time, peak hours, again we are looking for thermal plants now. So our as a state, what we are thinking of is to have these green hydrogen plant as well as pump storage as battery storage plant, because at the end of the day we have to cross this hurdle. RRECL has already identified around 8 sites. We have got a green signal from government, and in next 5 to 10 days we are coming up with the registration as well as guidelines for the. And on that front also I want to share it with you that we had ample discussions with all stakeholders, those who are in PSP. Usually most of them are in southern India part. So we had discussions with them, and we have tried to learn from certain examples which are very successful. Some of them were not so successful as in MP. So we have prepared a draft. We have discussed it a lot, and we would try to make it a very level playing ground for those investors who are very much interested in PSP, and even will see this sector of green hydrogen also taking up. Only after that we can think of decarbonization of the industrial sector, because once we are self-reliant, only after that we can think of asking these thermal plants to back down. I hope with this progress and with this speed, next 4 to 5 years would have a total game changer.
Thank you, Mr. Now, all right. Mr. Gupta is actually an executive director at electrical energy management at this. And his education and his experience is illustrious. So we all know that the railways are taking and also wanting to go to net zero by 20. And we also are hearing in the newspapers that it is first train completely run. So would you like to elaborate on what railways are doing, what challenges it is? What are the good practices that the other public corporations going forward?
Distinguished panelists, friends. Railways has endeavored a very challenging task of making itself net zero carbon emitter by 2030. And we are committed to it, and we broadly have identified 4 strategies to accomplish this, starting with the conversion of diesel to electric traction, then renewables, procurement of renewables, then energy efficiency, and afforestation. So primarily our first strategy is on the run, and we are very aggressively pursuing the electrification of our 100% electrification of our BG routes. And it's means an organization of this mammoth going in for 100% electrification is a it's a case study which would be discussed in many of the business schools later, I am very sure. And we are committed to it, and we expect that by this year end we will be completing our that task. Then going forward means our scope 1 emissions, with that we endeavor that we will reduce tremendously. And then we intend that going to the scope 2 emissions, which are the procurement of energy, and there we expect that by 2030 our power requirement will be about 8.2 gigawatts. And as the railways is a base load type of organization having requirement 24/7, so the plain vanilla renewable energy standalones will not work for us. So we intend that we go in for RE-RTC, and our requirements of energy, as I told, was about 2.8, expected to be about 8 to 8.2 gigawatts by 2030, which translates to about 30 gigawatts of installed renewable that we will be requiring. And in that direction, the first steps that we took was last year, which were the PPAs were for which were awarded this year in June for 900 megawatts of RE-RTC, 100% renewable energy. And one of our partners is sitting here itself, Ayana. And it is a sort of a project which is the first, I feel, 900 megawatts RE-RTC is a first of its kind in the world. This big capacity has never been put in, and at least in the country, yes, we would be the for 100% RE-RTC will be this will be the biggest capacity. Obviously, there will be many more. In next few months, we expect that our next tenders for 750 megawatt are going to be coming out, and our endeavor is that as we progress over the years and our demands, we will be taking up further RE-RTC projects also. The next strategy is on energy efficiency, and there again we are aggressively working on it. We took out a energy efficiency policy for non-traction applications in last December, and which we envisage that there are various action points in which primarily we intend that we make our buildings sustainable, the new buildings to be super ECPC compliant, and the existing buildings we take all those steps to undertake investment grade energy audits, and then based on those audits, we go in for ESCO models for improving our energy efficiency. Then we have mandated that we should be using 5-star products in our the electrical appliances that all which we are using, and various other things, use of APFCs in all our installations. And the most important thing which we many times miss out is capacity building, and we are aggressively working on that part also. The last is afforestation, and there again we as an organization have been doing a lot of efforts earlier also, and we intend to continue with that. So primarily the thing remains that we will have to do a lot of things to achieve this big task. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gupta. Going is that you have RERTC, that is 100%, all the electricity met by RE. And why do you require sequestration? What is the other emissions that are there? Okay, to balance the sequestration, or you like to go negative?
Yeah, actually we have a joint venture with NTPC, that is BRBCL, in which we procure some about 800 odd megawatts of power. That's a 25 years PPA with us. So as means you have been listening, so we can to some extent means bring down the PLFs, but then we cannot completely switch off. And with a capacity which is available, and the country requiring the energy requirements, we would might be required to continue with that. So to offset that, we would do it. We intend to do it through afforestation.
How aggressive are these plans of hydrogen? Is it only demonstration, or is it's a part of an agreement?
I am not the lead person for this, but then as I can tell you is that we are aggressively working on our first train, and our officers are very much confident that they should be in that position to commission the first train. And we do not want to stop there. This is the pilot, so under the guidance of our Honorable Minister, we would be definitely taking up further projects.
Now I go to Ms. Anjali Chandra. She is the only regulator on. So all of us are executioners, and she is the former member of Punjab State Electricity. Madam, what we wondering is that the morning when Minister while speaking was a bit critical, or putting the blame on the states, and even though the center is pushing the envelope forward, of course, so everybody realizes that the state is the one which has to actually do it on the ground. State sees the problem, state has the pain. So the policy makers at the center could do anything, but the states see the. So what is the role that the regulatory commissions could play, pushing the envelope forward? Next is that in Punjab, we know how is this whole renewable energy adoption, even whether it is biomass or wind or solar. Okay, how is it being undertaken?
For invite. In the thing, because he's the one who is policies are made at the center. Get them implemented. Whenever any policy made by the center, we have to make corresponding regulations, get it implemented by the company, generating company. As regulators, we have mandated our RPO obligations. We have made our regulations on net metering, net billing, and cost metering, on forecasting and scheduling. So all these regulations have been put in. Most of the regulators those in. Now, for example, if you have to get your RPO, whatever the regulator has mandated, we actually carried out by the district. Ultimately, it is the distribution company that is to carry out the mandate given by the center and by the regulator. Now, you all know that distribution is link of the entire power supply. They are not financially viable. They are not able to meet their RPO. It is not that they don't want to meet their RPO, but there are certain attendant problems. For example, the DISCOMs are in power purchase agreement with thermal power plants for 25 years. They have to back down those thermal power plants. Fixed charges have to be paid. And when they buy the to REC, so those decisions have to be made and they have to be paid for immediately. So they try their best, but regulator at their own end can only tell them to do it, and if they don't do it, then put some penalty. But I feel that penalties are not. They make the DISCOM more financially unviable. Whatever penalties put on them, they become further unviable. So what we try to do is that to persuade them that yes, you have to meet your RPO obligations and you have to buy. Has been mandated, and Punjab we almost meet the RPOs. At the timing of buying of REC, what the DISCOMs do, they leave it end of the like in March. And in March, the REC get very. So what we tell our DISCOM is that you have to buy it quarterly. Don't leave it till the end. There's various measures which can be taken. As the minister said, yes, he's trying to could be taking action against those regulators who are not job. But in Punjab, we are fixing tariff immediately, giving pass through all the RE obligations, and our tariff comes well in time, and there has never been a regulatory asset. And as regards potential of RE in the state, there is no wind. We have solar potential. Us are the two major, and we have hydro. Punjab, the potential fixed by various studies at 5 gigawatts. Inside the state, we have almost 2000 megawatt, and we have procured. It is the potential inside Punjab is not. Punjab can put up projects outside, so we have projects outside this. We have procured from SECI auctions. We have also procured auction. We have done ourselves. We're finding that SECI is charging quite a per unit for the auctions which did. So Punjab decided to do their own bidding, and they have procured power through their own bidding also, and they plan to do their own. We have about 15 lakh pump sets. So I would say that there is a very huge potential for converting these solar. The problem in Punjab is that we have electricity for the cultural consumers, and therefore they are not very induced put solar on their. But the government is paying the charges or paying subsidy from, and if the government puts in money or it is funded through some agency like Softphone from Intech or anywhere else, pension funds, or it would be a big service to Punjab government also if all the pumps are solarized, because then the burden for subsidy in Punjab is around 10,000 crore per year for industrial as well as for agricultural consumers. Now we have a residential subsidy also. The 600 units in a billing cycle are free. We were doing very well on the solar rooftop front, but with 600 units free for residential consumer billing cycle, it doesn't become very viable to put solar. The high-end consumers are putting up, but the consumers who are in the lower band are not induced solar. Similarly, for industrial consumers, we have a subsidy 5 rupees per unit. So industrial consumers are putting solar, but it is not that viable. So if it were in the range of 8 to 12 rupees, like for then it would be viable. I find that in Punjab, I have become ombudsman electricity Punjab, right? Even where solar rooftop has been put, the people are not very conscious of maintaining them. If the inverter is not working, nobody comes to know. Though I feel the app is there, it should be put on the. But we have received 4 cases now where the inverter has not working. I think solar manufacturers, installers help the consumers in knowing that your solar is not working or that you need to maintain it. So that is one problem we are facing. We have a very high potential for canal top solar. So that is also being used in job like it was. But we have a lot of canal. So solar can be put on the, have some solar projects, but it can further be done. And we have huge biomass. We have 20 million tons of paddy straw in Punjab. And I think if that is put as a energy source, one, we will get firm power. All this solar and wind, it is very stable and intermittent. But biomass gives a huge, much better wave as well as firm power. When you want it, that exploit. Tab, as in my tenure, we have been asking EDA, which is our state note, that we should do biomass in a big way in Punjab. We have some plants which are doing biomass. We have cogeneration plants in, and we also have 40 designated consumers. There are also doing it, and land is a big problem in Punjab because most of the land is, and people do not want to put for solar, but people who have realized the potential of solar, they are trying to look for crops which grow under the, have a bigger height of panel, and then try to plant below it for crops as well as do. So all this is, and as regulators, we are very, DISCOMs do not, give clearance. There are hurdles in getting feasibility clearance and land parcel. Both are where the plant will be, but ultimately DISCOMs are giving feasibility. So
in biomass potential. Biomass again taken to knowledge.
no, they are doing biomethylation, but we are insisting biomass should be major. I think is one is transportation of storage of the biomass. Does not get wet. It requires huge storage space because unless it is made into briquettes, its volume is, yes, Punjab is trying to. You will.
Yeah. Now coming to Dr. Shanmugh Sundaram. Shanmugh Sundaram is Executive Director at Ayana Renewable Power. Actually, I should have started with him asking what are the challenges and problems Ayana faces, and possibly Dhaka, also others, whatever they have said about practices, over and about challenges see, because you want to accelerate all the states, have resources, still we.
Right, I think we have, I'm fortunate, I think in the panel I have Rajasthan, where we have 1/3 of our portfolio.
Thank you, sir. I think we really love working in that. And its ease of business is truly great. And only the GIB issue has created some challenges. Hopefully, there is a clear plan of how to. That is addressed. I think certainly it's one of the best places to work, given the radiation as well as the policies. Right, and of course, 1/3 of our portfolio, railways, is the off-taker, and Mr. had big role in providing us those opportunities. We seriously look forward to delivering on RERTC commitments, and of course, Greenco is the enabler for this RERTC. That's why I said even a panel where 3 of the panelists have a very significant role in success. Punjab, ma'am, we don't have much there, but in my previous avatar, we used to do a lot of pumps there, and I think certainly that's a big opportunity. Biomass in terms of building capacity. Right, so in terms of, see, when one of the challenges we talk about land is something which is a critical resource, and it's almost the base, because Rajasthan has abundance of land which is not cultivable, and one of the models we see evolving right now is the lease model, which I think is an enabler for the farmers. The farmers are able to retain the land and get the annual income of the land, which is, I think, a very good thing, and that's one of the positives that's happened in India. And when I started, I know we were always buying land. We will also be reluctant to do a lease without the government intervention part. But now we are also getting comfort to directly engaging with them on the land leases, and I think that's something which is helpful. So certainly there are always local issues, ROW issues. Even in Rajasthan we face times, because there's an expectation of local employment, which we all support, but in Ayana we focus on skill development locally so that we can develop. We have a permanent training center where we train almost a few hundred students every 6 both women and men to come and be employed in the area, right? So I think certainly that is something we have to work on developing, but certainly I think this is one area where there is an expectation of local employment and local entrepreneurs getting the opportunities, but in practice there are limitations because of their capabilities. Right? I think this is one area we need to see how to address, so that there's no disturbances in the local plans, and also the true purpose of doing this is achieved in terms of local development. I don't want to take too much of the time.
I just wanted to see that, have a target of, country has a target 500 gig, and hydrogen another 150. Or analysts see this 650 gigawatt, because it is 500 gigawatt, you add a non-fossil, give you some number. By 20 having some 600 gigawatt or 550. What do you see?
The main challenge, for example, is look, and people say land, but land is available at Rajasthan. Bigger challenge is transmission capacity, and I think so that while the government has put in good policies where you generate at the best resource, where the best resource is available, and be able to transfer the power to required, build the evacuation capacity, transmission corridors, I think these are going to be a big challenge to 500.
As the issue of problems that's being faced by developers, Rajasthan, as I know, and I think other states also must be facing it. Basically, we are comparing everything with what was happening 5 to 7 years down the line. All of a sudden, everyone has started realizing the potential of this. So, as this sector is growing, people are understanding the importance of their chunk of land. This problem will definitely come. It always comes with industrialization. So, as Rajasthan state, what we have tried to do is we have constituted 3 committees, district level committee. Because what we have found is one side of coin is definitely, my friend is telling here, other side is the complaints from the district administration and even the local people that they don't have much interaction with the developers. Developers come, put up the whole setup because it is not an employment generating kind of a industry. So we were facing those complaints that at least they should be in touch with us, and we should have regular meetings. And what I always suggest them to some kind of CSR kind of have bonding with the sarpanch or the villagers there. So I think slowly these things are picking up now. We have Bardla is the main area, Jodhpur, around which even Ayana and others are putting up their plant because of installation. We have sanctioned one police station also there. These kind of help that can provide, but at the end of the day, what we have to understand and what we have realized is we have to be hand in hand with those people, because whenever these kind of things come, there are certain miscreant people, those who want to take benefit out of these funds. So we are know about all those things, and the system is trying to take care of that. RRECL, we try our level best to provide them whatever support that we can provide, but certain efforts from our side will definitely pay. Regarding GIB, as you were raising it, GIB is a very big issue for Rajasthan. It's being the case is being fought at the Supreme Court level. Committee has been constituted, but in the priority area is a huge chunk of a land that is going far. Because as Rajasthan, we consider that at least 500 gigawatt is our potential. So we are from state side, we have put our best advocates and trying to find out certain way to tackle that GIB area, GIB issue. That's some of the attempts try to help developers whoever are facing problems by direct interaction with the state administration and the.
Thanks a lot. For just a clarification, GIB is Great Indian Bustard. Fauna which is extinct, here to extinct, and the court has intervened to protect that, and due to that, a good amount of RE potential in Rajasthan is under stress. I should say under stress. So I think this panel has been, in my opinion, has been wonderful. We began with initial panels with policies, declarations, net zero, plans, Excel sheets, and what are the ways to do. But at the end, we understood that on the ground, where states have to improve, or railways have to improve, Ayana has to work with, let's say, for Greenco, provide work in the state of the Rajasthan, and provided their services, railways. Number of challenges that we face, and how successful on the ground various actors are working together to sort out and smoothen this energy. It is not about Excel sheets, not about PPT, not about beautiful policies, but on the ground people, state actors especially, both the regulators and the executioners at the state level and the are really working hard to see that energy transition. Thanks a lot for panelists, and also to Mr. Wangan. So thank you very much, and thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Paravastu, for facilitating a thoughtful session on investment opportunities, and to all the panelists seated on the dais. I'd like to invite Sri Arpan Gupta to step forward and commence the first knowledge draw of the day, the most awaited activity. Please give him a round of applause, everyone. So the winner for the first lucky draw for today is Amitansu Patnaik. Amitansu Patnaik. Right, we have him. Please give a round of applause for him. Mr. Patnaik, please step forward on the stage to receive your gift. Second winner for the lucky draw is Somnath Banerjee. Somnath Banerjee. Please give him a round of applause, everyone. Please join us on stage. Congratulations to the winners. To all those who had their hopes high on winning today, but in case you didn't, we have 4 lucky draws for tomorrow. The slips will be collected in the morning during the registration. Please join us. All right. I thank all the panelists who have joined us today in our last session. Give them a big round of applause. As we bring the day to a close, on behalf of FICCI, I'd like to extend our gratitude to all the speakers for sharing their expertise and indulging in rich decisions. We'd also like to thank all the attendees for their active participation. If decarbonization and clean energy adoption piques your interest, join us for the day 2 of our summit starting tomorrow 9 a.m. onwards. Now, I'd like to invite every one of you to join us for the dinner. Please proceed towards the dinner arrangement. Thank you, everyone. Belongings.